Section 1. Births Mrs. Meek of a Son, from reprinted pieces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Births Mrs. Meek of a Son. My name is Meek. I am, in fact, Mr. Meek. That son is mine and Mrs. Meek's. When I saw the announcement in the Times, I dropped the paper. I had put it in myself and paid for it, but it looked so noble that it overpowered me. As soon as I could compose my feelings, I took the paper up to Mrs. Meek's bedside. "Maria Jane," said I allude to Mrs. Meek, "you are now a public character." We read the review of our child several times, with feelings of the strongest emotion, and I sent the boy who cleans the boots and shoes to the office for 15 copies. No reduction was made on taking that quantity. It is scarcely necessary for me to say that our child has been expected. In fact, it has been expected with comparative confidence for some months. Mrs. Meek's mother, who resides with us, of the name of Bigby, had made every preparation for its admission to our circle. I hope and I believe I am a quiet man. I will go farther. I know I am a quiet man. My constitution is tremulous, my voice is never loud, and in point of stature I have been from infancy small. I have the greatest respect for Maria Jane's mamma. She is a most remarkable woman. I honor Mary Jane's mamma. In my opinion, she would storm a town single-handed with a hearth-broom and carry it. I have never known her to yield any point whatever to mortal man. She is calculated to terrify the stoutest heart. Still, but I will not anticipate. The first intimation I had of any preparations being in progress on the part of Maria Jane's mamma was one afternoon several months ago. I came home earlier than usual from the office, and proceeding into the dining-room, found an obstruction behind the door, which prevented it from opening freely. It was an obstruction of a soft nature. On looking in, I found it to be a female. The female in question stood in the corner behind the door, consuming sherry wine. From the nutty smell of that beverage pervading the apartment, I have no doubt she was consuming a second glassful. She wore a black bonnet of large dimensions, and was copious in figure. The expression of her countenance was severe and discontented. The words to which she gave utterance on seeing me were these: "Oh, get along with you, sir, if you please me. Mr. and Mrs. Bagby don't want no male parties here." That female was Mrs. Prodgit. I immediately withdrew, of course. I was rather hurt, but I made no remark. Whether it was that I showed a lowness of spirits after dinner in consequence of feeling that I seemed to intrude, I cannot say. But Maria Jane's mamma said to me, on her retiring for the night, in a low, distinct voice, and with a look of reproach that completely subdued me, "George Meek, Mrs. Prodgit is your wife's nurse." I bear no ill will towards Mrs. Prodgit. Is it likely that I, writing this with tears in my eyes, should be capable of deliberate animosity towards a female so essential to the welfare of Maria Jane? I am willing to admit that fate may have been to blame and not Mrs. Prodgit, but it is undeniably true that the latter female brought desolation and devastation into my lowly dwelling. We were happy after her first appearance. We were sometimes exceedingly so. But whenever the parlour door was opened, and Mrs. Prodgit announced, and she was very often announced, misery ensued. I could not bear Mrs. Prodgit's look. I felt that I was far from wanted, and had no business to exist in Mrs. Prodgit's presence. Between Maria Jane's mamma and Mrs. Prodgit there was a dreadful secret understanding, a dark mystery and conspiracy, pointing me out as a being to be shunned. I appeared to have done something that was evil. Whenever Mrs. Prodgit called, after dinner, I retired to my dressing-room, where the temperature is very low indeed in the wintry time of the year, and sat looking at my frosty breath as it rose before me, and at my rack of boots, a serviceable article of furniture, but never, in my opinion, an exhilarating object. The length of the councils that were held with Mrs. Prodgit under these circumstances I will not attempt to describe. I will merely remark that Mrs. Prodgit always consumed sherry wine while the deliberations were in progress, that they always ended in Maria Jane's being in wretched spirits on the sofa, and that Maria Jane's mamma always received me, when I was recalled, with a look of desolate triumph that too plainly said, "Now, George Meek, you see my child Maria Jane a ruin, and I hope you are satisfied." I pass generally over the period that intervened between the day when Mrs. Prodgit entered her protest against male parties and the ever memorable midnight when I brought her to my unobtrusive house in a cab, with an extremely large box on the roof, and a bundle, a bandbox, and a basket between the driver's legs. I have no objection to Mrs. Prodgit, aided and abetted by Mrs. Bigby, who I never can forget is the parent of Maria Jane, taking entire possession of my unassuming establishment. In the recesses of my own breast the thought may linger that a man in possession cannot be so dreadful as a woman, and that woman Mrs. Prodgit. But I ought to bear a good deal, and I hope I can, and do. Huffing and snubbing prey upon my feelings, but I can bear them without complaint. They may tell in the long run. I may be hustled about from post to pillar beyond my strength. Nevertheless, I wish to avoid giving rise to words in the family. The voice of nature, however, cries aloud in behalf of Augustus George, my infant son. It is for him that I wish to utter a few plaintive household words. I am not at all angry. I am mild, but miserable. I wish to know why, when my child Augustus George was expected in our circle, a provision of pins was made, as if the little stranger were a criminal who was to be put to the torture immediately on his arrival, instead of a holy babe. I wish to know why haste was made to stick those pins all over his innocent form in every direction. I wish to be informed why light and air are excluded from Augustus George like poisons. Why, I ask, is my unoffending infant so hedged into a basket bedstead, with dainty and calico, and with miniature sheets and blankets, that I can only hear him snuffle, and no wonder, deep down under the pink hood of a little bathing-machine, and can never peruse even so much of his lineaments as his nose? Was I expected to be the father of a French roll, that the brushes of all nations were laid in to rasp Augustus George? Am I to be told that his sensitive skin was ever intended by nature to have rashes brought out upon it by the premature and incessant use of those formidable little instruments? Is my son a nutmeg, that he is to be grated on the stiff edges of sharp frills? Am I the parent of a muslin boy, that his yielding surface is to be crimped and small-plated? Or is my child composed of paper or of linen, that impressions of the finer getting-up art, practised by the laundress, are to be printed off all over his soft arms and legs, as I constantly observe them? The starch enters his soul. Who can wonder that he cries? Was Augustus George intended to have limbs, or to be born a torso? I presume that limbs were the intention, as they are the usual practice. Then why are my poor child's limbs fettered and tied up? Am I to be told that there is an analogy between Augustus George Meek and Jack Sheppard? Analyze castor oil at any institution of chemistry that may be agreed upon, and inform me what resemblance in taste it bears to that natural provision which it is at once the pride and duty of Maria Jane to administer to Augustus George. Yet I charge Mrs. Prodgit, aided and abetted by Mrs. Bigby, with systematically forcing castor oil on my innocent son from the first hour of his birth. When that medicine, in its efficient action, causes internal disturbance to Augustus George, I charge Mrs. Prodgit, aided and abetted by Mrs. Bigby, with insanely and inconsistently administering opium to allay the storm she has raised. What is the meaning of this? If the days of Egyptian mummies are past, how dare Mrs. Prodgit require, for the use of my son, an amount of flannel and linen that would carpet my humble roof? Do I wonder that she requires it? No. This morning, within an hour, I beheld this agonizing sight. I beheld my son, Augustus George, in Mrs. Prodgit's hands and on Mrs. Prodgit's knee, being dressed. He was at the moment, comparatively speaking, in a state of nature, having nothing on but an extremely short shirt, remarkably disproportionate to the length of his usual outer garments. Trailing from Mrs. Prodgit's lap on the floor was a long, narrow roller or bandage, I should say of several yards in extent. In this I saw Mrs. Prodgit tightly roll the body of my unoffending infant, turning him over and over, now presenting his unconscious face upwards, now the back of his bald head, until the unnatural feat was accomplished, and the bandage secured by a pin, which I have every reason to believe entered the body of my only child. In this tourniquet he passes the present phase of his existence. Can I know it and smile? I fear I have been betrayed into expressing myself warmly, but I feel deeply, not for myself, for Augustus George. I dare not interfere. Will any one, in any publication, any doctor, any parent, anybody? I do not complain that Mrs. Prodgit, aided and abetted by Mrs. Bigby, entirely alienates Maria Jane's affections from me, and interposes an impassable barrier between us. I do not complain of being made of no account. I do not want to be of any account. But Augustus George is a production of nature. I cannot think otherwise, and I claim that he should be treated with some reference to nature. In my opinion, Mrs. Prodgit is, from first to last, a convention and a superstition. Are all the faculty afraid of Mrs. Prodgit? If not, why don't they take her in hand and improve her? P.S. Maria Jane's mamma boasts of her own knowledge of the subject, and says she brought up 7 children besides Maria Jane. But how do I know that she might not have brought them up much better? Maria Jane herself is far from strong, and is subject to headaches and nervous indigestion. Besides which, I learn from the statistical tables that 1 child in 5 dies within the first year of its life, and 1 child in 3 within the 5th. That don't look as if we could never improve in these particulars, I think. P.P.S. Augustus George is in convulsions. End of births, Mrs. Meek, of a son.
Romance, from the pen of Miss Alice Rainbird, aged 7. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by William Mansell. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Romance, from the pen of Miss Alice Rainbird, aged 7. From Holiday Romance by Charles Dickens. There was once a king, and he had a queen, and he was the manliest of his sex, and she was the loveliest of hers. The king was, in his private profession, under government. The queen's father had been a medical man out of town. They had 19 children, and were always having more. 17 of these children took care of the baby, and Alicia, the eldest, took care of them all. Their ages varied from 7 years to 7 months. Let us now resume our story. One day the king was going to the office, when he stopped at the fishmonger's to buy 1.5 pounds of salmon, not too near the tail, which the queen, who was a careful housekeeper, had requested him to send home. Mr. Pickles, the fishmonger, said, "Certainly, sir. Is there any other article? Good morning." The king went towards the office in a melancholy mood, for quarter day was such a long way off, and several of the dear children were growing out of their clothes. He had not proceeded far, when Mr. Pickles' errand boy came running after him, and said, "Sir, you didn't notice the old lady in our shop." "What old lady?" inquired the king. "I saw none." Now the king had not seen any old lady, because this old lady had been invisible to him, though visible to Mr. Pickles' boy. Probably because he messed and splashed the water about to that degree, and flopped the pairs of soles down in that violent manner, that, if she had not been visible to him, he would have spoiled her clothes. Just then the old lady came trotting up. She was dressed in shot silk of the richest quality, smelling of dried lavender. "King Watkins the First, I believe," said the old lady. "Watkins," replied the king, "is my name." "Papa, if I am not mistaken, of the beautiful Princess Alicia?" said the old lady. "And 18 other darlings," replied the king. "Listen, you are going to the office?" said the old lady. It instantly flashed upon the king that she must be a fairy, or how could she know that? "You are right," said the old lady, answering his thoughts. "I am the good fairy Grandmarina. Attend. When you return home to dinner, politely invite the Princess Alicia to have some of the salmon you bought just now." "It may disagree with her," said the king. The old lady became so very angry at this absurd idea that the king was quite alarmed, and humbly begged her pardon. "We hear a great deal too much about this thing disagreeing and that thing disagreeing," said the old lady, with the greatest contempt it was possible to express. "Don't be greedy. I think you won it all yourself." The king hung his head under this reproof, and said he wouldn't talk about things disagreeing any more. "Be good, then," said the fairy Grandmarina, "and don't. When the beautiful Princess Alicia consents to partake of the salmon, as I think she will, you will find she will leave a fishbone on her plate. Tell her to dry it, and to rub it, and to polish it till it shines like mother of pearl, and to take care of it as a present from me." "Is that all?" asked the king. "Don't be impatient, sir," returned the fairy Grandmarina, scolding him severely. "Don't catch people short before they are done speaking. Just the way with you grown-up persons. You are always doing it." The king again hung his head in shame, and said he wouldn't do so any more. "Be good, then," said the fairy Grandmarina, "and don't. Tell the Princess Alicia, with my love, that the fishbone is a magic present which can only be used once, but that it will bring her, that once, whatever she wishes for, provided she wishes for it at the right time. That is the message. Take care of it." The king was beginning, "Might I ask the reason?" when the fairy became absolutely furious. "Will you be good, sir?" she exclaimed, stamping her foot on the ground. "The reason for this, and the reason for that, indeed. You are always wanting the reason. No reason. There! Hoity-toity me! I am sick of your grown-up reasons." The king was extremely frightened by the old lady's flying into such a passion, and he said he was very sorry to have offended her, and he wouldn't ask for reasons any more. "Be good, then," said the old lady, "and don't." With those words, Grandmarina vanished, and the king went on and on and on till he came to his office. There he wrote and wrote and wrote till it was time to go home again. Then he politely invited the Princess Alicia, as the fairy had directed him, to partake of the salmon. And when she had enjoyed it very much, he saw the fishbone on her plate, as the fairy told him he would, and he delivered the fairy's message, and the Princess Alicia took care to dry the bone, and to rub it, and to polish it, till it shone like mother of pearl. And so, when the queen was going to get up in the morning, she said, "Oh, dear me, my head, my head!" And then she fainted away. The Princess Alicia, who happened to be looking in at the chamber door, asking about breakfast, was very much alarmed when she saw her royal mamma in this state, and she rang the bell for Peggy, which was the name of the Lord Chamberlain. But remembering where the smelling bottle was, she climbed on a chair and got it, and after that she climbed on another chair by the bedside, and held the smelling bottle to the Queen's nose, and after that she jumped down and got some water, and after that she jumped up again and wetted the Queen's forehead, and in short, when the Lord Chamberlain came in, that dear old woman said to the little princess, "What a trot you are! I couldn't have done it better myself." But that was not the worst of the good Queen's illness. Oh no, she was very ill indeed for a long time. The Princess Alicia kept the 17 young princes and princesses quiet, and dressed and undressed and danced the baby, and made the kettle boil, and heated the soup, and swept the hearth, and poured out the medicine, and nursed the Queen, and did all that she could, and was as busy as busy could be. For there were not many servants in that palace for 3 reasons: because the king was short of money, because a rise in his office never seemed to come, and because quarter day was so far off that it looked almost as far off and as little as one of the stars. But on the morning when the Queen fainted away, where was the magic fishbone? Why, there it was in Princess Alicia's pocket. She had almost taken it out to bring the Queen to life again, when she put it back and looked for the smelling bottle. After the Queen had come out of her swoon that morning and was dozing, the Princess Alicia hurried upstairs to tell a most peculiar secret to a most particularly confidential friend of hers, who was a duchess. People did suppose her to be a doll, but she really was a duchess, though nobody knew it except the princess. The most particular secret was the secret about the magic fishbone, the history of which was well known to the duchess, because the princess told her everything. The princess kneeled down by the bed on which the duchess was lying, full dressed and wide awake, and whispered the secret to her. The duchess smiled and nodded. People might have supposed that she never smiled and nodded, but she often did, though nobody knew it except the princess. Then the Princess Alicia hurried downstairs again to keep watch in the Queen's room. She often kept watch by herself in the Queen's room, but every evening, while the illness lasted, she sat there watching with the king. And every evening the king sat looking at her with a cross look, wondering why she never brought out the magic fishbone. As often as she noticed this, she ran upstairs, whispered the secret to the duchess over again, and said to the duchess besides, "They think we children never have a reason or a meaning." And the duchess, though the most fashionable duchess that was ever heard of, winked her eye. "Alicia," said the king one evening, when she wished him good night. "Yes, papa?" "What has become of the magic fishbone?" "In my pocket, papa." "I thought you had lost it." "Oh, no, papa." "Or forgotten it?" "No, indeed, papa." And so another time the dreadful little snapping pug dog, next door, made a rush at one of the young princes as he stood on the steps coming home from school, and terrified him out of his wits. And he put his hand through a pane of glass, and bled. When the 17 other young princes and princesses saw him bleed, they were terrified out of their wits too, and screamed themselves black in their 17 faces all at once. But the Princess Alicia put her hands over all 17 mouths, one after another, and persuaded them to be quiet because of the sick queen. And then she put the wounded prince's hand in a basin of fresh cold water, while they stared with their twice 17 or 34 put down and 4 carry 3 eyes. And then she looked in the hand for bits of glass, and there were fortunately no bits of glass there. And then she said to 2 chubby-legged princes, who were sturdy though small, "Bring me in the royal bag. I must snip and stitch and cut and contrive." So these 2 young princes tugged at the royal rag bag, and lugged it in, and the Princess Alicia sat down on the floor, with a large pair of scissors and a needle and thread, and snipped and stitched and cut and contrived, and made a bandage and put it on, and it fitted beautifully. And so when it was all done, she saw the king her papa looking on by the door. "Alicia?" "Yes, papa." "What have you been doing?" "Snipping, stitching, cutting, and contriving, papa." "Where is the magic fishbone?" "In my pocket, papa." "I thought you had lost it." "Oh, no, papa." "Or forgotten it?" "No, indeed, papa." After that, she ran upstairs to the duchess, and told her what had passed, and told her the secret over again, and the duchess shook her flaxen curls, and laughed with her rosy lips. Well, and so another time the baby fell under the grate. The 17 young princes and princesses were used to it, for they were almost always falling under the grate or down the stairs, but the baby was not yet used to it, and it gave him a swelled face and a black eye. The way the poor little darling came to tumble was, that he was out of the Princess Alicia's lap, just as she was sitting, in a great coarse apron that quite smoothed her, in front of the kitchen fire, beginning to peel the turnips for the broth for dinner. And the way that she came to be doing that was, that the king's cook had run away that morning with her own true love, who was a very tall but very tipsy soldier. Then the 17 young princes and princesses, who cried at everything that happened, cried and roared. But the Princess Alicia, who couldn't help crying a little herself, quietly called to them to be still, on account of not throwing back the queen upstairs, who was fast getting well, and said, "Hold your tongue, you wicked little monkeys, every one of you, while I examine the baby." Then she examined the baby, and found that he hadn't broken anything, and she held cold iron to his poor dear eye, smoothed his poor dear face, and he presently fell asleep in her arms. Then she said to the 17 princes and princesses, "I am afraid to let him down yet, lest he should wake and feel pain. Be good, and you shall all be cooks." They jumped for joy when they heard that, and began making themselves cook caps out of old newspapers. So to one she gave the salt box, and to one she gave the barley, and to one she gave the herbs, and to one she gave the turnips, and to one she gave the carrots, and to one she gave the onions, and to one she gave the spice box, till they were all cooks, and all running about work, she sitting in the middle, smothering the great coarse apron, nursing baby. By and by the broth was done, and the baby woke up smiling like an angel, and was trusted to the sedatest princess to hold, while the other princes and princesses were squeezed into a far-off corner to look at the Princess Alicia turning out the saucepan full of broth, for fear, as they were always getting into trouble, they should get splashed and scalded. When the broth came tumbling out, steaming beautifully and smelling like a nosegay good to eat, they clapped their hands. That made the baby clap his hands, and that, and his looking as if he had a comic toothache, made all the princes and princesses laugh. So the Princess Alicia said, "Laugh and be good, and after dinner we will make him a nest on the floor in a corner, and he shall sit in his nest and see a dance of 18 cooks." That delighted the young princes and princesses, and they ate up all the broth, and washed up all the plates and dishes, and cleared away, and pushed the table into a corner. And then they in their cook's caps, and the Princess Alicia in the smothering coarse apron that belonged to the cook, that had run away with her own true love, that was the very tall but very tipsy soldier, danced the dance of 18 cooks before the angelic baby, who forgot his swelled face and his black eye, and crowed with joy. And so then, once more, the Princess Alicia saw King Watkins the First, her father, standing in the doorway looking on, and he said, "What have you been doing, Alicia?" "Cooking and contriving, papa." "What else have you been doing, Alicia?" "Keeping the children light-hearted, papa." "Where is the magic fishbone, Alicia?" "In my pocket, papa." "I thought you had lost it." "Oh, no, papa." "Or forgotten it?" "No, indeed, papa." The king then sighed so heavily, and seemed so low-spirited, and sat down so miserably, leaning his head upon his hand, and his elbow upon the kitchen table pushed away in the corner, that the 17 princes and princesses crept softly out of the kitchen, and left him alone with the Princess Alicia and the angelic baby. "What is the matter, papa?" "I am dreadfully poor, my child." "Have you no money at all, papa?" "None, my child." "Is there no way of getting any, papa?" "No way," said the king. "I have tried very hard, and I have tried always." When she heard those last words, the Princess Alicia began to put her hand into the pocket where she kept the magic fishbone. "Papa," said she, "when we have tried very hard, and tried always, we must have done our very, very best?" "No doubt, Alicia." "When we have done our very, very best, papa, and that is not enough, then I think the right time must have come for asking help of others." This was the very secret connected with the magic fishbone, which she had found out for herself from the good fairy Grandmarina's words, and which she had so often whispered to her beautiful and fashionable friend, the Duchess. She took out of her pocket the magic fishbone that had been dried and rubbed and polished till it shone like mother of pearl, and she gave it one little kiss, and wished it was quarter day, and immediately it was quarter day, and the king's quarter salary came rattling down the chimney, and bounced in the middle of the floor. But this is not half of what happened. No, not a quarter. For immediately afterwards the good fairy Grandmarina came riding in a carriage and 4 peacocks, with Mr. Pickle's boy up behind, dressed in silver and gold, with a cocked hat, powdered hair, pink silk stockings, a jewelled cane, and a nosegay. Down jumped Mr. Pickle's boy, with his cocked hat in his hand, and wonderfully polite, being entirely changed by enchantment, and handed Grandmarina out, and there she stood, in her rich shot silk smelling of dry lavender, fanning herself with a sparkling fan. "Alicia, my dear," said this charming old fairy, "how do you do? I hope I see you pretty well. Give me a kiss." The Princess Alicia embraced her, And then Grandmarina turned to the king and said rather sharply, "Are you good?" The king said he hoped so. "I suppose you know the reason now why my goddaughter here," kissing the princess again, "did not apply to the fishbone sooner," said the fairy. The king made a shy bow. "Ah, but you didn't then," said the fairy. The king made a shyer bow. "Any more reasons to ask for?" said the fairy. The king said no, and he was very sorry. "Be good then," said the fairy, "and live happy ever afterwards." Then Grandmarina waved her fan, and the queen came in most splendidly dressed, and the 17 young princes and princesses, no longer grown out of their clothes, came in, newly fitted out from top to toe, with tucks and everything to admit its being let out. After that the fairy tapped the Princess Alicia with her fan, and the smothering coarse apron flew away, and she appeared exquisitely dressed, like a little bride, with a wreath of orange flowers and a silver veil. After that, the kitchen dresser changed of itself into a wardrobe, made of beautiful woods and gold and looking-glass, which was full of dresses of all sorts, all for her and all exactly fitting her. After that, the angelic baby came in, running alone, with his face and eye not a bit for the worse, but much better. Then Grandmarina begged to be introduced to the Duchess, and, when the Duchess was brought down, many compliments passed between them. A little whispering took place between the fairy and Duchess, and then the fairy said out loud, "Yes, I thought she might have told you." Grandmarina then turned to the king and queen and said, "We are going in search of Prince certain Personio. The pleasure of your company is requested at the church in half an hour precisely." So she and the Princess Alicia got into the carriage, and Mr. Picklesboy handed in the Duchess, who sat by herself on the opposite seat, and then Mr. Picklesboy put up the steps and got up behind, and the peacocks flew away with their tails behind. Prince certain Personio was sitting by himself, eating barley sugar and waiting to be 90. When he saw the peacocks, followed by the carriage, coming in at the window, it immediately occurred to him that something uncommon was about to happen. "Prince," said Grandmarina, "I bring you your bride." The moment the fairy said those words, Prince certain Personio's face left off being sticky, and his jacket and corduroys changed to peach bloom velvet, and his hair curled, and a cap and feather flew in like a bird and settled on his head. He got into the carriage by the fairy's invitation, and there he renewed his acquaintance with the Duchess, whom he had seen before. In the church were the prince's relations and friends, and the Princess Alicia's relations and friends, and the 17 princes and princesses, and the baby, and a crowd of the neighbors. The marriage was beautiful beyond expression. The Duchess was bridesmaid, and beheld the ceremony from the pulpit, where she was supported by the cushion of the desk. Grandmarina gave a magnificent wedding feast afterwards, in which there was everything and more to eat, and everything and more to drink. The wedding cake was delicately ornamented with white satin ribbons, frosted silver, and white lilies, and was 42 yards round. When Grandmarina had drunk her love to the young couple, and Prince certain Personio had made a speech, and everybody had cried, "Hip, hip, hip, hooray!" Grandmarina announced to the king and queen that in future there would be 8 quarter days in every year, except in leap year when there would be 10. She then turned to certain Personio and Alicia and said, "My dears, you will have 35 children, and they will all be good and beautiful. 17 of your children will be boys, and 18 will be girls. The hair of the whole of your children will curl naturally. They will never have the measles, and will have recovered from the whooping cough before being born." On hearing such good news, everybody cried out, "Hip, hip, hip, hooray!" again. "It only remains," said the Grandmarina in conclusion, "to make an end of the fishbone." So she took it from the hand of Princess Alicia, and it instantly flew down to the throat of a dreadful little snapping pug dog next door, and choked him, and he expired in convulsions. End of Romance from the pen of Miss Alice Rainbird, age 7. Recording by William Mansell, Atlanta, Georgia.
Section 3, A Coal Miner's Evidence from Household Words. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. A Coal Miner's Evidence by Charles Dickens. The common scene of action for our mortal enemy Death, in all his manifold shapes, whether of deep grief, slow pain, sudden terror, or prolonged and gentle decay, is upon the face and fabric of our Mother Earth. But every now and then we are startled by the intelligence of some dreadful loss of life, and loss even of numbers, from a blow dealt in the darkness of many 100 feet beneath the ground. The details of one of the last of these frightful events, together with some previous accidents of a similar kind in South Staffordshire and North Durham, we are enabled to lay before our readers in the words of a miner as related by himself. He was in the pit at the time of the recent explosion. We only omit such technical terms and local phraseology as would be unintelligible. The rest is all in his own language. I am a coal miner, as you see, and have been all my life. I was one of them as had the providential escape from the Sloughton colliery explosion, which all the newspapers, I'm told, are a-talking about just now. They may talk with good cause, but they don't know and cannot know what we suffered in our minds more than our bodies, we as survived to escape. I pray to my God night and day, and I am not much used to praying neither, that I may never again go through such a scene as that night was. Many a man prayed then, who had never thought of it much since he was by his mother's knee. Now I shall tell you what happened to us then as well as I can, for it was a dark and smoky business, you know, and not long a-doing till we got walled up in the ruin, and also, if you please to hear me begin my life a bit, of some things of the same kind that have happened to me afore. These explosions are nothing new to me. I have been all my life a miner, man and boy, now these 42 year, first at Bliston, now here in Durham. I must tell you all in my own way, from the beginning, only, as you write it down for me, just be so good as to make it all clear grammar-like and spelling, for I'm no great hand at that. I went down in the pit when I was 6 year old. My father and mother passed me off as 7 1/2, so they got my wages. I was employed in carrying picks, little short-handled pickaxes that hew down the coals, to be mended, and often carried 3 at a time. I got 2 and 6 a week. When I was a few months older, I was put to keep a trap door. At first they let me have a candle, but after a week they said I could sit just as well in the dark to attend to the trap. I sat in a little hole like a chimney place, cut in the coal. Sat in this way 12 hours a day, all in the dark. Not so very dull and lonesome as you'd suppose. A good deal of company coming and going all day. When the horse came with its empty basket and skip, he could open the door with a poke of his head, but when he came along with a load, I pulled it open by a string. He knowed all about it. I sat there with the string in my hand. For this work I had 8 a day. Some time after I was moved to a trap, where I always had to pull the door open, for the horse and tram empty or loaded, and then I got 10 a day. Besides the coming and going of the horses and men and boys, trappers have other amusement, or perhaps they might get very sad or go to sleep, and we often did, and got woke with a whip. This other amusement was often a cruel one. I was taught it by other boys. There were rats and mice in the pit as came down in the oats and hay, and they lived by stealing the candles, horses' food, and the bait bags of the men. I sometimes killed a rat with a large coal, but when I caught mice, I used to put the tails of 3 or 4 of them into a split stick, and then shake them together till they fought like mad. I always kept a bit of candle to see the sport by. Sorry I am to own it now I'm a man. There were also a great many jack-gnats and wood-lice and old 40-legs and black clocks, long-legged black beetles with horns. I was often cruel to the jack-gnats when they blistered me, and I used to try and make the clocks fight, but they soon shammed dead, and the old 40-legs always ran away. After about 1.5 years in this way, I was put to sweep the tram road and clear the rail with a wisp of hay and pick up coals off the road, and next they set me to walk with a candle before horses. The candles were short 16s. I was 8 years old now, and got 3 and 6 a week, which I took home to my mother. Before I was 9 years old, I had a bad accident from an explosion. The wildfire came running along a road and knocked itself out against the opposite end, just at the crossway where I was coming, which saved my life. But some of it reached me, and I lay ill 9 weeks. It was caused by a man opening the Davy lamp to prove to another that the gas about him was not so bad as he said. They had bedded a pot of beer on it. These sorts of doings are common enough, even when you hear the gas pitting in little explosions as it gets through into the lamp. I once heard a man, one of the undergoers, who was on his way to remove a pillar, complain that his Davy did not show light enough, so another man accompanied him with a lighted candle in his hand to help him see his work better. A dreadful explosion followed a few minutes after, and 9 men and 2 boys were killed. The 2 underneath, where the pillar was to be hewn away, were got out all black like coke and cinder. If they hadn't been Christians, there was no call to bury them, as far as their bodies were concerned, poor fellows. Wrong, too, for they caused the death of other poor fellows by their carelessness and folly. After my accident, I did not go down again in the pit for 6 months. I weren't strong enough. I drove a gin in the bank. The gin consists of a horse going in a circle and working a wheel that winds up or lets down loads into the pit. The work was not hard except in cold or wet weather, but then I often stood in a hovel by a fire and kept the old horse going by pelting him with small bits of coal to let him know I was there. I learnt to read at an evening school at this time, and to write a little too, but I've forgotten both since. When I next went down into the pit, I drew little wagons of coals with a girdle and chain. This is called hurrying. Hard work it was. The blisters were often as big as shillings and half-crown pieces. All full of water they were, and the blisters of one day were broken the next, and the girdle stuck to the wound. Sore work, I promise you, but I got 1 and 6 a day for it, and the last 3 months 2 shillings. After this I was hired to fold to my uncle, a young fellow of 19, who was a putter. Those who push the little wagons of coals along the tram rods are called putters, and when a young boy helps an elder, he is called his foal. When 2 boys of 14 or 15 years of age push together equally, they are called half-marrows. I was a foal for near a 12-month, and then a half-marrow, and got 12 and 6 a week. One day the buddy, overseer, sent us to a part of the mine where we had never been before. There was fire damp there, and it put out our candles, one after another, as fast as we lighted them, so we saw as it was not safe to try it on any longer, and we began to scramble our way back in the dark. Laughing we were a good deal, but we missed our way and got into an old working as had been abandoned for years, and got quite lost. We wandered about here 2 whole days and nights before we found our way out, and were nigh starved to death. I was strong of my age, and the Betty said I had some sense in me, and set me to use the pick sooner than is usual. In general, the miner does not use the pick and become a holer or undergoer, those who go into holes and undermine masses of coal, till he is 21. I was set to do this at 19, and earned 4 shillings a day, and sometimes more. Got badly burnt once at this work. I was lying in a new working where the air was bad, and I was obliged to use a Davy lamp. I had bought a new watch at Tipton, and I wanted to see what o'clock it was by it, else what was the use on it? And as I couldn't tell by the Davy, I just lifted off the top, and few went the gas, and scorched my face all over, so that the skin all peeled off. It was shocking to see. I was laid up with this for 2 months, and sarved me right, I say now, but it was hard to bear at the time. As for accidents from the explosion of gas, I say there's no help for them, and never can be, so far as the men themselves are concerned. I have been oftentimes very careless myself, as I've told you, and so are all miners, and always will be. You may cure the mine of gas, perhaps, but you'll never cure the men. Nor I don't well see how you're to cure the gas at all times, neither. When a heading, the working at the end of an excavation, is made up aslant, the gas collects in the upper end, and to disturb this gas, as you must do, and distribute it and drive it away, ain't no safe and easy matter, without a chance of a bit of an explosion or two. The worst time of all is when an uphill heading is united to another heading, for then you're almost certain to have a rush down of the gas, and if there's an uncovered light in the way, you're sure of an explosion. Well then, don't have a light in the way. On such occasions, make the juncture of the two headings in the dark. That's easy said, and so we are ordered, and so we ought to, but to get men to do it, that's the job. Besides, if it was all being done in the dark, a boy might come running that way with a lighted candle in his hand, a singing Susanna, and then where are you? You want to know if there's no authority and no order down in the mines, nobody to walk about and prevent accident from carelessness. Well, there's the buddy as gives out the work, and there's the doggy who is always a-walking about to see it done. But what's a man to miles and miles of darkness underground, with gas or bad air everywhere, and roof and walls always liable to fall in? The overlookers have enough to do to take care of themselves at times. Some years ago, 1838 about, at Tamworth, a buddy coming to his work in the morning walked right into the pit's mouth with 2 candles in his hand. And only t'other day, in one of our mines here, a doggy had his head blown off with the wildfire. It doesn't come of drink, this carelessness of the miners. It's just in our nature not to care, that's all. We do drink and eat, too, a good deal, but not in the mine. Our dinners there are not much, except on particular days when there is a feast. But when we come up from the pit, we have hot suppers at night in our cottages. The doctors say that a miner needs to eat near 3 times as much as a mechanic who sits at his work all day, and we do eat 3 times as much. We're not a drunken set of people, only on Mondays there's a many drunk, and not very handsome like on Tuesdays. We mostly lie in bed and sleep half Sundays. Some of us are teetotalers, but a very, very few. The Marquis o' Hastings, who's a great coal owner, once told a collier that he knew a miner who had never drunk a quart of beer in all his life put together, yet he had lived to the age of 90. But the collier said that if such a man without beer could live to be 90, if he had but drunk a quart of ale a day, he'd have lived forever. After I had been an undergoer 3 years, I had a large piece of coal fall upon me from the roof in one of the workings, which broke my leg. My mother was dead, and I was not married at the time, because the girl I should have married took up with somebody else. So I went to my sister to be nursed. She and her husband were going to live at Durham, and persuaded me, when I was well, to go along with them. I soon went down into the pit again, and used to earn 5 shillings a day. It was here that happened to me one of those very bad explosions I told you of when you first spoke to me about this last business. The one I now speak of was in the Willington colliery. It was in the Bensham seam of this colliery that the explosion I am going to tell on took place. It took place on the 19th of April, 1841, at a little arter 1 p.m. The Bensham seam lies about 140 fathoms from the surface. The coal is over 4 feet in thickness in most parts, and the pit is good 9 feet 4 wide from wall to wall. The coals are drawn up in iron cages, 2 tubs on each cage. The pit had been in work some time. We had advanced 280 yards from the bottom of the shaft. Besides this, there were 2 north headways, each 7 feet wide, which had advanced more than 200 yards. Holings were made between each of the headways for air. We had an upcast shaft, the Edward pit, by which the air ascended to the surface after ventilating all the workings. The current of air, you understand, descended by another shaft, as was called the Biggie pit. One current went one way, another current another. There was pains enough taken to give us wholesome air. It was at the west the explosion took place. I was at work with another man and a boy near 500 yards, reckoning ins and outs east of the shaft. A sudden rush of wind and dust came past us. It put out our candles. We knew directly there had been an explosion somewhere, and we ran along in the dark as fast as we could. We fell down several times, tumbling over stones and large pieces of coal or timber that had been shaken and blown out. When we got to the foot of the shaft, we found the iron cage stuck fast, all jammed with the explosion. But we made the signal, and another cage was lowered to us, into which we jumped, before it reached the bottom, by scrambling up the sides of the shaft. When we got to the bank, and had taken our breath a bit, we saw the chief viewer of the pit come running to us with his davy lamp. We each took a davy, and went down the pit to see who we could help. We knew there had been sad work among them. When we got down to the bottom of the shaft, we soon heard moans and groans. They were 2 lads, still alive. We got them hoisted up in the cage to the bank, but they lived a very little while. Soon after we found 2 more quite dead, shockingly burnt. We had not gone much further, when we found there had been a great fall of the roofing, and among the loose coals and stones and timbers we found a horse and a pony all mangled and singed. We now met the afterdamp, and were thinking of returning, when a groan made us go forward, and we brought out the body of a young man alive, but in such a state he couldn't be recognized. We now found that the doors of the trappers in several places had been blown out, and consequently the air currents had ceased to ventilate all the west and north workings, so that those who were there and had escaped the explosion would be likely to lose their lives by the afterdamp. A strange smell of burning now made us know that some other sort of fire was at work, and as we ran in the direction it smelt like burning straw, which told us it was the stables as had been taken fire, and sure enough, there they were all in thick yellow smoke and red flames. The horses were prancing wild about, and one, who was blind, got out and tore away, and killed himself by running against a wall. We all saw death before us, if we couldn't master this fire, because if it communicated with the workings in the west and the north, where the bad gas was, there would be another blow-up, worse than the first. Mr. Johnson, the viewer, acted like a man. We all gave our minds to the work, and succeeded in stopping out with wood and wet clay plaster the entrances to these workings. Fire engines were then got down, and we continued to pump at the stables and at the walls of coal which had took fire on each side, and after we had drenched them with water for several hours, the fire was put out. It took 13 hours and more to do this. The main currents of air were restored as usual, and we then continued our search for those who had suffered by the explosion. We found Robert Campbell and another man crushed and buried under a fall of stone, and William Coxon and Thomas Wood and Joseph Johnson all dead, but not burnt. It seemed as if they had got to this place and then been suffocated and poisoned by the afterdamp. Johnson had the top of a linen cap forced into his mouth to keep out the poison, but that was no use. A little further on we found 2 more men, and near them 3 little boys. Trappers they were, all burnt horrid. Some distance beyond, Thomas Bainbridge, James Lytle, and William Bower, together with 2 if not 3 more boys, who had been blown a long way, and also Robert Pearson and Richard Cooper, both very little boys, trappers. Up by the north heading we found the body of John Reed, the deputy who had charge of the pit, and also 5 others, some burnt, some mangled. The cause of this explosion, which cost all these lives, was traced, on examination of all signs and appearances, to the trapper boys Robert Pearson and Richard Cooper. Cooper's body was found away from his own trap and lying close beside that of Pearson, where we saw reasons for knowing he could not have been blown by the explosion, and all on us come to the conclusion that he had left his own trapdoor open and gone to play with Pearson. The proper course of the ventilation was thus destroyed, and when George Campbell, whose body was found near, went there with his candle to fill coals, the gas that had accumulated while the boys were at play instantly exploded. You are surprised that children should have charge of these air doors, on which the safety of the whole mine chiefly depends, but it has always been so. They are often trappers at 6 years of age. I was myself. 7 and 8 are the most common ages, sometimes 9. In course, the Queen's ministers don't know anything about these underground matters. Some gentlemen were sent to look after us about 8 years ago. They said the Queen sent 'em, and they came down among us in the pits and about on the bank, but I suppose they kept what they found to themselves, for here we are with our little trapper boys, and our explosions, and our burnt and mangled men, just as we have always been. It's a hard life, anyway. To be killed slap off is worst of all. Now, as to the dreadful explosion and loss of life that happened at Slough, I thought I could tell you all about it in some sort of order, but directly I begin to think about it, so many things come at once. It's not easy to think at all, or know what to say first. The overman had been out late on Sunday night. He went to the pit at 2 in the morning to see that all was safe. At 3 we all came to work, as 150 of us, men and boys, went down. One of the workings was new opened, and after being closed 13 years. A dangerous place, of course. One of the undergoers was sent in to remove the first pillar. I went to work with others at a good distance. We were at it about 2 hours, and then, all of a sudden, a rush of wind and coal dust cut by us, taking out all the candles, and there was a rumbling noise. We knew very well what it meant, and we all ran toward the shaft. As we ran, we came upon others in the dark, and others came rushing out upon us from the side workings, and all of us together ran in a crowd and crush along the dark ways in the directions of the shaft, and presently we found those who were foremost had fallen, and we got a sudden giddiness and gasping, so we knew we had met the choke damp. It's a deathly, sleepy sickness you feel, and sinking at the knees, only you're sure it's not the breath of sleep you're a-feeling, but you're breathing death. I called to those ahead to stop, and so did others near me, but many of them would go on, and down they went, one after the other. We felt the bad air couldn't be passed through, and we hurried backward in a worse disorder, if that's possible, than we had come on, and at last we all stopped in a scrambling crowd in a place where we found the air could be breathed. Here we remained. What a time it was, good Lord of heaven! At first the elder ones of us tried to keep some order and quiet the rest of us by telling them, as we'd knowed those on the bank, and plenty of others would be sure to know what had happened, and they'd soon come to help us. They would attend to this for a little, but soon they began to get wild and desperate, and so they went on crying out and shouting like mad, ending with a scream, until they were tired out. All this time many were down on their knees praying, and some lying about with their faces hid on the ground, and all of us expecting every minute another explosion, or else the advance of the after-damp would bring us certain destruction. And here we remained, hemmed round by the walls and by the after-damp, which we could no more get through than through the walls themselves. Hour after hour, every minute of which was a long torment of all sorts of things in ourselves, and in all those about us. I gave myself up for lost after the first hour. Then I took hope a little, but after more time had gone I gave up hoping, and was as bad as the rest. Still, as more time went on, I began to pick up a bit. I knowed our friends would help us if they could. But could they? That was the chance. And then again I fell into despair, and crouched down, and covered my face and head with my hands, and sat there a-trying to pray, and make my last peace with God, amidst all manner of cries, and loud praying, and miseries of despair, and madness of those huddling in the darkness all round me. Sometimes they got a little silent and solemn-like, and listened to the voice of one man who had never ceased to pray aloud all along. But presently somebody called out his wife's name. 2 or 3 cried out on their children, their mothers, the girls they were to be married to, and in a moment all again was wild cries and rushing about in the dark. You know how we were saved. A great part of the roofing had fallen with the explosion, and this had shut off the fire from us and the advance of the after-damp. Our friends made their way through the ruin, got fresh air into us, and helped us out. Some died from exhaustion when they reached the bank, But most of us recovered, to thank God again and again in the arms of our wives and relations, who were all standing in crowds to receive us. They had come from all parts round about. The bank was like a fair, only a different sort of merriness, and many had no cause. The grief of some was a sad sight for any man. 25 had been killed, some crushed, some burnt to a black cinder, so that they couldn't be told, some torn all in pieces, their limbs being found in different places, and the head of Anderson flung into a horse tub, and the rest stamped to death. We think the explosion was caused by the gas from the old working, now opened after being closed 13 years. Some noise made the undergoer go to this place, and instead of taking his Davy lamp, he ran there with a lighted candle in his hand. He and the man who was at work there we found near each other, all black and mutilated. He was a mere body of cinder, and was only known by a little book in his pocket, as escaped. The Queen's gentlemen, when they came down here among us, said they could mend these things, but they haven't, you see. We think the Queen wasn't told. An effectual remedy for these horrible accidents is indeed most difficult to devise, for even if the government instituted a system of police inspection, it would require one officer at least to be constantly perambulating the dark roads and byways of every mine, and still, as the miner whose evidence we have just read very truly says, an explosion might be caused by a moment's carelessness at one end of a mine, while the authority was at the other. To us there appears no other chance of a remedy so good as this. First, most stringent laws as to the proper ventilation of mines. Secondly, a system of government inspection, extending to that of frequent visits by day and night, at times not known to the masters or miners. And thirdly, a regular system of registration of all accidents that occur in mines, especially as regards defective machinery and the explosion of gases. This system of registration has been put in operation with respect to the factories, with very good effect. No child can receive an injury which disables it from work for a fortnight without a report of the same, under penalty of a heavy fine on the mill owner being sent to the inspector of the district. The publicity caused by this has brought the question so continually into notice, that the force of public opinion has operated most beneficially in reducing the number of accidents. If, then, a system of inspections and registration has been found necessary with regard to works above ground, where the difficulty of concealment must be so great, how much more necessary is it in works conducted hundreds of feet or fathoms underground, where almost any recklessness or gross abuse may be committed with impunity, because unknown, and where none of its wrong-doings come to light except with these terrific explosions and waste of industrious human lives. End of A Coal Miner's Evidence, from Household Words by Charles Dickens. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 4. Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2, Section 4 by Charles Dickens. Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy. Chapter 1. Mrs. Lirriper relates how she went on and went over. Ah, it's pleasant to drop into my own easy chair, my dear, though a little palpitating, what with trotting upstairs, and what with trotting down, and why kitchen stairs should all be corner stairs is for the builders to justify, though I do not think they fully understand their trade, and never did. Else why the sameness, and why not more conveniences and fewer draughts, and likewise making a practice of laying the plaster on too thick, I am well convinced, which holds the damp, and as to chimney pots, putting them on by guesswork like hats at a party, and no more knowing what their effect will be upon the smoke, bless you, than I do, if so much.
except that it will mostly be either to send it down your throat in a straight form or give it a twist before it goes there. And what I says, speaking as I find of those new metal chimneys, all manner of shapes, there's a row of 'em at Miss Woolsingham's lodging house lower down on the other side of the way, is that they only work your smoke into artificial patterns for you before you swallow it, and that I'd quite as soon swallow mine plain, the flavor being the same, not to mention the conceit of putting up signs on the top of your house to show the forms in which you take your smoke into your inside. Being here before your eyes, my dear, in my own easy chair, in my own quiet room, in my own lodging house, No. 81, Norfolk Street, Strand, London, situated midway between the city and St. James, if anything is where it used to be with these hotels calling themselves limited, but called unlimited by Major Jackman, rising up everywhere and rising up into flagstaffs where they can't go any higher. But my mind of those monsters is, give me a landlord's or landlady's wholesome face when I come off a journey, and not a brass plate with an electrified number clicking out of it, which it's not in nature can be glad to see me, and to which I don't want to be hoisted like molasses at the docks and left there telegraphing for help with the most ingenious instruments, but quite in vain. Being here, my dear, I have no call to mention that I am still in the lodgings as a business, hoping to die in the same, and if agreeable to the clergy, partly read over at St. Clement's Danes, and concluded in Hatfield churchyard when lying once again by my poor Lirriper. Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. Neither should I tell you any news, my dear, in telling you that the Major is still a fixture in the parlors, quite as much so as the roof of the house, and that Jemmy is of boys the best and brightest, and has ever kept from him the cruel story of his poor, pretty young mother, Mrs. Edson, being deserted in the second floor and dying in my arms, fully believing that I am his born gran, and him an orphan, though what with engineering, since he took a taste for it, and him and the Major making locomotives out of parasols, broken iron pots, and cotton reels, and them absolutely a getting off the line and falling over the table and injuring the passengers almost equal to the originals, it really is quite wonderful. And when I says to the Major, "Major, can't you by any means give us a communication with the guard?" the Major says, quite huffy, "No, madam, it's not to be done." And when I says, "Why not?" the Major says, "That is between us who are in the railway interest, madam, and our friend the Right Honorable Vice President of the Board of Trade." And if you'll believe me, my dear, the Major wrote to Jemmy at school to consult him on the answer I should have before I could even get that amount of unsatisfactoriness out of the man. The reason being that, when we first began with the little model, and the working signals beautiful and perfect, being in general as wrong as the real, and when I says, laughing, "What appointment am I to hold in this undertaking, gentlemen?" Jemmy hugs me round the neck and tells me, dancing, "You shall be the public gran," and consequently they put upon me just as much as ever they like, and I sit a-growling in my easy-chair. My dear, whether it is that a grown man as clever as the Major cannot give half his heart and mind to anything, even a plaything, but must get into it right down earnest with it, whether it is so or whether it is not so, I do not undertake to say. But Jemmy is far outdone by the serious and believing ways of the Major in the management of the United Grand Junction Lirriper and Jackman Great Norfolk parlor line. For, says my Jemmy, with the sparkling eyes when it was christened, "We must have a whole mouthful of name, Gran, or our dear old public," and there the young rogue kissed me, "won't stump up." So the public took the shares, 10 at 9 pence, and immediately when that was spent, 12 preference at 1 and 6 pence, and they were all signed by Jemmy and countersigned by the Major, and between ourselves much better worth the money than some shares I have paid for in my time. In the same holidays the line was made and worked and opened, and ran excursions, and had collisions, and burst its boilers, and all sorts of accidents and offences, all most regular, correct, and pretty. The sense of responsibility entertained by the Major has a military style of station master, my dear, starting the down train behind time, and ringing one of those little bells that you buy with the little coal scuttles off the tray round the man's neck in the street, did him honor. But noticing the Major of a night when he was writing out his monthly report to Jemmy at school of the state of the rolling stock and the permanent way, and all the rest of it, the whole kept upon the Major's sideboard and dusted with his own hands every morning before varnishing his boots, I noticed him as full of thought and care as full can be, and frowning in a fearful manner. But indeed the Major does nothing by halves, as witness his great delight in going out surveying with Jemmy when he has Jemmy to go with, carrying a chain and a measuring tape, and driving I don't know what improvements right through Westminster Abbey, and fully believed in the streets to be knocking everything upside down by Act of Parliament, as please heaven will come to pass when Jemmy takes to that as a profession. Mentioning my poor Lirriper brings into my head his own youngest brother, the doctor, though doctor of what I am sure I would be hard to say unless liquor, for neither physic nor music nor yet law does Joshua Lirriper know a morsel of, except continually being summoned to the county court, and having orders made upon him, which he runs away from, and once was taken in the passage of this very house with an umbrella up and the Major's hat on, giving his name with the doormat round him as Sir Johnson Jones, K.C.B., in spectacles, residing at the Horse Guards, on which occasion he had got into the house not a minute before through the girl letting him on the mat, and he sent in a piece of paper twisted more like one of those spills for lighting candles than a note, offering me the choice between 30 shillings in hand and his brains on the premises, marked immediate and waiting for an answer. My dear, it gave me such a dreadful turn to think of the brains of my poor dear Lirriper's own flesh and blood flying about the new oilcloth, however unworthy to be so assisted, that I went out of my room here to ask him what he would take once for all not to do it. For life, when I found him in the custody of 2 gentlemen that I should have judged to be in the feather-bed trade if they had not announced the law, so fluffy were their personal appearance. "Bring your chain, sir," says Joshua to the littlest of the 2 in the biggest hat. "Rivet on my fetters." Imagine my feelings when I pictured him clanking up Norfolk Street in irons, and Miss Woolsingham looking out of window. "Gentlemen," I says, all of a tremble and ready to drop, "please to bring him into Major Jackman's apartments." So they brought him into the parlors, and when the Major spies his own curly-brimmed hat on him, which Joshua Lirriper had whipped off its peg in the passage for a military disguise, he goes into such a tearing passion that he tips it off his head with his hand and kicks it up to the ceiling with his foot, where it grazed long afterwards. "Major," I says, "be cool and advise me what to do with Joshua, my dead and gone Lirriper's own youngest brother." "Madam," says the Major, "my advice is that you board and lodge him in a powder mill, with a handsome gratuity to the proprietor when exploded." "Major," I says, "as a Christian you cannot mean your words." "Madam," says the Major, "by the Lord I do." And indeed the Major, besides being with all his merits a very passionate man for his size, had a bad opinion of Joshua, on account of former troubles, even unattended by his liberties taken with his apparel. When Joshua Lirriper hears this conversation betwixt us, he turns upon the littlest one with the biggest hat, and says, "Come, sir, remove me to my vile dungeon. Where is my mouldy straw?" My dear, at the picture of him rising in my mind dressed almost entirely in padlocks, like Baron Trennick in Jemmy's book, I was so overcome that I burst into tears, and I says to the Major, "Major, take my keys and settle with these gentlemen, or I shall never know a happy minute more," which was done several times both before and since. But still I must remember that Joshua Lirriper has his good feelings, and shows them in being always so troubled in his mind when he cannot wear mourning for his brother. Many a long year have I left off my widow's mourning, not being wishful to intrude. But the tender point in Joshua that I cannot help a little yielding to is, when he writes, One single sovereign would enable me to wear a decent suit of mourning for my much-loved brother. I vowed at the time of his lamented death that I would ever wear sables in memory of him. But alas, how short-sighted is man! How keep that vow when penniless? It says a good deal for the strength of his feelings that he couldn't have been 7-year-old when my poor Lirriper died, and to have kept to it ever since is highly creditable. But we know there's good in all of us, if we only knew where it was in some of us. And though it was far from delicate in Joshua to work upon the dear child's feelings when first sent to school, and write down into Lincolnshire for his pocket money by return of post, and got it, still he is my poor Lirriper's own youngest brother, and mightn't have meant not paying his bill at the Salisbury Arms, when his affection took him down to stay a fortnight at Hertford churchyard, and might have meant to keep sober but for bad company. Consequently, if the Major had played on him with the garden engine, which he got privately into his room without my knowing of it, I think that much as I should have regretted it, there would have been words betwixt the Major and me. Therefore, my dear, though he played on Mr. Buffle by mistake, being hot in his head, and though it might have been misrepresented down at Woolsingham's into not being ready for Mr. Buffle in other respects, he being the assessed taxes, still I do not so much regret it as perhaps I ought. And whether Joshua Lirriper will yet do well in life I cannot say. But I did hear of his coming out of a private theatre in the character of a bandit, without receiving any offers afterwards from the regular managers. Mentioning Mr. Buffle gives an instance of there being good in persons where good is not expected, for it cannot be denied that Mr. Buffle's manners, when engaged in his business, were not agreeable. To collect is one thing, and to look about as if suspicious of the goods being gradually removing in the dead of the night by a back door is another. Over taxing you have no control, but suspecting is voluntary. Allowances, too, must ever be made for a gentleman of the Major's warmth, not relishing being spoke to with a pen in his mouth. And while I do not know that it is more irritable to my own feelings to have a low-crowned hat with a broad brim kept on indoors than any other hat, still I can appreciate the Major's. Besides which, without bearing malice or vengeance, the Major is a man that scores up arrears, as his habit always was with Joshua Lirriper. So at last, my dear, the Major lay in wait for Mr. Buffle, and it worried me a good deal. Mr. Buffle gives his rap of 2 sharp knocks one day, and the Major bounces to the door. "Collector has called for 2 quarters assessed taxes," says Mr. Buffle. "They are ready for him," says the Major, and brings him in here. But on the way Mr. Buffle looks about him in his usual suspicious manner, and the Major fires and asks him, "Do you see a ghost, sir?" "No, sir," says Mr. Buffle. "Because I have before noticed you," says the Major, "apparently looking for a spectre very hard beneath the roof of my respected friend. When you find that supernatural agent, be so good as to point him out, sir." Mr. Buffle stares at the Major and then nods at me. "Mrs. Lirriper, sir," says the Major, going off into a perfect steam and introducing me with his hand. "Pleasure of knowing her," says Mr. Buffle. "Ahem! Jemmy Jackman, sir," says the Major, introducing himself. "Honor of knowing you by sight," says Mr. Buffle. "Jemmy Jackman, sir," says the Major, wagging his head sideways in a sort of obstinate fury, "presents to you his esteemed friend, that lady Mrs. Emma Lirriper of 81 Norfolk Street, Strand, London, in the county of Middlesex, in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland." "Upon which occasion, sir," says the Major, "Jemmy Jackman takes your hat off." Mr. Buffle looks at his hat, where the Major drops it on the floor, and he picks it up and puts it on again. "Sir," says the Major, very red and looking him full in the face, "there are 2 quarters of the gallantry taxes due, and the collector has called." Upon which, if you can believe my words, my dear, the Major drops Mr. Buffle's hat off again. This Mr. Buffle begins very angry, with his pen in his mouth, when the Major, steaming more and more, says, Take your bit out, sir, or by the whole infernal system of taxation of this country, and every individual figure in the national debt, I'll get upon your back and ride you like a horse." Which it's my belief he would have done, and even actually jerking his neat little legs ready for a spring as it was. "This," says Mr. Buffle without his pen, "is an assault, and I'll have the law of you." "Sir," replies the Major, "if you are a man of honor, your collector of whatever may be due on the honorable assessment, by applying to Major Jackman at the parlors, Mrs. Lirriper's lodgings, may obtain what he wants in full at any moment." When the Major glared at Mr. Buffle with those meaning words, my dear, I literally gasped for a teaspoonful of sal volatile in a wineglass of water, and I says, "Pray let it go no further, gentlemen, I beg and beseech of you." But the Major could be got to do nothing else but snort long after Mr. Buffle was gone, and the effect it had upon my whole mass of blood when, on the next day of Mr. Buffle's rounds, the Major spruced himself up and went humming a tune up and down the street, with one eye almost obliterated by his hat, that there are not expressions in Johnson's dictionary to state. But I safely put the street door on the jar, and got behind the Major's blinds with my shawl on and my mind made up, the moment I saw danger, to rush out screeching till my voice failed me, and catch the Major round the neck till my strength went, and have all parties bound. I had not been behind the blinds a quarter of an hour when I saw Mr. Buffle approaching with his collecting books in his hand. The Major likewise saw him approaching, and hummed louder, and himself approached. They met before the airy railings. The Major takes off his hat at arm's length, and says, "Mr. Buffle, I believe?" Mr. Buffle takes off his hat at arm's length, and says, "That's my name, sir." Says the Major, "Have you any commands for me, Mr. Buffle?" Says Mr. Buffle, "Not any, sir." Then, my dear, both of 'em bowed very low and haughty, and parted. And whenever Mr. Buffle made his rounds in future, him and the Major always met and bowed before the airy railings, putting me much in mind of Hamlet and the other gentlemen in mourning before killing one another, though I could have wished the other gentlemen had done it fairer, and even, if less polite, no poison. Mr. Buffle's family were not liked in this neighborhood, for when you are a householder, my dear, you'll find it does not come by nature to like the assessed, and it was considered besides that a one-horse phaeton ought not to have elevated Mrs. Buffle to that height, especially when purloined from the taxes, which I myself did consider uncharitable. But they were not liked, and there was that domestic unhappiness in the family, in consequence of their both being very hard with Miss Buffle and one another, on account of Miss Buffle's favoring Mr. Buffle's articled young gentleman, that it was whispered that Miss Buffle would go either into a consumption or a convent, she being so very thin and off her appetite, and two close-shaved gentlemen with white bands round their necks peeping round the corner whenever she went out, in waistcoats resembling black pinafores. So things stood toward Mr. Buffle when one night I woke by a frightful noise and a smell of burning, and going to my bedroom window saw the whole street in a glow. Fortunately we had 2 sets empty just then, and before I could hurry on some clothes, I heard the Major hammering at the attic's doors and calling out, "Dress yourselves! Fire! Don't be frightened! Fire! Collect your presence of mind! Fire! All right! Fire!" most tremendously. As I opened my bedroom door, the Major came tumbling in over himself and me, and caught me in his arms. "Major," I says, breathless, "where is it?" "I don't know, dearest madam," says the Major. "Fire!" "Jemmy Jackman will defend you to the last drop of his blood." "Fire!" "If the dear boy was at home, what a treat this would be for him." "Fire!" And altogether very collected and bold, except that he couldn't say a single sentence without shaking me to the very center with roaring "Fire!" We ran down to the drawing-room and put our heads out of window, and the Major calls to an unfeeling young monkey scampering by, be joyful and ready to split, "Where is it? Fire!" The monkey answers without stopping. Oh, here's a lark. Old Buffle's been setting his house alight to prevent it being found out that he boned the taxes. Hurrah! Fire! And then the sparks came flying up, and the smoke came pouring down, and the crackling of flames, and spatting of water, and banging of engines, and hacking of axes, and breaking of glass, and knocking at doors, and the shouting and crying and hurrying in the heat, and altogether gave me a dreadful palpitation. "Don't be frightened, dearest madam," says the Major. "Fire!" "There's nothing to be alarmed at." "Fire!" "Don't open the street door till I come back." "Fire!" "I'll go and see if I can be of any service." "Fire!" "You're quite composed and comfortable, ain't you?" "Fire! Fire! Fire!" It was in vain for me to hold the man and tell him he'd be galloped to death by the engines, pumped to death by his overexertions, wet feeted to death by the slop and mess, flattened to death when the roofs fell in. His spirit was up, and he went scampering off after the young monkey with all the breath he had and none to spare, and me and the girls huddled together at the parlor windows looking at the dreadful flames above the houses over the way, Mr. Buffle's being round the corner. Presently what should we see but some people running down the street straight to our door, and then the Major directing operations in the busiest way, and then some more people, and then, carried in a chair similar to Guy Fawkes, Mr. Buffle in a blanket. My dear, the Major has Mr. Buffle brought up our steps and whisked into the parlor and carted out on the sofy, and then he and all the rest of them, without so much as a word, burst away again full speed, leaving the impression of a vision, except for Mr. Buffle awful in his blanket with his eyes a-rolling. In a twinkling they all burst back again with Mrs. Buffle in another blanket, which whisked in and carted out on the sofy. They all burst off again, and all burst back again with Miss Buffle in another blanket, which again whisked in and carted out. They all burst off again, and all burst back again with Mr. Buffle's articled young gentleman in another blanket, him a-holding round the necks of two men carrying him by the legs, similar to the picture of the disgraceful creature who had lost the fight, but where the chair I do not know, and his hair having the appearance of newly played upon. When all four of a row, the Major rubs his hands and whispers me with what little hoarseness he can gather, "If our dear remarkable boy was only at home, what a delightful treat this would be for him." My dear, we made them some hot tea and toast, and some hot brandy and water with a little comforting nutmeg in it, and at first they were scared and low in their spirits, but being fully insured, got sociable. And the first use Mr. Buffle made of his tongue was to call the Major his preserver and his best of friends, and to say, "My forever dearest sir, let me make you known to Mrs. Buffle," which also addressed him as her preserver and her best of friends, and was fully as cordial as the blanket would admit of. Also Miss Buffle. The articled young gentleman's head was a little light, and he sat moaning, "Robina is reduced to cinders, Robina is reduced to cinders," which went more to the heart on account of his having got wrapped in his blanket, as if he was looking out of a violin cellar case, until Mr. Buffle says, "Robina, speak to him." Miss Buffle says, "Dear George," and but for the Major pouring down brandy and water on the instant, which caused a catching in his throat owing to the nutmeg, and a violent fit of coughing, it might have proved too much for his strength. When the articled young gentleman got the better of it, Mr. Buffle leaned up against Mrs. Buffle, being two bundles, a little while in confidence, and then says with tears in his eyes, which the Major, noticing, wiped, "We have not been an united family. Let us after this danger become so. Take her, George." The young gentleman could not put his arm out far to do it, but his spoken expressions were very beautiful, though of a wandering class, and I do not know that I ever had a much pleasanter meal than the breakfast we took together after we had all dozed, when Miss Buffle made tea very sweetly in quite the Roman style, as depicted formerly at Covent Garden Theatre, and when the whole family was most agreeable, as they have ever proved since that night, when the Major stood at the foot of the fire escape and claimed them as they came down, the young gentleman head foremost, which accounts, And though I do not say that we should be less liable to think ill of one another if strictly limited to blankets, still I do say that we might most of us come to a better understanding if we kept one another less at a distance. Why, there's Wozenham's Lower down on the other side of the street. I had a feeling of much soreness several years respecting what I must still ever call Miss Wozenham's systematic underbidding, and the likeness of the house in Bradshaw having far too many windows, and a most umbrageous and outrageous oak which never yet was seen in Norfolk Street, nor yet a carriage and four at Wozenham's door, which it would have been far more to Bradshaw's credit to have a drawn cab. This frame of mind continued bitter down to the very afternoon in January last, when one of my girls, Sally Rariganu, which I still suspect of Irish extraction, though family represented Cambridge, else why abscond with a bricklayer of the Limerick persuasion, and be married in patterns, not waiting till his black eye was decently got round, with all the company 14 in number, and one horse fighting outside on the roof of the vehicle? I repeat, my dear, my ill-regulated state of mind toward Miss Wozenham continued down to the very afternoon of January last past, when Sally Rariganu came banging, I can use no milder expression, into my room with a jump which may be Cambridge and may not, and said, "Hurroo, missus! Miss Wozenham's sold up!" My dear, when I had it thrown in my face and conscience that the girl Sally had reason to think I could be glad of the ruin of a fellow creature, I burst into tears and dropped back in my chair, and I says, "I am ashamed of myself." Well, I tried to settle to my tea, but I could not do it, what with thinking of Miss Wozenham and her distresses. It was a wretched night, and I went up to a front window and looked over at Wozenham's, and as well as I could make it out down the street in the fog, it was the dismalest of the dismal, and not a light to be seen. So at last I say to myself, this will not do, and I puts on my oldest bonnet and shawl, not wishing Miss Wozenham to be reminded of my best at such a time. And lo and behold I goes over to Wozenham's and knocks. "Miss Wozenham at home?" I says, turning my head when I heard the door go. And then I saw it was Miss Wozenham herself who had opened it, and sadly worn she was, poor thing, and her eyes all swelled and swelled with crying. "Miss Wozenham," I says, "it is several years since there was a little unpleasantness betwixt us on the subject of my grandson's cap being down your airy. I have overlooked it, and I hope you have done the same." "Yes, Mrs. Lirriper," she says in a surprise, "I have." "Then, my dear," I says, "I should be glad to come in and speak a word to you." Upon calling her my dear, Miss Wozenham breaks out a crying most pitiful, and a not unfeeling elderly person, that might have been better shaved, in a nightcap, with a hat over it, offering a polite apology for the mumps having worked themselves into his constitution, and also for sending home to his wife on the bellows, which was in his hand as a writing-desk, looks out of the back parlour and says, "The lady wants a word of comfort," and goes in again. So I was able to say quite natural, "Wants a word of comfort, does she, sir? Then please the pig, she shall have it." And Miss Wozenham and me, we go into the front room with a wretched light that seems to have been crying too, and was sputtering out, and I says, "Now, my dear, tell me all." And she wrings her hands and says, "Oh, Mrs. Lirriper, that man is in possession here, and I have not a friend in the world who is able to keep me with a shilling." It doesn't signify a bit what a talkative old body like me said to Miss Wozenham when she said that. And so I'll tell you instead, my dear, that I'd have given 30 shillings to have taken her over to tea, only I dursn't on account of the Major. Not, you see, but what I knew I could draw the Major out like thread, and wind him round my finger on most subjects, and perhaps even on that, if I was to set myself to it. But him and me had so often belied Miss Wozenham to one another, that I was shamefaced, and I knew she had offended his pride, and never mine. And likewise I felt timid that the Rariganu girl might make things awkward. So I says, "My dear, if you could give me a cup of tea to clear my muddle of a head, I should better understand your affairs." And we had the tea, and the affairs too, and after all it was but £40, and there, she's as industrious and straight a creetur as ever lived, and has paid back half of it already, and where's the use of saying more, particularly when it ain't the point? For the point is, that when she was a-kissing my hands, and holding them in hers, and kissing them again, and blessing, I cheered up at last, and I says, "Why, what a waddling old goose I have been, my dear, to take you for something so very different." "Ah, but I too," says she. "How have I mistaken you?" "Come, for goodness' sake tell me," I says, "what you thought of me." "Oh," says she, "I thought you had no feeling for such a hard hand-to-mouth life as mine, and were rolling in affluence." I says, shaking my sides, and very glad to do it, for I had been a-choking quite long enough, "Only look at my figure, my dear, and give me your opinion whether, if I was in affluence, I should be likely to roll in it." That did it. We got as merry as grigs, whatever they are, if you happen to know, my dear, I don't. And I went home to my blessed home, as happy and as thankful as could be. But before I make an end of it, think even of my having misunderstood the Major. Yes, for next forenoon the Major came into my little room with his brushed hat in his hand, and he begins, "My dearest madam," and then put his face in his hat as if he had just come into church. As I sat all in amaze, he came out of his hat and began again, "My esteemed and beloved friend," and then went into his hat again. "Major," I cries out frightened, "has anything happened to our darling boy?" "No, no, no," says the Major, "but Miss Woolsingham has been here this morning to make her excuses to me, and by the Lord, I can't get over what she told me." "Hoity-toity, Major," I says, "you don't know yet that I was afraid of you last night, and didn't think half as well of you as I ought. So come out of church, Major, and forgive me like a dear old friend, and I'll never do so any more. And I leave you judge, my dear, whether I ever did or will." And how affecting to think of Miss Woolsingham, out of her small income and her losses, doing so much for her poor old father, and keeping a brother that had had the misfortune to soften his brain against the hard mathematics, as neat as a new pin in the 3 back represented to lodgers as a lumber room, and consuming a whole shoulder of mutton whenever provided. And now, my dear, I really am a-going to tell you about my legacy, if you're inclined to favor me with your attention. And I did fully intend to have come straight to it, only one thing does so bring up another. It was the month of June, and the day before Midsummer Day, when my girl Winifred Madgers, she was what is termed a Plymouth sister, and the Plymouth brother that made away with her was quite right, for a tidier young woman for a wife never came into a house, and afterwards called with the beautifulest Plymouth twins. It was the day before Midsummer Day when Winifred Madgers comes and says to me, "A gentleman from the Councils wishes particular to speak to Mrs. Lirriper." If you'll believe me, my dear, the Councils at the bank where I have a little matter for Jemmy got into my head, and I says, "Good gracious, I hope he ain't had any dreadful fall." Says Winifred, "He don't look as if he had, ma'am." And I says, "Show him in." The gentleman came in dark, with his hair cropped what I should consider too close, and he says very polite, "Madame Lirriper?" I says, "Yes, sir. Take a chair." "I come," says he, "from the French Councils." So I saw at once that it wasn't the Bank of England. "We have received," says the gentleman, turning his R's very curious and skilful, "from the Mairie at Sens, a communication which I will have the honor to read. Madame Lirriper understands French?" "Oh dear no," says I, "Madame Lirriper don't understand anything of the sort." "It matters not," says the gentleman, "I will translate." With that, my dear, the gentleman, after reading something about a department and a Marie, which, Lord forgive me, I supposed till the Major came home was Mary, and never was I more puzzled than to think how that young woman came to have so much to do with it, translated a lot with the most obliging pains, and it came to this, that in the town of Sens in France an unknown Englishman lay a-dying, that he was speechless and without motion, that in his lodging there was a gold watch, and a purse containing such and such money, and a trunk containing such and such clothes, but no passport, and no papers, except that on his table was a pack of cards, and that he had written in pencil on the back of the ace of hearts, "To the authorities. When I am dead, pray send what is left as a last legacy to Mrs. Lirriper, 81 Norfolk Street, Strand, London." When the gentleman had explained all this, which seemed to be drawn up much more methodical than I should have given the French credit for, not at that time knowing the nation, he put the document into my hand, and much the wiser I was for that, you may be sure, except that it had the look of being made out upon grocery paper, and was stamped all over with eagles. "Does Madame Lirriper," says the gentleman, "believe she recognizes her unfortunate compatriot?" You may imagine the flurry it put me into, my dear, to be talked to about my compatriots. I says, "Excuse me, would you have the kindness, sir, to make your language as simple as you can? This Englishman unhappy at the point of death, this compatriot afflicted," says the gentleman. "Thank you, sir," I says, "I understand you now. Now, sir, I have not the least idea who this can be. Has Madame Lirriper no son, no nephew, no godson, no friend, no acquaintance of any kind in France?" "To my certain knowledge," says I, "no relation or friend, and to the best of my belief no acquaintance." "Pardon me, you take locataires?" said the gentleman. My dear, fully believing he was offering me something with his obliging foreign manners, snuff for anything I knew, I gave a little bend of my head, and I says, if you credit it, "No, I thank you, I have not contracted the habit." The gentleman looks perplexed, and says, "Lodgers?" "Oh," says I, laughing, "bless the man, why, yes, to be sure." "May it not be a former lodger?" says the gentleman, "some lodger that you pardoned some rent?" "You have pardoned lodgers some rent?" "Hem, it has happened, sir," says I, "but I assure you I can call to mind no gentleman of that description that this is at all likely to be." In short, my dear, we could make nothing of it, and the gentleman noted down what I said and went away. But he left me the paper, of which he had two with him, and when the major came in, I says to the major, as I put it in his hand, "Major, here's old Moore's Almanac, with the hieroglyphic complete, for your opinion." It took the major a little longer to read than I should have thought, judging from the copious flow with which he seemed to be gifted when attacking the organ men, but at last he got through it, and stood a-gazing at me in amazement. "Major," I says, "you're paralyzed." "Madam," says the major, "Jemmy Jackman is doubled up." Now, it did so happen that the major had been out to get a little information about railroads and steamboats, as our boy was coming home for his midsummer holidays next day, and we were going to take him somewhere for a treat and a change. So while the major stood a-gazing, it came into my head to say to him, "Major, I wish you'd go and look at some of your books and maps, and see whereabouts that same town of Sens is in France." The major, he roused himself, and he went into the parlors, and he poked about a little, and he came back to me and says, "Sens, my dearest madam, is 70-odd miles south of Paris." With what I may truly call a desperate effort, "Major," I says, "we'll go there with our blessed boy." If ever the major was beside himself, it was at the thought of that journey. All day long he was like the wild man of the woods after meeting with an advertisement in the papers telling him something to his advantage. And early next morning hours, before Jemmy could possibly come home, he was outside in the street ready to call out to him that we was all a-going to France. Young Rosy Cheeks, you may believe, was as wild as the major, and they did carry on to that degree that I says, "If you two children ain't more orderly, I'll pack you both off to bed." And then they fell to cleaning up the major's telescope to see France with, and went out and bought a leather bag with a snap to hang round Jemmy, and him to carry the money like little Fortunatus with his purse. End of Section 4, Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy, Part 1. Recording by Joyce Martin.
Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Andy. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy, by Charles Dickens. If I hadn't passed my word and raised their hopes, I doubt if I could have gone through with the undertaking. But it was too late to go back now. So on the second day after Midsummer Day, we went off by the morning mail. And when we came to the sea, which I had never seen but once in my life, and that when my poor Lirriper was courting me, the freshness of it, and the deepness, and the airiness, and to think that it had been rolling ever since, and that it was always a rolling, and so few of us minding, made me feel quite serious. But I felt happy too, and so did Jemmy and the Major, and not much motion on the whole, though me with a swimming in the head and a sinking, but able to take notice that the foreign insides appeared to be constructed hollower than the English, leading to much more tremendous noises when bad sailors. But, my dear, the blueness, and the lightness, and the coloured look of everything, and the very sentry-boxes striped, and the shining rattling drums, and the little soldiers with their waists and tidy gaiters, when we got across to the continent, it made me feel as if, I don't know what, as if the atmosphere had been lifted off me. And as to lunch, why, bless you, if I kept a man-cook and 2 kitchen-maids, I couldn't get it done for twice the money, and no injured young woman a-glaring at you and grudging you and acknowledging your patronage, by wishing that your food might choke you, but so civil and so hot and attentive and every way comfortable, except Jemmy pouring wine down his throat by tumblersful, and me expecting to see him drop under the table. And the way in which Jemmy spoke his French was a real charm. It was often wanted of him, for whenever anybody spoke a syllable to me, I says, "Non comprenny, you're very kind, but it's no use. Now, Jemmy." And then Jemmy he fires away at 'em lovely, the only thing wanting in Jemmy's French being as it appeared to me that he hardly ever understood a word of what they said to him, which made it scarcely of the use it might have been, though in other respects a perfect native, and regarding the Major's fluency, I should have been of the opinion, judging French by English, that there might have been a greater choice of words in the language, though still I must admit that if I hadn't known him when he asked a military gentleman in a grey cloak what o'clock it was, I should have took him for a Frenchman born. Before going on to look after my legacy, we were to make one regular day in Paris, and I leave you to judge, my dear, what a day that was with Jemmy and the Major, and the telescope and me, and the prowling young man at the inn-door, but very civil too, that went along with us to show the sights. All along the railway to Paris, Jemmy and the Major had been frightening me to death by stooping down on the platforms at stations, to inspect the engines underneath their mechanical stomachs, and by creeping in and out I don't know where all to find improvements for the United Grand Junction parlour, but when we got out into the brilliant streets on a bright morning, they gave up all their London improvements as a bad job, and gave their minds to Paris. Says the prowling young man to me, "Will I speak English? No." So I says, "If you can, young man, I shall take it as a favour." But after half an hour of it, when I fully believed the man had gone mad, and me too, I says, "Be so good as fall back on your French, sir," knowing that then I shouldn't have the agonies of trying to understand him, which was a happy release. Not that I lost much more than the rest either, for I generally noticed that when he had described something very long indeed, and I says to Jemmy, "What does he say, Jemmy?" Jemmy says, looking with vengeance in his eye, he is so jolly indistinct, and that when he had described it longer all over again, and I says to Jemmy, "Well, Jemmy, what's it all about?" Jemmy says, "He says the building was repaired in 1704, Gran." Wherever that prowling young man formed his prowling habits, I cannot be expected to know. But the way in which he went round the corner while we had our breakfasts, and was there again when we swallowed the last crumb, was most marvellous. And just the same at dinner and at night, prowling equally at the theatre and the inn-gateway and the shop-doors when we bought a trifle or two, and everywhere else but troubled with a tendency to spit. And of course Paris, I can tell you no more, my dear, than its town and country both in one, and carved stone and long streets of high houses and gardens and fountains and statues and trees and gold, and immensely big soldiers and immensely little soldiers, and the pleasantest nurses with the whitest caps, a-playing at skipping rope with the bunchiest babies in the flattest caps, and clean tablecloths spread everywhere for dinner, and people sitting out of doors smoking and sipping all day long, and little plays being acted in the open air for little people, and every shop a complete and elegant room, and everybody seeming to play at everything in this world. And as to the sparkling lights, my dear, after dark, glittering high up and low down and on before and on behind and all around, and the crowd of theatres and the crowd of people and the crowd of all sorts, it's pure enchantment. And pretty well the only thing that grated on me was that whether you pay your fare at the railway, or whether you change your money at a money-dealer's, or whether you take your ticket at the theatre, the lady or gentleman is caged up, I suppose by government, behind the strongest iron bars, having more of a zoological appearance than a free country. Well, to be sure, when I did, after all, get my precious bones to bed that night, and my young rogue came in to kiss me and asks, "What do you think of this lovely, lovely Paris, Gran?" I says, "Jemmy, I feel as if it was beautiful fireworks being let off in my head." And very cool and refreshing the pleasant country was next day, when we went on to look after my legacy, and rested me much, and did me a deal of good. So at length and at last, my dear, we come to Sens, a pretty little town, with a great two-towered cathedral, and the rooks flying in and out of the loopholes, and another tower atop of one of the towers, like a sort of a stone pulpit. In which pulpit, with the birds skimming below him, if you'll believe me, I saw a speck, while I was resting at the inn before dinner, which they made signs to me was Jemmy, and which really was. I had been a-fancying, as I sat down in the balcony of the hotel, that an angel might light there and call down to the people to be good, but I little thought what Jemmy, all unknown to himself, was a-calling down from that high place to some one in the town. The pleasantest situated inn, my dear, right under the two towers, with their shadows a-changing upon it all day, like a kind of a sundial, and country people driving in and out of the courtyard in carts and hooded cabriolets and such like, and a market outside in front of the cathedral, and all so quaint and like a picture. The Major and me agreed that whatever came of my legacy, this was the place to stay in for our holiday, and we also agreed that our dear boy had best not be checked in his joy that night by the sight of the Englishman, if he was still alive, but that we would go together and alone. For you are to understand that the Major, not feeling himself quite equal in his wind to the height to which Jemmy had climbed, had come back to me and left him with the guide. So after dinner, when Jemmy had set off to see the river, the Major went down to the Mairie, and presently came back with a military character, in a sword and spurs, and a cocked hat, and a yellow shoulder-belt, and long tags about him that he must have found inconvenient. And the Major says that Englishman still lies in the same state, dearest madam. This gentleman will conduct us to his lodging. Upon which the military character pulled off his cocked hat to me, and I took notice that he had shaved his forehead in imitation of Napoleon Bonaparte, but not like. We went out at the courtyard gate, and past the great doors of the cathedral, and down a narrow high street, where the people were sitting chatting at their shop doors, and the children were at play. The military character went in front, and he stopped at a pork shop with a little statue of a pig sitting up in the window, and a private door that a donkey was looking out of. When the donkey saw the military character, he came slipping out on the pavement to turn round, and then clattered along the passage into a backyard. So, the coast being clear, the Major and me were conducted up the common stair, and into the front room on the second, a bare room with a red tiled floor, and the outside lattice blinds pulled close to darken it. As the military character opened the blinds, I saw the tower, where I had seen Jemmy, darkening as the sun got low, and I turned to the bed by the wall, and saw the Englishman. It was some kind of brain fever he had had, and his hair was all gone, and some wetted folded linen lay upon his head. I looked at him very attentive as he lay there, all wasted away, with his eyes closed, and I says to the Major, "I never saw this face before." The Major looked at him very attentive too, and he says, "I never saw this face before." When the Major explained our words to the military character, that gentleman shrugged his shoulders, and showed the Major the card on which it was written about the legacy for me. It had been written with a weak and trembling hand in bed, and I knew no more of the writing than of the face. Neither did the Major. Though lying there alone, the poor creature was as well taken care of as could be hoped, and would have been quite unconscious of anyone sitting by him then. I got the Major to say that we were not going away at present, and that I would come back tomorrow and watch a bit by the bedside. But I got him to add, and I shook my head hard to make it stronger, "We agree that we never saw this face before." Our boy was greatly surprised when we told him, sitting out in the balcony in the starlight, and he ran over some of those stories of former lodgers of the Major's putting down, and asked wasn't it possible that it might be this lodger or that lodger? It was not possible, and we went to bed. In the morning, just at breakfast time, the military character came jingling round, and said that the doctor thought from the signs he saw there might be some rally before the end. So I says to the Major and Jemmy, "You two boys go and enjoy yourselves, and I'll take my prayer book and go sit by the bed." So I went, and I sat there some hours, reading a prayer for him, poor soul, now and then, and it was quite on in the day when he moved his hand. He had been so still that the moment he moved I knew of it, and I pulled off my spectacles and laid down my book and rose and looked at him. From moving one hand he began to move both, and then his action was the action of a person groping in the dark. Long after his eyes had opened there was a film over them, and he still felt for his way out into light. But by slow degrees his sight cleared and his hands stopped. He saw the ceiling, he saw the wall, he saw me. As his sight cleared, mine cleared too, and when at last we looked in one another's faces, I started back, and I cries passionately, "Oh, you wicked, wicked man! Your sin has found you out!" For I knew him, the moment life looked out of his eyes, to be Mr. Edson, Jemmy's father, who had so cruelly deserted Jemmy's young unmarried mother, who had died in my arms, poor tender creature, and left Jemmy to me. "You cruel, wicked man! You bad, black traitor!" With the little strength he had, he made an attempt to turn over on his wretched face to hide it. His arm dropped out of the bed, and his head with it, and there he lay before me, crushed in body and in mind, surely the miserablest sight under the summer sun. "Oh, blessed heaven," I says, a-crying, "teach me what to say to this broken mortal. I am a poor sinful creature, and the judgment is not mine." As I lifted my eyes up to the clear bright sky, I saw the high tower where Jemmy had stood above the birds, seeing that very window, and the last look of that poor pretty young mother, when her soul brightened and got free, seemed to shine down from it. "Oh, man, man, man," I says, and I went on my knees beside the bed, "if your heart is rent asunder, and you are truly penitent for what you did, our Saviour will have mercy on you yet." As I leaned my face against the bed, his feeble hand could just move itself enough to touch me. I hope the touch was penitent. It tried to hold my dress and keep hold, but the fingers were too weak to close. I lifted him back upon the pillows, and I says to him, "Can you hear me?" He looked yes. "Do you know me?" He looked yes, even yet more plainly. "I am not here alone. The Major is with me. You recollect the Major?" Yes, that is to say, he made out yes, in the same way as before. "And even the Major and I are not alone. My grandson," his godson, "is with us. Do you hear? My grandson." The fingers made another trial to catch my sleeve, but could only creep near it and fall. "Do you know who my grandson is?" Yes. I pitied and loved his lonely mother. When his mother lay a-dying, I said to her, "My dear, this baby is sent to a childless old woman. He has been my pride and joy ever since. I love him as dearly as if he had drunk from my breast. Do you ask to see my grandson before you die?" Yes. show me, when I leave off speaking, if you correctly understand what I say. He has been kept unacquainted with the story of his birth. He has no knowledge of it, no suspicion of it. If I bring him here to the side of this bed, he will suppose you to be a perfect stranger. It is more than I can do to keep from him the knowledge that there is such wrong and misery in the world. But that it was ever so near him in his innocent cradle I have kept from him, and I do keep from him, and I ever will keep from him, for his mother's sake and for his own. He showed me that he distinctly understood, and the tears fell from his eyes. Now rest, and you shall see him. So I got him a little wine and some brandy, and I put things straight about his bed. But I began to be troubled in my mind lest Jemmy and the Major might be too long of coming back. What with this occupation for my thoughts and hands, I didn't hear a foot upon the stairs, and was startled when I saw the Major stopped short in the middle of the room by the eyes of the man upon the bed, and knowing him then as I had known him a little while ago. There was anger in the Major's face, and there was horror and repugnance, and I don't know what. So I went up to him, and I led him to the bedside, and when I clasped my hands and lifted of them up, the Major did the like. "O Lord," I says, "Thou knowest what we two saw together of the sufferings and sorrows of that young creature now with thee. If this dying man is truly penitent, we two together humbly pray thee to have mercy on him." The Major says, "Amen." And then, after a little stop, I whispers him, "Dear old friend, fetch our beloved boy." And the Major, so clever as to have got to understand it all without being told a word, went away and brought him. Never, never, never shall I forget the fair, bright face of our boy when he stood at the foot of the bed looking at his unknown father. And oh, so like his dear young mother then. "Jemmy," I says, "I have found out all about this poor gentleman who is so ill, and he did lodge in the old house once. And as he wants to see all belonging to it, now that he is passing away, I sent for you." "Ah, poor man," says Jemmy, stepping forward and touching one of his hands with great gentleness. "My heart melts for him. Poor, poor man." The eyes that were so soon to close for ever turned to me, and I was not that strong in the pride of my strength that I could resist them. "My darling boy, there is a reason in the secret history of this fellow creature lying as the best and worst of us must all lie one day, which I think would ease his spirit in his last hour, if you would lay your cheek against his forehead and say, 'May God forgive you.'" "Oh, Gran," says Jemmy with a full heart, "I am not worthy." But he leaned down and did it. Then the faltering fingers made out to catch hold of my sleeve at last, and I believe he was a-trying to kiss me when he died. There, my dear. There you have the story of my legacy in full, and it's worth 10 times the trouble I have spent upon it, if you are pleased to like it. You might suppose that it set us against the little French town of Sens, but no, we didn't find that. I found myself that I never looked up at the high tower atop of the other tower, but the days came back again when that fair young creature with her pretty bright hair trusted in me like a mother, and the recollection made the place so peaceful to me as I can't express. And every soul about the hotel, down to the pigeons in the courtyard, made friends with Jemmy and the Major, and went lumbering away with them on all sorts of expeditions, in all sorts of vehicles, drawn by rampageous cart-horses, with heads and without, mud for paint and ropes for harness, and every new friend dressed in blue like a butcher, and every new horse standing on his hind legs, wanting to devour and consume every other horse, and every man that had a whip to crack, 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 cracking it, as if it was a schoolboy with his first. As to the Major, my dear, that man lived the greater part of his time with a little tumbler in one hand and a bottle of small wine in the other, and whenever he saw anybody else with a little tumbler, no matter who it was, the military character with the tags, or the inn-servants at their supper in the courtyard, or townspeople a-chatting on a bench, or country people a-starting home after market, down rushes the Major to clink his glass against their glasses and cry, "Hola! Vive somebody!" or "Vive something," as if he was beside himself. And though I could not quite approve of the Major's doing it, still the ways of the world are the ways of the world, varying according to the different parts of it, and dancing at all in the open square with a lady that kept a barber's shop, my opinion is that the Major was right to dance to his best and to lead off with a power that I did not think was in him, though I was a little uneasy at the barricading sound of the cries that were set up by the other dancers and the rest of the company, until when I says, "What are they ever calling out, Jemmy?" Jemmy says, "They're calling out, Gran, Bravo, the military English! Bravo, the military English!" which was very gratifying to my feelings as a Briton, and became the name the Major was known by. But every evening at a regular time we all three sat out in the balcony of the hotel at the end of the courtyard, looking up at the golden and rosy light as it changed on the great towers, and looking at the shadows of the towers as they changed on all about us, ourselves included. And what do you think we did there? My dear, if Jemmy hadn't brought some other of those stories of the Major's taking down from the telling of former lodgers at 81 Norfolk Street, and if he didn't bring 'em out with this speech, "Here you are, Gran. Here you are, godfather. More of 'em. I'll read. And though you wrote 'em for me, godfather, I know you won't disapprove of my making 'em over to Gran, will you?" "No, my dear boy," says the Major. "Everything we have is hers, and we are hers." "Hers ever affectionately and devotedly, J. Jackman and J. Jackman Lirriper," cries the young rogue, giving me a close hug. "Very well then, godfather. Look here. As Gran is in the legacy way just now, I shall make these stories a part of Gran's legacy. I'll leave 'em to her. What do you say, godfather?" "Hip, hip, hurrah!" says the Major. "Very well then," cries Jemmy, all in a bustle. "Vive the military English! Vive the Lady Lirriper! Vive the Jemmy Jackman ditto! Vive the legacy! Now you look out, Gran, and you look out, godfather. I'll read, and I'll tell you what I'll do besides. On the last night of our holiday here, when we are all packed and going away, I'll top up with something of my own." "Mind you do, sir," says I. Chapter 2. Mrs. Lirriper relates how Jemmy topped up. Well, my dear, and so the evening readings of those jottings of the Major's brought us round at last to the evening, when we were all packed and going away next day, and I do assure you that by that time, though it was deliciously comfortable to look forward to the dear old house in Norfolk Street again, I had formed quite a high opinion of the French nation, and had noticed them to be much more homely and domestic in their families, and far more simple and amiable in their lives, than I had ever been led to expect. And it did strike me, between ourselves, that in one particular they might be imitated to advantage by another nation, which I will not mention, and that is in the courage with which they take their little enjoyments, on little means and with little things, and don't let solemn bigwigs stare them out of countenance, or speechify them dull, of which said solemn bigwigs I have ever had the one opinion that I wish they were all made comfortable separately in coppers with the lids on, and never let out any more. "Now, young man," I says to Jemmy, when we brought our chairs into the balcony that last evening, "you please to remember who was to top up." "All right, Gran," says Jemmy. "I am the illustrious personage." But he looked so serious after he had made me that light answer, that the Major raised his eyebrows at me, and I raised mine at the Major. "Gran and godfather," says Jemmy, "you can hardly think how much my mind has run on Mr. Edson's death." It gave me a little check. "Ah, it was a sad scene, my love," I says, "and sad remembrances come back stronger than merry. But this," I says after a little silence, to rouse myself and the Major and Jemmy all together, "is not topping up. Tell us your story, my dear." "I will," says Jemmy. "What is the date, sir?" says I. "Once upon a time when pigs drank wine?" "No, Gran," says Jemmy, still serious. "Once upon a time when the French drank wine." Again I glanced at the Major, and the Major glanced at me. "In short, Gran and godfather," says Jemmy, looking up, "the date is this time, and I'm going to tell you Mr. Edson's story." The flutter that it threw me into, the change of colour on the part of the Major! That is to say, you understand, our bright-eyed boy says, I am going to give you my version of it. I shall not ask whether it's right or not, firstly, because you said you knew very little about it, Gran, and secondly, because what little you did know was a secret. I folded my hands in my lap, and I never took my eyes off Jemmy as he went running on. The unfortunate gentleman, Jemmy commences, who is the subject of our present narrative, was the son of somebody, and was born somewhere, and chose a profession somehow. It is not with those parts of his career that we have to deal, but with his early attachment to a young and beautiful lady. I thought I should have dropped. I durstn't look at the Major, but I know what his state was without looking at him. The father of our ill-starred hero, says Jemmy, copying, as it seemed to me, the style of some of his story-books, was a worldly man, who entertained ambitious views for his only son, and who firmly set his face against the contemplated alliance with a virtuous but penniless orphan. Indeed, he went so far as roundly to assure our hero that unless he weaned his thoughts from the object of his devoted affection, he would disinherit him. At the same time, he proposed as a suitable match the daughter of a neighbouring gentleman of a good estate, who was neither ill-favoured nor unamiable, and whose eligibility in a pecuniary point of view could not be disputed. But young Mr. Edson, true to the first and only love that had inflamed his breast, rejected all considerations of self-advancement, and, deprecating his father's anger in a respectful letter, ran away with her. My dear, I had begun to take a turn for the better, but when it came to the running away, I began to take another turn for the worse. The lovers, says Jemmy, fled to London, and were united at the altar of St. Clement's Danes, and it is at this period of their simple but touching story that we find them inmates of the dwelling of a highly respected and beloved lady of the name of Gran, residing within 100 miles of Norfolk Street. I felt that we were almost safe now. I felt that the dear boy had no suspicion of the bitter truth, and I looked at the Major for the first time and drew a long breath. The Major gave me a nod. Our hero's father, Jemmy goes on, proving implacable and carrying his threat into unrelenting execution, the struggles of the young couple in London were severe, and would have been far more so, but for their good angels having conducted them to the abode of Mrs. Gran, who, divining their poverty, in spite of their endeavours to conceal it from her, by 1,000 delicate arts smoothed their rough way and alleviated the sharpness of their first distress. Here Jemmy took one of my hands in one of his, and began marking the turns of his story by making me give a beat from time to time upon his other hand. After a while they left the house of Mrs. Gran, and pursued their fortunes through a variety of successes and failures elsewhere. But in all reverses, whether for good or evil, the words of Mr. Edson to the fair young partner of his life were, "Unchanging love and truth will carry us through all." My hand trembled in the dear boy's. Those words were so woefully unlike the fact. "Unchanging love and truth," says Jemmy over again, as if he had a proud kind of a noble pleasure in it, "will carry us through all." Those were his words. And so they fought their way, poor but gallant and happy, until Mrs. Edson gave birth to a child. "A daughter," I says. "No," says Jemmy, "a son." And the father was so proud of it that he could hardly bear it out of his sight. But a dark cloud overspread the scene. Mrs. Edson sickened, drooped, and died. "Ah, sickened, drooped, and died," I says. And so Mr. Edson's only comfort, only hope on earth, and only stimulus to action was his darling boy. As the child grew older, he grew so like his mother that he was her living picture. It used to make him wonder why his father cried when he kissed him. But unhappily he was like his mother in constitution as well as in face, and lo, died too before he had grown out of childhood. Then Mr. Edson, who had good abilities, in his forlornness and despair threw them all to the winds. He became apathetic, reckless, lost. Little by little he sank down, 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 until at last he almost lived, I think, by gaming, and so sickness overtook him in the town of Sens in France, and he lay down to die. But now that he laid him down when all was done, and looked back upon the green past beyond the time when he had covered it with ashes, he thought gratefully of the good Mrs. Gran, long lost sight of, who had been so kind to him and his young wife in the early days of their marriage, and he left the little that he had as a last legacy to her, and she, being brought to see him, at first no more knew him than she would know from seeing the ruin of a Greek or Roman temple, what it used to be before it fell. But at length she remembered him, and then he told her with tears of his regret for the misspent part of his life, and besought her to think it as mildly of it as she could, because it was the poor fallen angel of his unchanging love and constancy after all. And because she had her grandson with her, and he fancied that his own boy, if he had lived, might have grown to be something like him, he asked her to let him touch his forehead with his cheek, and say certain parting words. Jemmy's voice sank low when it got to that, and tears filled my eyes and filled the Major's. "You little conjurer," I says, "how did you ever make it all out? Go in and write it every word down, for it's a wonder." Which Jemmy did, and I have repeated it to you, my dear, from his writing. Then the Major took my hand and kissed it, and said, "Dearest madam, all has prospered with us." "Ah, Major," I says, drying my eyes, "we needn't have been afraid. We might have known it. Treachery don't come natural to beaming youth, but trust and pity, love and constancy, they do, thank God." End of Mrs. Lirriper's Legacy. Recording by Ann D.
3 Detective Anecdotes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ruth Golding. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. 3 Detective Anecdotes from reprinted pieces by Charles Dickens. 1. The Pair of Gloves. "It's a singular story, sir," said Inspector Weald of the Detective Police, who, in company with Sergeants Daunton and Myth, paid us another twilight visit one July evening. "And I've been thinking you might like to know it. It's concerning the murder of the young woman Eliza Grimwood some years ago over in the Waterloo Road. She was commonly called the Countess because of her handsome appearance and her proud way of carrying of herself, and when I saw the poor Countess, I had known her well to speak to, lying dead with her throat cut on the floor of her bedroom, you'll believe me that a variety of reflections calculated to make a man rather low in his spirits came into my head. That's neither here nor there. I went to the house the morning after the murder and examined the body, and made a general observation of the bedroom where it was. Turning down the pillow of the bed with my hand, I found underneath it a pair of gloves, a pair of gentlemen's dress gloves, very dirty, and inside the lining the letters T.R. and a cross. Well, sir, I took them gloves away, and I showed them to the magistrate over at Union Hall, before whom the case was. He says, "Weald," he says, "there's no doubt this is a discovery that may lead to something very important. And what you have got to do, Weald, is to find out the owner of these gloves." I was of the same opinion, of course, and I went at it immediately. I looked at the gloves pretty narrowly, and it was my opinion that they had been cleaned. There was a smell of sulphur and rosin about 'em, you know, which cleaned gloves usually have, more or less. I took 'em over to a friend of mine at Kennington who was in that line, and I put it to him. "What do you say now? Have these gloves been cleaned?" "These gloves have been cleaned," says he. "Have you any idea who cleaned them?" says I. "Not at all," says he. "I've a very distinct idea who didn't clean 'em, and that's myself. But I'll tell you what, Weald, there ain't above 8 or 9 regular glove cleaners in London." There were not at that time, it seems, and I think I can give you their addresses, and you may find out by that means who did clean 'em. Accordingly, he gave me the directions, and I went here and I went there, and I looked up this man and I looked up that man, but though they all agreed that the gloves had been cleaned, I couldn't find the man, woman, or child that had cleaned that aforesaid pair of gloves. What with this person not being at home, and that person being expected home in the afternoon, and so forth, the inquiry took me 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, coming over Waterloo Bridge from the Surrey side of the river, quite beat and very much vexed and disappointed, I thought I'd have a shilling's worth of entertainment at the Lyceum Theatre to freshen myself up. So I went into the pit at half price, and I sat myself down next to a very quiet, modest sort of young man. Seeing I was a stranger, which I thought it just as well to appear to be, he told me the names of the actors on the stage, and we got into conversation. When the play was over, we came out together, and I said, "We've been very companionable and agreeable, and perhaps you wouldn't object to a drain." "Well, you're very good," says he. "I shouldn't object to a drain." Accordingly, we went to a public house near the theatre, sat ourselves down in a quiet room upstairs on the 1st floor, and called for a pint of half and half apiece and a pipe. Well, sir, we put our pipes aboard, and we drank our half and half, and sat a-talking very sociably, when the young man says, "You must excuse me stopping very long," he says, "because I'm forced to go home in good time. I must be at work all night." "At work all night?" says I. "You ain't a baker?" "No," he says, laughing, "I ain't a baker." "I thought not," says I. "You haven't the looks of a baker." "No," says he, "I'm a glove cleaner." I never was more astonished in my life than when I heard them words come out of his lips. "You're a glove cleaner, are you?" says I. "Yes," he says, "I am." "Then perhaps," says I, taking the gloves out of my pocket, "you can tell me who cleaned this pair of gloves. It's a rum story," I says. "I was dining over at Lambeth the other day at a free and easy, quite promiscuous, with a public company, when some gentleman he left these gloves behind him. Another gentleman and me, you see, we laid a wager of a sovereign that I couldn't find out who they belonged to. I've spent as much as 7 shillings already in trying to discover, but if you could help me, I'd stand another 7 and welcome. You see, there's TR and a cross inside." "I see," he says. "Bless you, I know these gloves very well. I've seen dozens of pairs belonging to the same party." "No," says I. "Yes," says he. "Then you know who cleaned 'em?" says I. "Rather so," says he. "My father cleaned 'em." "Where does your father live?" says I. "Just round the corner," says the young man, "near Exeter Street here. He'll tell you who they belong to directly." "Would you come round with me now?" says I. "Certainly," says he. "But you needn't tell my father that you found me at the play, you know, because he mightn't like it." "All right." We went round to the place, and there we found an old man in a white apron, with 2 or 3 daughters, all rubbing and cleaning away at lots of gloves in a front parlour. "Oh, father," says the young man, "here's a person been and made a bet about the ownership of a pair of gloves, and I've told him you can settle it." "Good evening, sir," says I to the old gentleman. "Here's the gloves your son speaks of. Letters TR, you see, and a cross." "Oh, yes," he says. "I know these gloves very well. I've cleaned dozens of pairs of 'em. They belong to Mr. Trinkle, the great upholsterer in Cheapside." "Did you get 'em from Mr. Trinkle direct?" says I, "if you'll excuse my asking the question." "No," says he. "Mr. Trinkle always sends 'em to Mr. Phibbs's, the haberdasher's, opposite his shop, and the haberdasher sends 'em to me." "Perhaps you wouldn't object to a drain?" says I. "Not in the least," says he. So I took the old gentleman out, and had a little more talk with him and his son over a glass, and we parted excellent friends. This was late on a Saturday night, First thing on Monday morning I went to the haberdasher's shop opposite Mr. Trinkle's, the great upholsterer's in Cheapside. Mr. Phibbs in the way?"
"My name is Phibbs."
"Oh, I believe you sent this pair of gloves to be cleaned."
"Yes, I did, for young Mr. Trinkle over the way. There he is, in the shop."
"Oh, that's him in the shop, is it? Him in the green coat?"
"The same individual."
"Well, Mr. Phibbs, this is an unpleasant affair, but the fact is I am Inspector Weald of the Detective Police, and I found these gloves under the pillow of the young woman that was murdered the other day over in the Waterloo Road."
"Good heaven!"
says he.
"He's a most respectable young man, and if his father was to hear of it, it would be the ruin of him."
"I'm very sorry for it," says I, "but I must take him into custody."
"Good heaven!"
says Mr. Phibbs again.
"Can nothing be done?"
"Nothing," says I.
"Will you allow me to call him over here?"
says he.
"That his father may not see it done?"
"I don't object to that," says I, "but unfortunately, Mr. Phibbs, I can't allow of any communication between you. If any was attempted, I should have to interfere directly. Perhaps you'll beckon him over here?" Mr. Phibbs went to the door and beckoned, and the young fellow came across the street directly, a smart, brisk young fellow. "Good morning, sir," says I. "Good morning, sir," says he. "Would you allow me to inquire, sir," says I, "if you ever had any acquaintance with a party of the name of Grimwood?" Grimwood, says he. "No." "You know the Waterloo Road?" "Ah, of course I know the Waterloo Road." "Happen to have heard of a young woman being murdered there?" "Yes, I read it in the paper, and very sorry I was to read it." "Here's a pair of gloves belonging to you that I found under her pillow the morning afterwards." He was in a dreadful state, sir, a dreadful state. "Mr. Weald," he says, "'pon my solemn oath, I never was there. I never so much as saw her, to my knowledge, in my life." "I am very sorry," says I. "To tell you the truth, I don't think you are the murderer, but I must take you to Union Hall in a cab. However, I think it's a case of that sort that at present, at all events, the magistrate will hear it in private." A private examination took place, and then it came out that this young man was acquainted with a cousin of the unfortunate Eliza Grimwood, and that calling to see this cousin a day or two before the murder, he left these gloves upon the table. Who should come in shortly afterwards but Eliza Grimwood. "Whose gloves are these?" she says, taking 'em up. "Those are Mr. Trinkle's gloves," says her cousin. "Oh," says she, "they are very dirty, and of no use to him, I'm sure. I shall take 'em away for my girl to clean the stoves with." And she put 'em in her pocket. The girl had used 'em to clean the stoves, and I have no doubt had left 'em lying on the bedroom mantelpiece, or on the drawers, or somewhere, and her mistress, looking round to see that the room was tidy, had caught 'em up and put 'em under the pillow, where I found 'em. That's the story, sir. 2. The Artful Touch. "One of the most beautiful things that ever was done, perhaps," said Inspector Weald, emphasizing the adjective as preparing us to expect dexterity or ingenuity rather than strong interest, "was a move of Sergeant Witcham's. It was a lovely idea. Witcham and me were down at Epsom one Derby Day, waiting at the station for the swell mob. As I mentioned when we were talking about these things before, we are ready at the station when there's races, or an agricultural show, or a chancellor sworn in for an university, or Jenny Lind, or anything of that sort, and as the swell mob come down we send 'em back again by the next train. But some of the swell mob on the occasion of this derby that I refer to so far kidded us as to hire a horse and shay, start away from London by Whitechapel, and miles round, come into Epsom from the opposite direction and go to work right and left on the course while we were waiting for 'em at the rail. That, however, ain't the point of what I'm going to tell you. While Witchem and me were waiting at the station, there comes up one Mr. Tatt, a gentleman formerly in the public line, quite an amateur detective in his way and very much respected. "Hello, Charlie Weald," he says. "What are you doing here? On the lookout for some of your old friends?" "Yes, the old move, Mr. Tatt." "Come along," he says, "you and Witchem, and have a glass of sherry." "We can't stir from the place," says I, "till the next train comes in, but after that we will with pleasure." Mr. Tatt waits, and the train comes in, and then Witchem and me go off with him to the hotel. Mr. Tatt, he's got up quite regardless of expense for the occasion, and in his shirt front there's a beautiful diamond prop, cost him £15 or £20, a very handsome pin indeed. We drink our sherry at the bar, and have had our 3 or 4 glasses when Witchem cries suddenly, "Look out, Mr. Weald, stand fast!" and a dash is made into the place by the swell mob, 4 of 'em, that have come down, as I tell you, and in a moment Mr. Tatt's prop is gone. Witchem, he cuts 'em off at the door. I lay about me as hard as I can. Mr. Tatt shows fight like a good 'un, and there we are, all down together, heads and heels, knocking about on the floor of the bar. Perhaps you never see such a scene of confusion. However, we stick to our men, Mr. Tatt being as good as any officer, and we take 'em all and carry 'em off to the station. The station's full of people who have been took on the course, and it's a precious piece of work to get 'em secured. However, we do it at last, and we search 'em, but nothing's found upon 'em, and they're locked up. And a pretty state of heat we're in by that time, I assure you. I was very blank over it myself to think that the prop had been passed away, and I said to Witchem, when we had set 'em to rights and were cooling ourselves along with Mr. Tatt, "We don't take much by this move anyway, for nothing's found upon 'em, and it's only the braggadocio after all." "What do you mean, Mr. Weald?" says Witchem. "Here's the diamond pin." And in the palm of his hand there it was, safe and sound. "Why, in the name of wonder," says me and Mr. Tatt in astonishment, "how did you come by that?" "I'll tell you how I came by it," says he. "I saw which of 'em took it, and when we were all down on the floor together, knocking about, I just gave him a little touch on the back of his hand, as I knew his pal would, and he thought it was his pal, and gave it me. It was beautiful, beautiful. Even that was hardly the best of the case, for that chap was tried at the Quarter Sessions at Guildford. You know what Quarter Sessions are, sir? Well, if you'll believe me, while them slow justices were looking over the Acts of Parliament to see what they could do to him, I'm blowed if he didn't cut out of the dock before their faces. He cut out of the dock, sir, then and there, swam across a river and got up into a tree to dry himself. In the tree he was took, an old woman having seen him climb up, and Witchem's artful touch transported him. 3. The Sofa.
"What young men will do sometimes to ruin themselves and break their friends' hearts," said Sergeant Daunton. "It's surprising. I had a case at St. Blank's Hospital which was of this sort. A bad case indeed, with a bad end. The secretary and the house surgeon and the treasurer of St. Blank's Hospital came to Scotland Yard to give information of numerous robberies having been committed on the students. The students could leave nothing in the pockets of their greatcoats while the greatcoats were hanging at the hospital, but it was almost certain to be stolen. Property of various descriptions was constantly being lost, and the gentlemen were naturally uneasy about it, and anxious, for the credit of the institution, that the thief or thieves should be discovered. The case was entrusted to me, and I went to the hospital. Now, gentlemen, said I, after we had talked it over, I understand this property is usually lost from one room. Yes, they said it was. I should wish, if you please, said I, to see the room. It was a good-sized, bare room downstairs, with a few tables and forms in it, and a row of pegs all round for hats and coats. Next, gentlemen, said I, do you suspect anybody? Yes, they said, they did suspect somebody. They were sorry to say they suspected one of the porters. I should like, said I, to have that man pointed out to me, and to have a little time to look after him. He was pointed out, and I looked after him, and then I went back to the hospital and said, now, gentlemen, it's not the porter. He's, unfortunately for himself, a little too fond of drink, but he's nothing worse. My suspicion is that these robberies are committed by one of the students. And if you'll put me a sofa into that room where the pegs are, as there's no closet, I think I shall be able to detect the thief. I wish the sofa, if you please, to be covered with chintz or something of that sort, so that I may lie on my chest underneath it without being seen. The sofa was provided, and next day at 11 o'clock, before any of the students came, I went there with those gentlemen to get underneath it. It turned out to be one of those old-fashioned sofas with a great cross-beam at the bottom that would have broken my back in no time if I could ever have got below it. We had quite a job to break all this away in the time. However, I fell to work, and they fell to work, and we broke it out and made a clear place for me. I got under the sofa, lay down on my chest, took out my knife, and made a convenient hole in the chintz to look through. It was then settled between me and the gentleman that when the students were all up in the wards, one of the gentlemen should come in and hang up a greatcoat on one of the pegs, and that greatcoat should have in one of the pockets a pocket-book containing marked money. After I'd been there some time, the students began to drop into the room by ones and twos and threes, and to talk about all sorts of things, little thinking there was anybody under the sofa, and then to go upstairs. At last there came in one who remained until he was alone in the room by himself. A tallish, good-looking young man of 21 or 22, with a light whisker. He went to a particular hat peg, took off a good hat that was hanging there, tried it on, hung his own hat in its place, and hung that hat on another peg nearly opposite to me. I then felt quite certain that he was the thief, and would come back by and by. When they were all upstairs, the gentleman came in with the greatcoat. I showed him where to hang it, so that I might have a good view of it, and he went away, and I lay under the sofa on my chest for a couple of hours or so, waiting. At last the same young man came down. He walked across the room whistling, stopped and listened, took another walk and whistled, stopped again and listened, then began to go regularly round the pegs, feeling in the pockets of all the coats. When he came to the greatcoat and felt the pocket-book, he was so eager and so hurried that he broke the strap in tearing it open. As he began to put the money in his pocket, I crawled out from under the sofa, and his eyes met mine. My face, as you may perceive, is brown now, but it was pale at that time, my health not being good, and looked as long as a horse's. Besides which, there was a great draught of air from the door underneath the sofa, and I had tied a handkerchief round my head, so what I looked like altogether I don't know. He turned blue, literally blue, when he saw me crawling out, and I couldn't feel surprised at it. "I am an officer of the detective police," said I, "and have been lying here since you first came in this morning. I regret, for the sake of yourself and your friends, that you should have done what you have, but this case is complete. You have the pocket-book in your hand and the money upon you, and I must take you into custody." It was impossible to make out any case in his behalf, and on his trial he pleaded guilty. How or when he got the means I don't know, but while he was awaiting his sentence he poisoned himself in Newgate.
We inquired of this officer on the conclusion of the foregoing anecdote, whether the time appeared long or short when he lay in that constrained position under the sofa.
"Why, you see, sir," he replied, "if he hadn't come in the first time, and I had not been quite sure he was the thief and would return, the time would have seemed long. But as it was, I being dead certain of my man, the time seemed pretty short."
End of 3 detective anecdotes.
In Memoriam, W.M. Thackeray, from Miscellaneous Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. In Memoriam, W.M. Thackeray, from Miscellaneous Papers, by Charles Dickens. It has been desired by some of the personal friends of the great English writer who established his magazine, that its brief record of his having been stricken from among men should be written by the old comrade and brother in arms who pens these lines, and of whom he often wrote himself, and always with the warmest generosity. I saw him first nearly 28 years ago, when he proposed to become the illustrator of my earliest book. I saw him last, shortly before Christmas, at the Athenaeum Club, where he told me that he had been in bed 3 days; that, after these attacks, he was troubled with cold shiverings, which quite took the power of work out of him, and that he had in his mind to try a new remedy which he laughingly described. He was very cheerful and looked very bright. In the night of that day week he died. The long interval between those two periods is marked in my remembrance of him by many occasions when he was supremely humorous, when he was irresistibly extravagant, when he was softened and serious, when he was charming with children; but by none do I recall him more tenderly than by 2 or 3 that start out of the crowd, when he unexpectedly presented himself in my room, announcing how that some passage in a certain book had made him cry yesterday, and how that he had come to dinner, because he couldn't help it, and must talk such passage over. No one can ever have seen him more genial, natural, cordial, fresh, and honestly impulsive than I have seen him at those times. No one can be surer than I of the greatness and the goodness of the heart that then disclosed itself. We had our differences of opinion. I thought that he too much feigned a want of earnestness, and that he made a pretence of undervaluing his art, which was not good for the art that he held in trust. But, when we fell upon these topics, it was never very gravely, and I have a lively image of him in my mind, twisting both his hands in his hair, and stamping about, laughing, to make an end of the discussion. When we were associated in remembrance of the late Mr. Douglas Jerrold, he delivered a public lecture in London, in the course of which he read his very best contribution to Punch, describing the grown-up cares of a poor family of young children. No one hearing him could have doubted his natural gentleness, or his thoroughly unaffected manly sympathy with the weak and lowly. He read the paper most pathetically, and with a simplicity of tenderness that certainly moved one of his audience to tears. This was presently after his standing for Oxford, for which place he had dispatched his agent to me, with a droll note, to which he afterwards added a verbal postscript, urging me to come down and make a speech, and tell them who he was, for he doubted whether more than 2 of the electors had ever heard of him, and he thought there might be as many as 6 or 8 who had heard of me. He introduced the lecture just mentioned, with a reference to his late electioneering failure, which was full of good sense, good spirit, and good humour. He had a particular delight in boys, and an excellent way with them. I remember his once asking me with a fantastic gravity, when he had been to Eton, where my eldest son then was, whether I felt as he did in regard of never seeing a boy without wanting instantly to give him a sovereign. I thought of this when I looked down into his grave after he was laid there, for I looked down into it over the shoulder of a boy to whom he had been kind. These are slight remembrances, but it is to little familiar things suggestive of the voice, look, manner, never more to be encountered on this earth, that the mind first turns in a bereavement. And greater things that are known of him, in the way of his warm affections, his quiet endurance, his unselfish thoughtfulness for others, and his munificent hand, may not be told. If, in the reckless vivacity of his youth, his satirical pen had ever gone astray or done amiss, he had caused it to prefer its own petition for forgiveness long before. I writ the foolish fancy of his brain, the aimless jest that, striking, hath caused pain, the idle word that he'd wished back again. In no pages should I take it upon myself at this time to discourse of his books, of his refined knowledge of character, of his subtle acquaintance with the weaknesses of human nature, of his delightful playfulness as an essayist, of his quaint and touching ballads, of his mastery over the English language. Least of all, in these pages, enriched by his brilliant qualities from the first of the series, and beforehand accepted by the public through the strength of his great name. But, on the table before me, there lies all that he had written of his latest and last story, that it would be very sad to anyone, that it is inexpressibly so to a writer, in its evidence of mature designs never to be accomplished, of intentions begun to be executed and destined never to be completed, of careful preparation for long roads of thought that he was never to traverse, and for shining goals that he was never to reach, will be readily believed. The pain, however, that I have felt in pursuing it, has not been deeper than the conviction that he was in the healthiest figure of his powers when he wrought on his last labour. In respect of earnest feeling, far-seeing purpose, character, and a certain loving picturesqueness blending the whole, I believe it to be much of the best of all his work. That he fully meant it to be so, that he had become strongly attached to it, and that he bestowed great pains upon it, I trace in almost every page. It contains one picture, which must have cost him extreme distress, and which is a masterpiece. There are two children in it, touched with a hand as loving and tender as ever a father caressed his little child with. There is some young love, as pure and innocent and pretty as the truth. And it is very remarkable that, by reason of the singular construction of the story, more than one main incident, usually belonging to the end of such a fiction, is anticipated in the beginning, and thus there is an approach to completeness in the fragment, as to the satisfaction of the reader's mind concerning the most interesting persons, which could hardly have been better attained if the writer's breaking off had been foreseen. The last line he wrote, and the last proof he corrected, are among these papers through which I have so sorrowfully made my way. The condition of the little pages of manuscript where death stopped his hand, shows that he had carried them about, and often taken them out of his pocket here and there, for patient revision and interlineation. The last words he corrected in print were, "and my heart throbbed with an exquisite bliss." God grant that on that Christmas Eve, when he laid his head back on his pillow, and threw his arms as he had been wont to do when very weary, some consciousness of duty done and Christian hope throughout life humbly cherished, may have caused his own heart so to throb, when he passed away to his Redeemer's rest. He was found peacefully lying as above described, composed, undisturbed, and to all appearance asleep, on the 24th of December, 1863. He was only in his 53rd year, so young a man that the mother who blessed him in his first sleep blessed him in his last. 20 years before, he had written, after being in a white squall, "And when its force expended, the harmless storm was ended, and as the sunrise splendid came blushing over the sea, I thought as day was breaking, my little girls were waking, and smiling and making a prayer at home for me." Those little girls had grown to be women when the mournful day broke that saw their father lying dead. In those 20 years of companionship with him they had learned much from him, and one of them has a literary course before her, worthy of her famous name. On the bright wintry day, the last but one of the old year, he was laid in his grave at Kensal Green, there to mingle the dust to which the mortal part of him had returned, which that of a third child lost in her infancy years ago. The heads of a great concourse of his fellow workers in the arts were bowed around his tomb. End of In Memoriam W.M. Thackeray from Miscellaneous Papers. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 18th of January 2012.
The Schoolboy's Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by N.D. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. The Schoolboy's Story by Charles Dickens. The Schoolboy's Story. Being rather young at present, I am getting on in years, but still I am rather young. I have no particular adventures of my own to fall back upon. It wouldn't much interest anybody here, I suppose, to know what a screw the Reverend is, or what a griffin she is, or how they do stick it into parents, particularly hair-cutting and medical attendance. One of our fellows was charged in his half's account 12 and 6pence for 2 pills, tolerably profitable at 6 and 3pence apiece, I should think, and he never took them either, but put them up the sleeve of his jacket. As to the beef, it's shameful. It's not beef. Regular beef isn't veins. You can chew regular beef. Besides which, there's gravy to regular beef, and you never see a drop to ours. Another of our fellows went home ill, and heard the family doctor tell his father that he couldn't account for his complaint unless it was the beer. Of course it was the beer, and well it might be. However, beef and Old Cheeseman are 2 different things. So is beer. It was Old Cheeseman I meant to tell about, not the manner in which our fellows get their constitutions destroyed for the sake of profit. Why, look at the pie crust alone. There's no flakiness in it. It's solid, like damp lead. Then our fellows get nightmares and are bolstered for calling out and waking other fellows. Who can wonder? Old Cheeseman one night walked in his sleep, put his hat on over his nightcap, got hold of a fishing rod and a cricket bat, and went down into the parlour, where they naturally thought from his appearance he was a ghost. Why, he never would have done that if his meals had been wholesome. When we all begin to walk in our sleeps, I suppose they'll be sorry for it. Old Cheeseman wasn't second Latin master then. He was a fellow himself. He was first brought there very small in a post-chaise by a woman who was always taking snuff and shaking him, and that was the most he remembered about it. He never went home for the holidays. His accounts, he never learnt any extras, were sent to a bank, and the bank paid them. And he had a brown suit twice a year, and went into boots at 12. They were always too big for him, too. In the midsummer holidays, some of our fellows who lived within walking distance used to come back and climb the trees outside the playground wall on purpose to look at Old Cheeseman reading there by himself. He was always as mild as the tea, and that's pretty mild, I should hope. So when they whistled to him, he looked up and nodded. And when they said, "Hello, Old Cheeseman, what have you had for dinner?" he said, "Boiled mutton." And when they said, "An't it solitary, Old Cheeseman?" he said, "It is a little dull sometimes." And then they said, "Well, good-bye, Old Cheeseman," and climbed down again. Of course it was imposing on Old Cheeseman to give him nothing but boiled mutton through a whole vacation, but that was just like the system. When they didn't give him boiled mutton, they gave him rice pudding, pretending it was a treat, and saved the butcher. So Old Cheeseman went on. The holidays brought him into other trouble besides the loneliness, because when the fellows began to come back, not wanting to, he was always glad to see them, which was aggravating when they were not at all glad to see him, and so he got his head knocked against walls, and that was the way his nose bled. But he was a favourite in general. Once a subscription was raised for him, and to keep up his spirits he was presented before the holidays with 2 white mice, a rabbit, a pigeon, and a beautiful puppy. Old Cheeseman cried about it, especially soon afterwards when they all ate one another. Of course Old Cheeseman used to be called by the names of all sorts of cheeses: Double Gloucesterman, Family Cheshireman, Dutchman, North Wiltshireman, and all that. But he never minded it, and I don't mean to say he was old in point of years, because he wasn't, only he was called from the first Old Cheeseman. At last Old Cheeseman was made second Latin master. He was brought in one morning at the beginning of a new half, and presented to the school in that capacity as Mr. Cheeseman. Then our fellows all agreed that Old Cheeseman was a spy and a deserter who had gone over to the enemy's camp and sold himself for gold. It was no excuse for him that he had sold himself for very little gold, £2.10 a quarter, and his washing, as was reported. It was decided by a Parliament which sat about it that Old Cheeseman's mercenary motives could alone be taken into account, and that he had coined our blood for drachmas. The Parliament took the expression out of the quarrel scene between Brutus and Cassius. When it was settled in this strong way that Old Cheeseman was a tremendous traitor who had wormed himself into our fellows' secrets on purpose to get himself into favour by giving up everything he knew, all courageous fellows were invited to come forward and enroll themselves in a society for making a set against him. The president of the society was first boy, named Bob Tarter. His father was in the West Indies, and he owned himself that his father was worth millions. He had great power among our fellows, and he wrote a parody beginning, "Who made believe to be so meek that we could hardly hear him speak, yet turned out an informing sneak, Old Cheeseman," and on in that way through more than a dozen verses, which he used to go and sing every morning close by the new master's desk. He trained one of the low boys, too, a rosy-cheeked little brass who didn't care what he did, to go up to him with his Latin grammar one morning and say it so: "Nominativus promonium, Old Cheeseman, rabo exprimitur," was never suspected, "nisi distinctionis," of being an informer, "aut emphasis gratia," until he proved one, ut, for instance, vos damnastis, when he sold the boys, quasi, as though, dicat, he should say, praeterea nemo, I'm a Judas. All this produced a great effect on Old Cheeseman. He had never had much hair, but what he had began to get thinner and thinner every day. He grew paler and more worn, and sometimes of an evening he was seen sitting at his desk with the precious long snuff to his candle and his hands before his face, crying. But no member of the society could pity him, even if he felt inclined, because the president said it was Old Cheeseman's conscience. So Old Cheeseman went on, and didn't he lead a miserable life? Of course the Reverend turned up his nose at him, and of course she did, because both of them always do that at all the masters. But he suffered from the fellows most, and he suffered from them constantly. He never told about it, that the society could find out. But he got no credit for that, because the president said it was Old Cheeseman's cowardice. He had only one friend in the world, and that one was almost as powerless as he was, for it was only Jane. Jane was a sort of wardrobe woman to our fellows, and took care of the boxers. She had come at first, I believe, as a kind of apprentice. Some of our fellows say from a charity, but I don't know, and after her time was out, had stopped at so much a year. So little a year, perhaps I ought to say, for it is far more likely. However, she had put some pounds in the savings bank, and she was a very nice young woman. She was not quite pretty, but she had a very frank, honest, bright face, and all our fellows were fond of her. She was uncommonly neat and cheerful, and uncommonly comfortable and kind. And if anything was the matter with a fellow's mother, he always went and showed the letter to Jane. Jane was Old Cheeseman's friend. The more the society went against him, the more Jane stood by him. She used to give him a good-humoured look out of her still-room window sometimes that seemed to set him up for the day. She used to pass out of the orchard and the kitchen garden, always kept locked, I believe you, through the playground, when she might have gone the other way, only to give a turn of her head, as much as to say, "Keep up your spirits" to Old Cheeseman. His slip of a room was so fresh and orderly that it was well known who looked after it while he was at his desk, and when our fellows saw a smoking hot dumpling on his plate at dinner, they knew with indignation who had sent it up. Under these circumstances the Society resolved, after a quantity of meeting and debating, that Jane should be requested to cut Old Cheeseman dead, and that if she refused she must be sent to Coventry herself. So a deputation, headed by the President, was appointed to wait on Jane, and inform her of the vote the Society had been under the painful necessity of passing. She was very much respected for all her good qualities, and there was a story about her having once waylaid the Reverend in his own study, and got a fellow off from severe punishment of her own kind, comfortable heart. So the deputation didn't much like the job. However, they went up, and the President told Jane all about it, upon which Jane turned very red, burst into tears, informed the President and the deputation in a way not at all like her usual way that they were a parcel of malicious young savages, and turned the whole respected body out of the room. Consequently, it was entered in the Society's book, kept in astronomical cipher for fear of detection, that all communication with Jane was interdicted, and the President addressed the members on this convincing instance of Old Cheeseman's undermining. But Jane was as true to Old Cheeseman as Old Cheeseman was false to our fellows, in their opinion at all events, and steadily continued to be his only friend. It was a great exasperation to the Society, because Jane was as much a loss to them as she was a gain to him, and being more inveterate against him than ever, they treated him worse than ever. At last, one morning, his desk stood empty, his room was peeped into and found to be vacant, and a whisper went about among the pale faces of our fellows that Old Cheeseman, unable to bear it any longer, had got up early and drowned himself. The mysterious looks of the other masters after breakfast, and the evident fact that Old Cheeseman was not expected, confirmed the Society in this opinion. Some began to discuss whether the President was liable to hanging or only transportation for life, and the President's face showed a great anxiety to know which. However, he said that a jury of his country should find him game, and that in his address he should put it to them to lay their hands upon their hearts, and say whether they, as Britons, approved of informers, and how they thought they would like it themselves. Some of the Society considered that he had better run away until he found a forest where he might change clothes with a woodcutter, and stain his face with blackberries. But the majority believed that if he stood his ground, his father, belonging as he did to the West Indies, and being worth millions, could buy him off. All our fellows' hearts beat fast when the Reverend came in, and made a sort of a Roman or a field marshal of himself with the ruler, as he always did before delivering an address. But their fears were nothing to their astonishment when he came out with the story that Old Cheeseman, "so long as our respected friend and fellow pilgrim in the pleasant plains of knowledge," he called him, oh yes, I dare say, much of that, was the orphan child of a disinherited young lady who had married against her father's wish, and whose young husband had died, and who had died of sorrow herself, and whose unfortunate baby, Old Cheeseman, had been brought up at the cost of a grandfather who would never consent to see it, baby, boy, or man, which grandfather was now dead, and serve him right, that's my putting in, and which grandfather's large property, there being no will, was now and all of a sudden and for ever Old Cheeseman's. Our so long respected friend and fellow pilgrim in the pleasant plains of knowledge, the Reverend wound up a lot of bothering quotations by saying would come among us once more that day fortnight, when he desired to take leave of us himself in a more particular manner. With these words he stared severely round at our fellows, and went solemnly out. There was precious consternation among the members of the Society now. Lots of them wanted to resign, and lots more began to try to make out that they had never belonged to it. However, the President stuck up and said that they must stand or fall together, and that if a breach was made, it should be over his body, which was meant to encourage the Society, but it didn't. The President further said he would consider the position in which they stood, and would give them his best opinion and advice in a few days. This was eagerly looked for, as he knew a good deal of the world on account of his father's being in the West Indies. After days and days of hard thinking, and drawing armies all over his slate, the President called our fellows together and made the matter clear. He said it was plain that when Old Cheeseman came on the appointed day, his first revenge would be to impeach the Society and have it flogged all round. After witnessing with joy the torture of his enemies, and gloating over the cries which agony would extort from them, the probability was that he would invite the Reverend, on pretence of conversation, into a private room, say the parlour, into which parents were shown, where the 2 great globes were, which were never used, and would there reproach him with the various frauds and oppressions he had endured at his hands. At the close of his observations he would make a signal to a prize-fighter concealed in the passage, who would then appear and pitch into the Reverend till he was left insensible. Old Cheeseman would then make Jane a present of from 5 to 10 pounds, and would leave the establishment in fiendish triumph. The President explained that against the parlour part, or the Jane part, of these arrangements he had nothing to say, but on the part of the Society he counselled deadly resistance. With this view he recommended that all available desks should be filled with stones, and that the first word of the complaint should be the signal to every fellow to let fly at Old Cheeseman. The bold advice put the Society in better spirits, and was unanimously taken. A post about Old Cheeseman's size was put up in the playground, and all our fellows practised at it till it was dinted all over. When the day came, and places were called, every fellow sat down in a tremble. There had been much discussing and disputing as to how Old Cheeseman would come, but it was the general opinion that he would appear in a sort of triumphal car, drawn by 4 horses, with 2 livery servants in front, and the prize-fighter in disguise up behind. So all our fellows sat listening for the sound of wheels. But no wheels were heard, for Old Cheeseman walked, after all, and came into the school without any preparation, pretty much as he used to be, only dressed in black. "Gentlemen," said the Reverend, presenting him, "our so long respected friend and fellow pilgrim in the pleasant plains of knowledge is desirous to offer a word or two. Attention, gentlemen, one and all." Every fellow stole his hand into his desk and looked at the President. The President was all ready, and taking aim at Old Cheeseman with his eyes. What did Old Cheeseman then but walk up to his old desk, look round him with a queer smile as if there was a tear in his eye, and begin in a quavering mild voice, "My dear companions and old friends." Every fellow's hand came out of his desk, and the President suddenly began to cry. "My dear companions and old friends," said Old Cheeseman, "you have heard of my good fortune. I have passed so many years under this roof, my entire life, so far, I may say, that I hope you have been glad to hear of it for my sake. I could never enjoy it without exchanging congratulations with you. If we have ever misunderstood one another at all, pray, my dear boys, let us forgive and forget. I have a great tenderness for you, and I am sure you return it. I want in the fullness of a grateful heart to shake hands with you every one. I have come back to do it, if you please, my dear boys." Since the President had begun to cry, several other fellows had broken out here and there, but now when Old Cheeseman began with him as first boy, laid his left hand affectionately on his shoulder and gave him his right, and when the President said, "Indeed, I don't deserve it, sir. Upon my honour, I don't," there was sobbing and crying all over the school. Every other fellow said he didn't deserve it, much in the same way. But Old Cheeseman, not minding that a bit, went cheerfully round to every boy, and wound up with every master, finishing off the Reverend last. Then a snivelling little chap in a corner, who was always under some punishment or other, set up a shrill cry of "Success to Old Cheeseman! Hooray!" The Reverend glared upon him and said, "Mr. Cheeseman, sir." But Old Cheeseman, protesting that he liked his old name a great deal better than his new one, all our fellows took up the cry, and for I don't know how many minutes there was such a thundering of feet and hands, and such a roaring of Old Cheeseman as never was heard. After that there was a spread in the dining-room of the most magnificent kind, fowls, tongues, preserves, fruits, confectionaries, jellies, neguses, barley-sugar temples, trifles, crackers, eat all you can and pocket what you like, all at Old Cheeseman's expense. After that, speeches, whole holiday, double and treble sets of all manners of things for all manners of games, donkeys, pony chaises and drive yourself, dinner for all the masters at the Seven Bells, £20 a head our fellows estimated it at, an annual holiday and feast fixed for that day every year, and another on Old Cheeseman's birthday. Reverend bound down before the fellows to allow it, so that he could never back out, all at Old Cheeseman's expense. And didn't our fellows go down in a body and cheer outside the Seven Bells? Oh, no. But there's something else besides. Don't look at the next story-teller, for there's more yet. Next day it was resolved that the society should make it up with Jane, and then be dissolved. What do you think of Jane being gone, though? What? Gone for ever? Said our fellows with long faces. Yes, to be sure, was all the answer they could get. None of the people about the house would say anything more. At length the first boy took upon himself to ask the Reverend whether our old friend Jane was really gone. The Reverend, he has got a daughter at home, turn-up-nose and red, replied severely, "Yes, sir, Miss Pitt is gone." The idea of calling Jane Miss Pitt! Some said she had been sent away in disgrace for taking money from Old Cheeseman. Others said she had gone into Old Cheeseman's service at a rise of £10 a year. All that our fellows knew was, she was gone. It was 2 or 3 months afterwards when, one afternoon, an open carriage stopped at the cricket field just outside bounds, with a lady and gentleman in it, who looked at the game a long time and stood up to see it played. Nobody thought much about them until the same little snivelling chap came in against all rules from the post where he was scout and said, "It's Jane!" Both 11s forgot the game directly and ran crowding round the carriage. It was Jane, in such a bonnet, and if you believe me, Jane was married to Old Cheeseman. It soon became quite a regular thing, when our fellows were hard at it in the playground, to see a carriage at the low part of the wall where it joins the high part, and a lady and gentleman standing up in it looking over. The gentleman was always Old Cheeseman, and the lady was always Jane. The first time I ever saw them, I saw them in that way. There had been a good many changes among our fellows then, and it had turned out that Bob Tarter's father wasn't worth millions. He wasn't worth anything. Bob had gone for a soldier, and Old Cheeseman had purchased his discharge. But that's not the carriage. The carriage stopped, and all our fellows stopped as soon as it was seen. "So have you never sent me to Coventry, after all?" said the lady, laughing, as our fellows swarmed up the wall to shake hands with her. "Are you never going to do it?" "Never, never, never!" on all sides. I didn't understand what she meant then, but of course I do now. I was very much pleased with her face, though, and with her good way, and I couldn't help looking at her, and at him too, with all our fellows clustering so joyfully about them. They soon took notice of me as a new boy, so I thought I might as well swarm up the wall myself and shake hands with them, as the rest did. I was quite as glad to see them as the rest were, and was quite as familiar with them in a moment. "Only a fortnight now," said Old Cheeseman, "to the holidays. Who stops? Anybody?" A good many fingers pointed at me, and a good many voices cried, "He does," for it was the year when you were all away, and rather low I was about it, I can tell you. "Oh," said Old Cheeseman, "but it's solitary here in the holiday time. He had better come to us." So I went to their delightful house, and was as happy as I could possibly be. They understand how to conduct themselves towards boys, they do. When they take a boy to the play, for instance, they do take him. They don't go in after it's begun, or come out before it's over. They know how to bring a boy up, too. Look at their own. Though he is very little as yet, what a capital boy he is. Why, my next favourite to Mrs. Cheeseman and Old Cheeseman is young Cheeseman. So, now I have told you all I know about Old Cheeseman, and it's not much after all, I'm afraid, is it? End of the schoolboy's story. Recording by Andy.
Section 9. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2, The Lost Arctic Voyagers, Part 1, from Household Words. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. The Lost Arctic Voyagers. Dr. Rae may be considered to have established, by the mute but solemn testimony of the relics he has brought home, that Sir John Franklin and his party are no more. But there is one passage in his melancholy report, some examination into the probabilities and improbabilities of which we hope will tend to the consolation of those who take the nearest and dearest interest in the fate of that unfortunate expedition, by leading to the conclusion that there is no reason whatever to believe that any of its members prolonged their existence by the dreadful expedient of eating the bodies of their dead companions. Quite apart from the very loose and unreliable nature of the Eskimo representations, on which it would be necessary to receive with great caution even the commonest and most natural occurrence, we believe we shall show that close analogy and the mass of experience are decidedly against the reception of any such statement, and that it is in the highest degree improbable that such men as the officers and crews of the two lost ships would or could, in any extremity of hunger, alleviate the pains of starvation by this horrible means. Before proceeding to the discussion, we will premise that we find no fault with Dr. Rae, and that we thoroughly acquit him of any trace of blame. He has himself openly explained that his duty demanded that he should make a faithful report to the Hudson's Bay Company or the Admiralty of every circumstance stated to him, that he did so as he was bound to do without any reservation, and that his report was made public by the Admiralty, not by him. It is quite clear that if it were an ill-considered proceeding to disseminate this painful idea on the worst of evidence, Dr. Rae is not responsible for it. It is not material to the question that Dr. Rae believes in the alleged cannibalism. He does so merely on the substance of information obtained at various times and various sources, which is before us all. At the same time, we will most readily concede that he has all the rights to defend his opinion, which his high reputation as a skillful and intrepid traveler of great experience in the Arctic regions, combined with his manly, conscientious, and modest personal character, can possibly invest him with. Of the propriety of his immediate return to England with the intelligence he had got together, we are fully convinced. As a man of sense and humanity, he perceived that the first and greatest account to which it could be turned was the prevention of the useless hazard of valuable lives, and no one could better know in how much hazard all lives are placed that follow Franklin's track, than he who had made 8 visits to the Arctic shores. With these remarks we can release Dr. Rae from this inquiry, proud of him as an Englishman, and happy in his safe return home to well-earned rest. The following is the passage in the report to which we invite attention. Some of the bodies had been buried, probably those of the first victims of famine. Some were in a tent or tents, others under the boat, which had been turned over to form a shelter, and several lay scattered about in different directions. Of those found on the island, one was supposed to have been an officer, as he had a telescope strapped over his shoulders, and his double-barreled gun lay underneath him. From the mutilated state of many of the corpses, and the contents of the kettles, it is evident that our wretched countrymen had been driven to the last resource, cannibalism, as a means of prolonging existence. None of the Eskimo with whom I conversed had seen the whites, nor had they ever been at the place where the bodies were found, but had their information from those who had been there and who had seen the party when traveling. We have stated our belief that the extreme improbability of this inference as to the last resource can be rested, first on close analogy, and secondly on broad general grounds, quite apart from the improbabilities and incoherencies of the Eskimo evidence, which is itself given at the very best at second hand. More than this, we presume it to have been given at second hand through an interpreter, and he was in all probability imperfectly acquainted with the language he translated to the white man. We believe that few, if any, Eskimo tribes speak one common dialect, and Franklin's own experience of his interpreters in his former voyage was, that they, and the Eskimo were encountered understood each other tolerably, an expression which he frequently uses in his book, with the evident intention of showing that their communication was not altogether satisfactory. But even making the very large admission that Dr. Ray's interpreter perfectly understood what he was told, there yet remains the question whether he could render it into language of corresponding weight and value. We recommend any reader who does not perceive the difficulty of doing so and the skill required, even when a copious and elegant European language is in question, to turn to the accounts of the trial of Queen Caroline and to observe the constant discussions that arose, sometimes very important, in reference to the worth in English of words used by the Italian witnesses. There still remains another consideration, and a grave one, which is that 99 interpreters out of 100, whether savage, half-savage, or wholly civilized, interpreting to a person of superior station and attainments, will be under a strong temptation to exaggerate. This temptation will always be strongest precisely where the person interpreted to is seen to be the most excited and impressed by what he hears, for in proportion as he is moved, the interpreter's importance is increased. We have ourselves had an opportunity of inquiring whether any part of this awful information, the unsatisfactory result of various times and various sources, was conveyed by gestures. It was so, and the gesture described us, as often repeated, that of the informant setting his mouth to his own arm, would quite as well describe a man having opened one of his veins and drunk of the stream that flowed from it. If it be inferred that the officer who lay upon his double-barreled gun defended his life to the last against ravenous seamen under the boat or elsewhere, and that he died in so doing, how came his body to be found? That was not eaten, or even mutilated according to the description. Neither were the bodies buried in the frozen earth, disturbed. And is it not likely that if any bodies were resorted to as food, those the most removed from recent life and companionship would have been the first? Was there any fuel in that desolate place for cooking the contents of the kettles? If none, would the little flame of the spirit lamp the travelers may have had with them have sufficed for such a purpose? If not, would the kettles have been defiled for that purpose at all? Some of the corpses, Dr. Ray adds in a letter to the Times, had been sadly mutilated and had been stripped by those who had the misery to survive them, and who were found wrapped in 2 or 3 suits of clothes. Had there been no bears thereabout to mutilate those bodies, no wolves, no foxes, most probably the scurvy, known to be the dreadfulest scourge of Europeans in those latitudes, broke out among the party, virulent as it would inevitably be under such circumstances. It would of itself cause dreadful disfigurement, woeful mutilation, but more than that, it would not only soon annihilate the desire to eat, especially to eat flesh of any kind, but would annihilate the power. Lastly, no man can, with any show of reason, undertake to affirm that this sad remnant of Franklin's gallant band were not set upon and slain by the Eskimo themselves. It is impossible to form an estimate of the character of any race of savages from their deferential behavior to the white man while he is strong. The mistake has been made again and again, and the moment the white man has appeared in the new aspect of being weaker than the savage has changed and sprung upon him. There are pious persons who, in their practice, with a strange inconsistency, claim for every child born to civilization all innate depravity, and for every savage born to the woods and wilds all innate virtue. We believe every savage to be in his heart covetous, treacherous, and cruel, and we have yet to learn what knowledge the white man, lost, houseless, shipless, apparently forgotten by his race, plainly famine-stricken, weak, frozen, helpless, and dying, has of the gentleness of Eskimo nature. Leaving, as we propose, this part of the subject with a glance, let us put a supposititious case. If a little band of British naval officers, educated and trained exactly like the officers of this ill-fated expedition, had, on a former occasion, in command of a party of men vastly inferior to the crews of these 2 ships, penetrated to the same regions, and been exposed to the rigors of the same climate, If they had undergone such fatigue, exposure, and disaster that scarcely power remained to them to crawl, and they tottered and fell many times in a journey of a few yards, if they could not bear the contemplation of their filth and wretchedness, each other's emaciated figures, ghastly countenances, dilated eyeballs, and spectral voices, if they had eaten their shoes, such outer clothes as they could part with, and not perish of cold, the scraps of acrid marrow yet remaining in the dried and whitened spines of dead wolves, if they had wasted away to skeletons on such fare, and on bits of putrid skin, and bits of hide, and the covers of guns, and pounded bones, if they had passed through all the pangs of famine, had reached that point of starvation where there is little or no pain left, and had descended so far into the valley of the shadow of death that they lay down side by side, calmly and even cheerfully awaiting their release from this world, if they had suffered such dire extremity, and yet lay where the bodies of their dead companions lay unburied, within a few paces of them, and yet never dreamed at the last gasp of resorting to this said last resource, would it not be strong presumptive evidence against an incoherent Eskimo story, collected at various times, as it wandered from various sources? But if the leader of that party were the leader of this very party too, if Franklin himself had undergone those dreadful trials, and had been restored to health and strength, and had been, not for days and months alone, but years, the chief of this very expedition, infusing into it, as such a man necessarily must, the force of his character and discipline, patience and fortitude, would there not be a still greater and stronger moral improbability to set against the wild tales of a herd of savages? Now, this was Franklin's case. He had passed through the ordeal we have described. He was the chief of that expedition, and he was the chief of this. In this he commanded a body of picked English seamen of the first class. In that he and his 3 officers had but 1 English seaman to rely on, the rest of the men being Canadian voyageurs and Indians. His narrative of a journey to the shores of the Polar Sea in 1819-22 is one of the most explicit and enthralling in the whole literature of voyage and travel. The facts are acted and suffered before the reader's eyes in the descriptions of Franklin, Richardson, and Bok, 3 of the greatest names in the history of heroic endurance. See how they gradually sink into the depths of misery. "I was reduced," says Franklin, "long before the worst came, almost to skin and bone, and like the rest of the party suffered from degrees of cold that would have been disregarded whilst in health and vigor. I set out with the intention of going to St. Germain, to hasten his operations, making a canoe, but though he was only 3/4 of a mile distant, I spent 3 hours in a vain attempt to reach him, my strength being unequal to the labor of wading through the deep snow, and I returned quite exhausted, and much shaken by the numerous falls I had got. My associates were all in the same debilitated state. The voyageurs were somewhat stronger than ourselves, but more indisposed to exertion, on account of their despondency. The sensation of hunger was no longer felt by any of us, yet we were scarcely able to converse upon any other subject than the pleasures of eating. We had a small quantity of this weed, tripe de roche, and always the cause of miserable illness to some of them, in the evening, and the rest of our supper was made up of scraps of roasted leather. The distance walked to-day was 6 miles. Previous to setting out, the whole party ate the remains of their old shoes, and whatever scraps of leather they had, to strengthen their stomachs for the fatigue of the day's journey. Not being able to find any tripe de roche, we drank an infusion of the Labrador tea plant, and ate a few morsels of burnt leather for supper. We were unable to raise the tent, and found its weight too great to carry it on. We therefore cut it up, and took a part of the canvas for a cover. Thus, growing weaker and weaker every day, they reached at last Fort Enterprise, a lonely and desolate hut, where Richardson, then Dr. Richardson, now Sir John, and Hepburn, the English seaman, from whom they had been parted, rejoined them. We were all shocked at beholding the emaciated countenances of the doctor and Hepburn, as they strongly evidenced their extremely debilitated state. The alteration in our appearance was equally distressing to them, for since the swellings had subsided, we were little more than skin and bone. The doctor particularly remarked the spectral tone of our voices, which he requested us to make more cheerful, if possible, quite unconscious that his own partook of the same key. In the afternoon Peltier was so much exhausted that he sat up with difficulty and looked piteously. At length he slided from his stool upon the bed, as we supposed to sleep, and in this composed state he remained upwards of 2 hours without our apprehending any danger. We were then alarmed by hearing a rattling in his throat, and on the doctor examining him he was found to be speechless. He died in the course of the night. Simandre sat up the greater part of the day, and even assisted in pounding some bones, but on witnessing the melancholy state of Peltier he became very low, and began to complain of cold and stiffness of the joints. Being unable to keep up a sufficient fire to warm him, we laid him down and covered him with several blankets. He did not, however, appear to get better, and I deeply lament to add he also died before daylight. We removed the bodies of the deceased into the opposite part of the house, but our united strength was inadequate to the task of interring them, or even carrying them down to the river. The severe shock occasioned by the sudden dissolution of our 2 companions rendered us very melancholy. Adam, one of the interpreters, became low and despondent, a change which we lamented the more as we perceived he had been gaining strength and spirits for the 2 preceding days. I was particularly distressed by the thought that the labor of collecting wood must now devolve upon Dr. Richardson and Hepburn, and that my debility would disable me from affording them any material assistance. Indeed, both of them most kindly urged me not to make the attempt. I found it necessary in their absence to remain constantly near Adam, and to converse with him in order to prevent his reflecting on our condition, and to keep up his spirits as far as possible. I also lay by his side at night. The doctor and Hepburn were getting much weaker, and the limbs of the latter were now greatly swelled. They came into the house frequently in the course of the day to rest themselves, and when once seated were unable to rise without the help of one another or of a stick. Adam was for the most part in the same low state as yesterday, but sometimes he surprised us by getting up and walking with an appearance of increased strength. His looks were now wild and ghastly, and his conversation was often incoherent. I may here remark that owing to our loss of flesh, the hardness of the floor, from which we were only protected by a blanket, produced soreness over the body, and especially those parts on which the weight rested in lying. Yet to turn ourselves for relief was a matter of toil and difficulty. However, during this period, and indeed all along after the acute pangs of hunger, which lasted but a short time, had subsided, we generally enjoyed the comfort of a few hours' sleep. The dreams which for the most part, but not always, accompanied it were usually, though not invariably, of a pleasant character, being very often about the enjoyments of feasting. In the daytime we fell into the practice of conversing on common and light subjects, although we sometimes discoursed with seriousness and earnestness on topics connected with religion. We generally avoided speaking directly of our present sufferings, or even of the prospect of relief. I observed that in proportion as our strength decayed, our minds exhibited symptoms of weakness, evidenced by a kind of unreasonable pettishness with each other. Each of us thought the other weaker in intellect than himself, and more in need of advice and assistance. So trifling a circumstance as a change of place, recommended by one as being warmer and more comfortable, and refused by the other from a dread of motion, frequently called forth fretful expressions, which were no sooner uttered than atoned for, to be repeated, perhaps, in the course of a few minutes. The same thing often occurred when we endeavored to assist each other in carrying wood to the fire. None of us were willing to receive assistance, although the task was disproportioned to our strength. On one of these occasions Hepburn was so convinced of this waywardness that he exclaimed, "Dear me, if we are spared to return to England, I wonder if we shall recover our understandings." Surely it must be comforting to the relatives and friends of Franklin and his brave companions in later dangers now at rest, to reflect upon this manly and touching narrative. to consider that at the time it so affectingly describes, and all the weaknesses of which it so truthfully depicts, the bodies of the dead lay within reach, preserved by the cold, but unmutilated, and to know it for an established truth that the sufferers had passed the bitterness of hunger and were then dying passively. They knew the end they were approaching very well, as Franklin's account of the arrival of their deliverance next day shows. Adam had passed a restless night, being disquieted by gloomy apprehensions of approaching death, which we tried in vain to dispel. He was so low in the morning as to be scarcely able to speak. I remained in bed by his side to cheer him as much as possible. The doctor and Hepburn went to cut wood. They had hardly begun their labor when they were amazed at hearing the report of a musket. They could scarcely believe that there was really anyone near until they heard a shout, and immediately espied 3 Indians close to the house. Adam and I heard the latter noise, and I was fearful that a part of the house had fallen upon one of my companions, a disaster which had, in fact, been thought not unlikely. My alarm was only momentary. Dr. Richardson came in to communicate the joyful intelligence that relief had arrived. He and myself immediately addressed thanksgiving to the throne of mercy for this deliverance, but poor Adam was in so low a state that he could scarcely comprehend the information. When the Indians entered, he attempted to rise, but sank down again. But for the seasonable interposition of Providence, his existence must have terminated in a few hours, and that of the rest probably in not many days. But in the preceding trials and privations of that expedition there was one man, Michael, an Iroquois hunter, who did conceive the horrible idea of subsisting on the bodies of the stragglers, if not of even murdering the weakest with the express design of eating them, which is pretty certain. This man planned and executed his wolfish devices at a time when Sir John Richardson and Hepburn were afoot with him every day, when, though their sufferings were very great, they had not fallen into the weakened state of mind we have just read of, and when the mere difference between his bodily robustness and the emaciation of the rest of the party, to say nothing of his mysterious absences and returns, might have engendered suspicion. Yet so far off was the unnatural thought of cannibalism from their minds and from that of Mr. Hood, another officer who accompanied them, though they were all then suffering the pangs of hunger and were sinking every hour, that no suspicion of the truth dawned upon one of them until the same hunter shot Mr. Hood dead as he sat by a fire. It was after the commission of that crime, when he had become an object of horror and distrust, and seemed to be going savagely mad, that circumstances began to piece themselves together in the minds of the 2 survivors, suggesting a guilt so monstrously unlikely to both of them that it had never flashed upon the thoughts of either until they knew the wretch to be a murderer. To be rid of his presence, and freed from the danger that they at length perceived it to be fraught with, Sir John Richardson, nobly assuming the responsibility he would not allow a man of commoner station to bear, shot this devil through the head, to the infinite joy of all the generations of readers who will honor him in his admirable narrative of that transaction. The words in which Sir John Richardson mentions this Michael, after the earth is rid of him, are extremely important to our purpose, as almost describing the broad general grounds toward which we now approach. His principles, unsupported by a belief in the divine truths of Christianity, were unable to withstand the pressure of severe distress. His countrymen, the Iroquois, are generally Christians, but he was totally uninstructed and ignorant of the duties inculcated by Christianity, and from his long residence in the Indian country seems to have imbibed or retained the rules of conduct which the southern Indians prescribe to themselves. Heaven forbid that we, sheltered and fed, and considering this question at our own warm hearth, should audaciously set limits to any extremity of desperate distress. It is in reverence for the brave and enterprising, in admiration of the great spirits who can endure even unto the end, in love for their names and in tenderness for their memory, that we think of the specks, once ardent men, scattered about in different directions, on the waste of ice and snow, and plead for their lightest ashes. Our last claim in their behalf and honor against the vague babble of savages is that the instances in which this last resource, so easily received, has been permitted to interpose between life and death are few and exceptional, whereas the instances in which the sufferings of hunger have been borne until the pain was past are very many. Also, and as the citadel of the position, that the better educated the man, the better disciplined the habits, the more reflective and religious the tone of thought, the more gigantically improbable the last resource becomes. Beseeching the reader always to bear in mind that the lost Arctic voyagers were carefully selected for the service, and that each was in his condition no doubt far above the average, we will test the Eskimo kettle stories by some of the most trying and famous cases of hunger and exposure on record. This, however, we must reserve for another and concluding chapter next week. The Lost Arctic Voyagers, Part 1, from Household Words. Recording by Joyce Martin.
Speech: The Oxford and Harvard Boat Race, Sydenham, August 30, 1869. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Moseley. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Speech: The Oxford and Harvard Boat Race, Sydenham, August 30th, 1869. By Charles Dickens. The International University Boat Race having taken place on August 27th, the London Rowing Club invited the crews to a dinner at the Crystal Palace on the following Monday. The dinner was followed by a grand display of pyrotechnics. Mr. Dickens, in proposing the health of the crews, made the following speech: Gentlemen, flushed with fireworks, I can warrant myself to you as about to imitate those gorgeous illusions by making a brief spurt and then dying out. And first of all, as an invited visitor of the London Rowing Club on this most interesting occasion, I will beg in the name of the other invited visitors present, always excepting the distinguished guests who are the cause of our meeting, to thank the President for the modesty and the courtesy with which he has deputed to one of us the most agreeable part of his evening's duty. It is the more graceful in him to do this, because he can hardly fail to see that he might very easily do it himself, as this is a case of all others in which it is according to good taste and the very principles of things that the great social vice, speech-making, should hide its diminished head before the great social virtue, action. However, there is an ancient story of a lady who threw her glove into an arena full of wild beasts to tempt her attendant lover to climb down and reclaim it. The lover, rightly inferring from the action the worth of the lady, risked his life for the glove, and then threw it rightly in her face as a token of his eternal adieu. I take up the President's glove, on the contrary, as a proof of his much higher worth, and of my real interest in the cause in which it was thrown down, and I now profess my readiness to do even injustice to the duty with which he has assigned me. Gentlemen, a very remarkable and affecting volume was published in the United States within a short time before my last visit to that hospitable land, containing 95 biographies of young men, for the most part well born and well nurtured, and trained in various peaceful pursuits of life, who, when the flag of their country waved them from those quiet paths in which they were seeking distinction of various kinds, took arms in the dread Civil War, which enlisted so much bravery on both sides, and died in the defense of their country. These great spirits displayed extraordinary aptitude in the acquisition, even in the invention of military tactics, in the combining and commanding of great masses of men, in surprising readiness of self-resource for the general good, in humanely treating the sick and the wounded, and in winning to themselves a very rare amount of personal confidence and trust. They had all risen to be distinguished soldiers. They had all done deeds of great heroism. They had all combined with their valor and self-devotion a serene cheerfulness, a quiet modesty, and a truly Christian spirit. And they had all been educated in one school, Harvard University. Gentlemen, nothing was more remarkable in these fine descendants of our forefathers than the invincible determination with which they fought against odds, and the undauntable spirit with which they resisted defeat. I ask you, who will say, after last Friday, that Harvard University is less true to herself in peace than she was in war? I ask you, who will not recognize in her boat's crew the leaven of her soldiers, and who does not feel that she has now a greater right than ever to be proud of her sons, and take these sons to her breast when they return with resounding acclamations? It is related of the Duke of Wellington that he once told the lady who foolishly protested that she would like to see a great victory, that there was only one thing worse than a great victory, and that was a great defeat. But, gentlemen, there is another sense in which to use the term a great defeat. Such is the defeat of a handful of daring fellows who make a preliminary dash of 3,000 or 4,000 stormy miles to meet great conquerors on their own domain, who do not want the stimulus of friends and home, but who sufficiently hear and feel their own dear land in the shouts and cheers of another, and who strive to the last with a desperate tenacity that makes the beating of them a new feather in the proudest cap. Gentlemen, you agree with me that such a defeat is a great, noble part of a manly, wholesome action, and I say that it is in the essence and life-blood of such a defeat to become at last sure victory. Now, gentlemen, you know perfectly well the toast I am going to propose, and you know equally well that in thus glancing first towards our friends of the white stripes, I merely anticipate and respond to the instinctive courtesy of Oxford towards our brothers from a distance, a courtesy extending, I hope, and I do not doubt, to any imaginable limits except allowing them to take the first place in last Friday's match, if they could by any human and honorable means be kept in the second. I will not avail myself of the opportunity provided for me by the absence of the greater part of the Oxford crew, indeed of all but one, and that its most modest and devoted member. I will not avail myself of the golden opportunity considerately provided for me to say a great deal in honor of the Oxford crew. I know that the gentleman who attends here attends under unusual anxieties and difficulties, and that if he were less in earnest, his filial affection could not possibly allow him to be here. It is therefore enough for me, gentlemen, and enough for you, that I should say here and now, that we all unite with one accord in regarding the Oxford crew as the pride and flower of England, and that we should consider it very weak indeed to set anything short of England's very best in opposition to or competition with America. Though it certainly must be confessed, I am proud in common justice and honor to admit it, it must be confessed, in disparagement of the Oxford men, as I heard a discontented gentleman remark, last Friday night about 10 o'clock, when he was baiting a very small horse in the Strand. He was one of 11 with pipes and a chaise cart. I say it must be admitted in disparagement of the Oxford men on the authority of this gentleman, that they have won so often that they could afford to lose a little now, and that they ought to do it, but they won't. Gentlemen, in drinking to both crews, and in offering the poor testimony of our thanks in acknowledgment of the gallant spectacle which they presented to countless thousands last Friday, I am sure I express not only your feeling and my feeling, and the feeling of the blue, but also the feeling of the whole people of England, when I cordially give them welcome to our English waters and English ground, and also bid them God-speed in their voyage home. As the greater includes the less, and the sea holds the river, so I think it is no very bold augury to predict that in the friendly contest yet to come, and to take place, I hope, on both sides of the Atlantic, there are great river triumphs for Harvard University yet in store. Gentlemen, I warn the English portion of this audience that these are very dangerous men. Remember that it was an undergraduate of Harvard University who served as a common seaman 2 years before the mast, and who wrote about the best sea book in the English tongue. Remember that it was one of those young American gentlemen who sailed his mite of a yacht across the Atlantic in midwinter, and who sailed in her to sink or swim with the men who believed in him. And now, gentlemen, in conclusion, animated by your cordial acquiescence, I will take upon myself to assure our brothers from a distance that the utmost enthusiasm with which they can be received on their return home will find a ready echo in every corner of England, and further, that none of their immediate countrymen, I use the qualifying term immediate, for we are, as our President said, fellow countrymen, thank God, that none of their compatriots who saw or who will read of what they did in this great race can be more thoroughly imbued with a sense of their indomitable courage and their high deserts than are their rivals and their hosts tonight. Gentlemen, I beg to propose to you to drink the crews of Harvard and Oxford University, and I beg to couple with that toast the names of Mr. Simmons and Mr. Willan. End of Speech, The Oxford and Harvard Boat Race, Sydenham, August 30th, 1869. Recording by Bill Moseley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
The Fine Old English Gentleman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. The Fine Old English Gentleman. New version. to be said or sung at all Conservative dinners. I'll sing you a new ballad, and I'll warrant it first rate, of the days of that old gentleman who had that old estate, when they spent the public money at a bountiful old rate on every mistress, pimp, and scamp, at every noble gate, in the fine old English Tory times. Soon may they come again. The good old laws were garnished well with gibbets, whips, and chains, with fine old English penalties, and fine old English pains, with rebel heads, and seas of blood once hot in rebel veins, for all these things were requisite to guard the rich old gains of the fine old English Tory times. Soon may they come again. This brave old code, like Argus, had 100 watchful eyes, and every English peasant had his good old English spies, to tempt his starving discontent with fine old English lies. Then call the good old yeomanry to stop his peevish cries in the fine old English Tory times. Soon may they come again. The good old times for cutting throats that cried out in their need. The good old times for hunting men who held their fathers' creed. The good old times when William Pitt, as all good men agreed, came down direct from Paradise at more than railroad speed. Oh, the fine old English Tory times! When will they come again? In those rare days the press was seldom known to snarl or bark, but sweetly sang of men in power, like any tuneful lark. Grave judges, too, to all their evil deeds were in the dark, and not a man in 20 score knew how to make his mark. Oh, the fine old English Tory times! Soon may they come again. Those were the days for taxes, and for war's infernal din, for scarcity of bread, that fine old dowagers might win, for shutting men of letters up, through iron bars to grin, because they didn't think the prince was altogether thin. In the fine old English Tory times, soon may they come again. Oh, but tolerance, though slow in flight, is strong-winged in the main, that night must come on these fine days in course of time was plain. The pure old spirit struggled, but its struggles were in vain. A nation's grip was on it, and it died in choking pain. With the fine old English Tory days, all of the olden time. The bright old day now dawns again. The cry runs through the land, in England there shall be dear bread, in Ireland sword and brand, and poverty and ignorance shall swell the rich and grand. So rally round the rulers with the gentle iron hand of the fine old English Tory days. Hail to the coming time! Oh. End of the fine old English gentleman.
Lying Awake. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jason Mills. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Lying Awake by Charles Dickens. My uncle lay with his eyes half closed, and his nightcap drawn almost down to his nose. His fancy was already wandering, and began to mingle up the present scene with the crater of Vesuvius, the French Opera, the Colosseum at Rome, Dolly's Chop House in London, and all the farrago of noted places with which the brain of a traveller is crammed. In a word, he was just falling asleep. Thus that delightful writer, Washington Irving, in his Tales of a Traveller. But it happened to me the other night to be lying, not with my eyes half closed, but with my eyes wide open, not with my nightcap drawn almost down to my nose, for on sanitary principles I never wear a nightcap, but with my hair pitchforked and tousled all over the pillow, not just falling asleep by any means, but glaringly, persistently, and obstinately broad awake. Perhaps, with no scientific intention or invention, I was illustrating the theory of the duality of the brain. Perhaps one part of my brain, being wakeful, sat up to watch the other part, which was sleepy. Be that as it may, something in me was as desirous to go to sleep as it possibly could be, but something else in me would not go to sleep, and was as obstinate as George the Third. Thinking of George the Third, for I devote this paper to my train of thoughts as I lay awake, most people lying awake sometimes, and having some interest in the subject, put me in mind of Benjamin Franklin, and so Benjamin Franklin's paper on the art of procuring pleasant dreams, which would seem necessarily to include the art of going to sleep, came into my head. Now, as I often used to read that paper when I was a very small boy, and as I recollect everything I read then as perfectly as I forget everything I read now, I quoted, "Get out of bed, beat up and turn your pillow, shake the bedclothes well with at least 20 shakes, then throw the bed open and leave it to cool. In the meanwhile, continuing undressed, walk about your chamber. When you begin to feel the cold air unpleasant, then return to your bed, and you will soon fall asleep, and your sleep will be sweet and pleasant." Not a bit of it. I performed the whole ceremony, and if it were possible for me to be more saucer-eyed than I was before, that was the only result that came of it. Except Niagara. The two quotations from Washington Irving and Benjamin Franklin may have put it in my head by an American association of ideas, but there I was, and the horseshoe fall was thundering and tumbling in my eyes and ears, and the very rainbows that I left upon the spray when I really did last look upon it were beautiful to see. The night light being quite as plain, however, and sleep seeming to be many thousand miles further off than Niagara, I made up my mind to think a little about sleep, which I no sooner did than I whirled off in spite of myself to Drury Lane Theatre, and there saw a great actor and dear friend of mine, whom I had been thinking of in the day, playing Macbeth, and heard him apostrophising the death of each day's life, as I have heard him many a time in the days that are gone. But sleep. I will think about sleep. I am determined to think, this is the way I went on, about sleep. I must hold the word sleep tight and fast, or I shall be off at a tangent in half a second. I feel myself unaccountably straying already into Clare Market. Sleep! It would be curious, as illustrating the equality of sleep, to inquire how many of its phenomena are common to all classes, to all degrees of wealth and poverty, to every grade of education and ignorance. Here, for example, is Her Majesty Queen Victoria in her palace, this present blessed night, and here is Winking Charlie, a sturdy vagrant, in one of Her Majesty's jails. Her Majesty has fallen many thousands of times from that same tower which I claim a right to tumble off now and then. So has Winking Charlie. Her Majesty in her sleep has opened or prorogued Parliament, or has held a drawing-room, attired in some very scanty dress, the deficiencies and improprieties of which have caused her great uneasiness. I, in my degree, have suffered unspeakable agitation of mind from taking the chair at a public dinner at the London Tavern in my night-clothes, which not all the courtesy of my kind friend and host Mr. Bathe could persuade me were quite adapted to the occasion. Winking Charlie has been repeatedly tried in a worse condition. Her Majesty is no stranger to a vault or firmament of a sort of floor-cloth, with an indistinct pattern distantly resembling eyes, which occasionally obtrudes itself on her repose. Neither am I. Neither is Winking Charlie. It is quite common to all three of us to skim along with airy strides a little above the ground, also to hold, with the deepest interest, dialogues with various people, all represented by ourselves, and to be at our wits' end to know what they are going to tell us, and to be indescribably astonished by the secrets they disclose. It is probable that we have all three committed murders and hidden bodies. It is pretty certain that we have all desperately wanted to cry out and have had no voice, that we have all gone to the play and not been able to get in, that we have all dreamed much more of our youth than of our later lives, that... I have lost it. The thread's broken. And up I go. I, lying here with the night-light before me, up I go, for no reason on earth that I can find out, and drawn by no links that are visible to me, up the great St. Bernard. I have lived in Switzerland, and rambled among the mountains, but why I should go there now, and why up the great St. Bernard in preference to any other mountain, I have no idea. As I lie here, broad awake, and with every sense so sharpened that I can distinctly hear distant noises inaudible to me at another time, I make that journey, as I really did, on the same summer day, with the same happy party. Ah, 2 since dead, I grieve to think. And there is the same track, with the same black wooden arms to point the way, and there are the same storm refuges here and there, and there is the same snow falling at the top, and there are the same frosty mists, and there is the same intensely cold convent with its menagerie smell, and the same breed of dogs fast dying out, and the same breed of jolly young monks, whom I mourn to know as humbugs, and the same convent parlour with its piano, and the sitting round the fire, and the same supper, and the same lone night in a cell, and the same bright fresh morning, when going out into the highly rarefied air was like a plunge into an icy bath. Now, see here what comes along, and why does this thing stalk into my mind on the top of a Swiss mountain? It is a figure that I once saw, just after dark, chalked upon a door in a little back lane near a country church, my first church. How young a child I may have been at the time I don't know, but it horrified me so intensely, in connection with the churchyard, I suppose, for it smokes a pipe, and has a big hat with each of its ears sticking out in a horizontal line under the brim, and is not in itself more oppressive than a mouth from ear to ear, a pair of goggle eyes, and hands like 2 bunches of carrots, 5 in each, can make it, that it is still vaguely alarming to me to recall, as I have often done before, lying awake, the running home, the looking behind, the horror of its following me. Though whether disconnected from the door, or door and all, I can't say, and perhaps never could. It lays a disagreeable train. I must resolve to think of something on the voluntary principle. The balloon ascents of this last season. They will do to think about while I lie awake, as well as anything else. I must hold them tight, though, for I feel them sliding away, and in their stead are the Mannings, husband and wife, hanging on the top of Horsemonger Lane Jail, in connection with which dismal spectacle I recall this curious fantasy of the mind, that, having beheld that execution, and having left those 2 forms dangling on the top of the entrance gateway, the man's a limp, loose suit of clothes, as if the man had gone out of them, the woman's a fine shape, so elaborately corseted and artfully dressed that it was quite unchanged in its trim appearance as it slowly swung from side to side. I never could, by my uttermost efforts, for some weeks, present the outside of that prison to myself, which the terrible impression I had received continually obliged me to do, without presenting it with the 2 figures still hanging in the morning air, until, strolling past the gloomy place one night, when the street was deserted and quiet, and actually seeing that the bodies were not there, my fancy was persuaded, as it were, to take them down, and bury them within the precincts of the jail, where they have lain ever since. The balloon ascents of last season. Let me reckon them up. There were the horse, the bull, the parachute, and the tumbler hanging on, chiefly by his toes, I believe, below the car. Very wrong, indeed, and decidedly to be stopped. But, in connection with these and similar dangerous exhibitions, it strikes me that that portion of the public whom they entertain is unjustly reproached. Their pleasure is in the difficulty overcome. They are a public of great faith, and are quite confident that the gentleman will not fall off the horse, or the lady off the bull, or out of the parachute, and that the tumbler has a firm hold with his toes. They do not go to see the adventurer vanquished, but triumphant. There is no parallel in public combats between men and beasts. because nobody can answer for the particular beast, unless it were always the same beast, in which case it would be a mere stage show, which the same public would go in the same state of mind to see, entirely believing in the brute being beforehand safely subdued by the man. That they are not accustomed to calculate hazards and dangers with any nicety, we may know from their rash exposure of themselves in overcrowded steamboats and unsafe conveyances and places of all kinds. And I cannot help thinking that instead of railing and attributing savage motives to a people naturally well disposed and humane, it is better to teach them and lead them argumentatively and reasonably, for they are very reasonable, if you will discuss a matter with them, to more considerate and wise conclusions. This is a disagreeable intrusion. Here is a man with his throat cut, dashing towards me as I lie awake. A recollection of an old story of a kinsman of mine, who, going home one foggy night to Hampstead, when London was much smaller and the road lonesome, suddenly encountered such a figure rushing past him, and presently 2 keepers from a madhouse in pursuit. A very unpleasant creature indeed to come into my mind unbidden, as I lie awake. The balloon ascents of last season. I must return to the balloons. Why did the bleeding man start out of them? Never mind. If I inquire, he will be back again. The balloons. This particular public have inherently a great pleasure in the contemplation of physical difficulties overcome, mainly, as I take it, because the lives of a large majority of them are exceedingly monotonous and real, and further, are a struggle against continual difficulties, and further still, because anything in the form of accidental injury, or any kind of illness or disability, is so very serious in their own sphere. I will explain this seeming paradox of mine. Take the case of a Christmas pantomime. Surely nobody supposes that the young mother in the pit, who falls into fits of laughter when the baby is boiled or sat upon, would be at all diverted by such an occurrence off the stage. Nor is the decent workman in the gallery, who is transported beyond the ignorant present by the delight with which he sees a stout gentleman pushed out of a 2 pair of stairs window, to be slandered by the suspicion that he will be in the least entertained by such a spectacle in any street in London, Paris, or New York. It always appears to me that the secret of this enjoyment lies in the temporary superiority to the common hazards and mischances of life, in seeing casualties attended when they really occur with bodily and mental suffering, tears, and poverty, happen through a very rough sort of poetry, without the least harm being done to anyone, the pretence of distress in a pantomime being so broadly humorous as to be no pretence at all. Much as in the comic fiction I can understand the mother with a very vulnerable baby at home greatly relishing the invulnerable baby on the stage, so in the Cremorne reality I can understand the mason who is always liable to fall off a scaffold in his working jacket and to be carried to the hospital, having an infinite admiration of the radiant personage in spangles who goes into the clouds upon a bull, or upside down, and who, he takes it for granted, not reflecting upon the thing, has, by uncommon skill and dexterity, conquered such mischances as those to which he and his acquaintance are continually exposed. I wish the morgue in Paris would not come here as I lie awake, with its ghastly beds, and the swollen saturated clothes hanging up, and the water dripping, dripping all day long, upon that other swollen saturated something in the corner, like a heap of crushed over-ripe figs that I have seen in Italy. And this detestable morgue comes back again at the head of a procession of forgotten ghost stories. This will never do. I must think of something else as I lie awake, or, like that sagacious animal in the United States, who recognized the colonel who was such a dead shot, I am a gone coon. What shall I think of? The late brutal assaults. Very good subject. The late brutal assaults. Though whether, supposing I should see, here before me as I lie awake, the awful phantom described in one of those ghost stories, who, with the head-dress of shroud, was always seen looking in through a certain glass door at a certain dead hour, whether in such a case it would be the least consolation to me to know on philosophical grounds that it was merely my imagination, is a question I can't help asking myself by the way. The late brutal assaults. I strongly question the expediency of advocating the revival of whipping for those crimes. It is a natural and generous impulse to be indignant at the perpetration of inconceivable brutality, but I doubt the whipping panacea gravely. Not in the least regard or pity for the criminal, whom I hold in far lower estimation than a mad wolf, but in consideration for the general tone and feeling, which is very much improved since the whipping times. It is bad for a people to be familiarized with such punishments. When the whip went out of Bridewell, and ceased to be flourished at the cart's tail and at the whipping post, it began to fade out of madhouses, and workhouses, and schools and families, and to give place to a better system everywhere than cruel driving. It would be hasty, because a few brutes may be inadequately punished, to revive in any aspect what, in so many aspects, society is hardly yet happily rid of. The whip is a very contagious kind of thing, and difficult to confine within one set of bounds. Utterly abolish punishment by fine, a barbarous device, quite as much out of date as wager by battle, but particularly connected in the vulgar mind with this class of offence. At least quadruple the term of imprisonment for aggravated assaults, and above all let us, in such cases, have no pet prisoning, vain glorifying, strong soup and roasted meats, but hard work, and one unchanging and uncompromising dietary of bread and water, well or ill, and we shall do much better than by going down into the dark to grope for the whip among the rusty fragments of the rack and the branding iron, and the chains and gibbet from the public roads, and the weights that pressed men to death in the cells of Newgate. I had proceeded thus far, when I found I had been lying awake so long that the very dead began to wake too, and to crowd into my thoughts most sorrowfully. Therefore I resolved to lie awake no more, but to get up and go out for a night walk, which resolution was an acceptable relief to me, as I dare say it may prove now to a great many more. End of Lying Awake. Recording by Jason Mills.
A Child's Dream of a Star, from Reprinted Pieces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Prachar. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2, A Child's Dream of a Star, by Charles Dickens. There once was a child, and he strolled about a good deal and thought a number of things. He had a sister, who was a child too, and his constant companion. These two used to wonder all day long. They wondered at the beauty of the flowers. They wondered at the height and blueness of the sky. They wondered at the depth of the bright water. They wondered at the goodness and the power of God who made the lovely world. They used to say to one another sometimes, "Supposing all the children upon earth were to die, would the flowers and the water and the sky be sorry?" They believed they would be sorry, for, said they, the buds are the children of the flowers, and the little playful streams that gambol down the hillsides are the children of the water, and the smallest bright specks playing at hide and seek in the sky all night must surely be the children of the stars, and they would all be grieved to see their playmates, the children of men, no more. There was one clear shining star that used to come out in the sky before the rest, near the church spire above the graves. It was larger and more beautiful, they thought, than all the others, and every night they watched for it, standing hand in hand at the window. Whoever saw it first cried out, "I see the star!" and often they cried out both together, knowing so well when it would rise, and where. So they grew to be such friends with it, that before lying down in their beds, they always looked out once again to bid it good night, and when they were turning round to sleep, they used to say, "God bless the star." But when she was still very young, oh, very, very young, the sister drooped, and came to be so weak that she could no longer stand in the window at night. And then the child looked sadly out by himself, and when he saw the star, turned round and said to the patient pale face on the bed, "I see the star." And then a smile would come upon the face, and a little weak voice used to say, "God bless my brother and the star." And so the time came all too soon, when the child looked out alone, and when there was no face on the bed, and when there was a little grave among the graves, not there before, and when the star made long rays down towards him, as he saw it through his tears. Now these rays were so bright, and they seemed to make such a shining way from earth to heaven, that when the child went to his solitary bed he dreamed about the star, and dreamed that lying where he was, he saw a train of people taken up that sparkling road by angels, and the star, opening, showed him a great world of light, where many more such angels waited to receive them. All these angels who were waiting turned their beaming eyes upon the people who were carried up into the star, and some came out from the long rows in which they stood, and fell upon the people's necks, and kissed them tenderly, and went away with them down avenues of light, and were so happy in their company that lying in his bed he wept for joy. But there were many angels who did not go with them, and among them one he knew. The patient face that once had lain upon the bed was glorified and radiant, but his heart found out his sister among all the host. His sister's angel lingered near the entrance of the star, and said to the leader among those who had brought the people thither, "Is my brother come?" And he said, "No." She was turning hopefully away, when the child stretched out his arms and cried, "Oh, sister, I am here, take me." And then she turned her beaming eyes upon him, and it was night, and the star was shining into the room, making long rays down towards him as he saw it through his tears. From that hour forth, the child looked out upon the star as on the home he was to go, when his time should come, and he thought that he did not belong to the earth alone, but to the star too, because of his sister's angel gone before. There was a baby born to be brother to the child, and while he was so little that he never yet had spoken word, he stretched his tiny form out on his bed and died. Again the child dreamed of the open star, and of the company of angels, and the train of people, and the rows of angels with their beaming eyes all turned upon those people's faces. Said his sister's angel to the leader, "Is my brother come?" And he said, "Not that one, but another." As the child beheld his brother's angel in her arms, he cried, "Oh, sister, I am here, take me." And she turned and smiled upon him, and the star was shining. He grew to be a young man, and was busy at his books, when an old servant came to him and said, "Thy mother is no more. I bring her blessing on her darling son." Again at night he saw the star, and all that former company. Said his sister's angel to the leader, "Is my brother come?" And he said, "Thy mother." A mighty cry of joy went forth through all the star, because the mother was reunited to her two children, and he stretched out his arms and cried, "Oh, mother, sister, and brother, I am here, take me." And they answered him, "Not yet." And the star was shining. He grew to be a man whose hair was turning gray, and he was sitting in his chair by the fireside, heavy with grief, and with his face bedewed with tears, when the star opened once again. Said his sister's angel to the leader, "Is my brother come?" And he said, "Nay, but his maiden daughter." And the man who had been the child saw his daughter newly lost to him, a celestial creature among those three, and he said, "My daughter's head is on my sister's bosom, and her arm is around my mother's neck, and at her feet there is the baby of old time, and I can bear the parting from her, God be praised." And the star was shining. Thus the child came to be an old man, and his once smooth face was wrinkled, and his steps were slow and feeble, and his back was bent. And one night, as he lay upon his bed, his children standing round, he cried, as he had cried so long ago, "I see the star." They whispered one another, "He is dying." And he said, "I am. My age is falling from me like a garment, and I move towards the star as a child. And oh, my Father, now I thank thee that it has so often opened to receive those dear ones who await me." And the star was shining, and it shines upon his grave. End of A Child's Dream of a Star, from Reprinted Pieces. Recording by Lynn Prachar, Morrow, Illinois.
Nobody's Story. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Nobody's Story, by Charles Dickens. He lived on the bank of a mighty river, broad and deep, which was always silently rolling on to a vast undiscovered ocean. It had rolled on ever since the world began. It had changed its course sometimes, and turned into new channels, leaving its old ways dry and barren. But it had ever been upon the flow, and ever was to flow, until time should be no more. Against its strong, unfathomable stream nothing made head. No living creature, no flower, no leaf, no particle of animate or inanimate existence ever strayed back from the undiscovered ocean. The tide of the river set resistlessly towards it, and the tide never stopped, any more than the earth stops in its circling around the sun. He lived in a busy place, and he worked very hard to live. He had no hope of ever being rich enough to live a month without hard work, but he was quite content, God knows, to labour with a cheerful will. He was one of an immense family, all of whose sons and daughters gained their daily bread by daily work, prolonged from their rising up betimes until their lying down at night. Beyond this destiny he had no prospect, and he sought none. There was overmuch drumming, trumpeting, and speech-making in the neighbourhood where he dwelt, but he had nothing to do with that. Such clash and uproar came from the Bigwig family, at the unaccountable proceedings of which race he marvelled much. They set up the strangest statues in iron, marble, bronze, and brass before his door, and darkened his house with the legs and tails of uncouth images of horses. He wondered what it all meant, smiled in a rough, good-humoured way he had, and kept at his hard work. The Bigwig family, composed of all the stateliest people thereabouts, and all the noisiest, had undertaken to save him the trouble of thinking for himself, and to manage him and his affairs. "Why, truly," said he, "I have little time upon my hands, and if you will be so good as to take care of me, in return for the money I pay over," for the Bigwig family were not above his money, "I shall be relieved and much obliged, considering that you know best." Hence the drumming, trumpeting, and speech-making, and the ugly images of horses, which he was expected to fall down and worship. "I don't understand all this," said he, rubbing his furrowed brow confusedly, "but it has a meaning, maybe, if I could find it out." "It means," returned the Bigwig family, suspecting something of what he said, "honour and glory in the highest, to the highest merit." "Oh," said he, and he was glad to hear that. But when he looked among the images in iron, marble, bronze, and brass, he failed to find a rather meritorious countryman of his, once the son of a Warwickshire wool dealer, or any single countryman whomsoever of that kind. He could find none of the men whose knowledge had rescued him and his children from terrific and disfiguring disease, whose boldness had raised his forefathers from the condition of serfs, whose wise fancy had opened a new and high existence to the humblest, whose skill had filled the working man's world with accumulated wonders. Whereas he did find others whom he knew no good of, and even others whom he knew much ill of. "Humph," said he, "I don't quite understand it." So he went home and sat down by his fireside to get it out of his mind. Now his fireside was a bare one, all hemmed in by blackened streets, but it was a precious place to him. The hands of his wife were hardened with toil, and she was old before her time, but she was dear to him. His children, stunted in their growth, bore traces of unwholesome nurture, but they had beauty in his sight. Above all other things, it was an earnest desire of this man's soul that his children should be taught. If I am sometimes misled, said he, for want of knowledge, at least let them know better, and avoid my mistakes. If it is hard to me to reap the harvest of pleasure and instruction that is stored in books, let it be easier to them. But the Bigwig family broke out into violent family quarrels concerning what it was lawful to teach to this man's children. Some of the family insisted on such a thing being primary and indispensable above all other things, and others of the family insisted on such another thing being primary and indispensable above all other things. And the Bigwig family rent into factions, wrote pamphlets, held convocations, delivered charges, orations, and all variety of discourses, impounded one another in courts lay and courts ecclesiastical, threw dirt, exchanged pummelings, and fell together by the ears in unintelligible animosity. Meanwhile, this man, in his short evening snatches at his fireside, saw the demon Ignorance arise there, and take his children to itself. He saw his daughter perverted into a heavy, slatternly drudge. He saw his son go moping down the ways of low sensuality, to brutality and crime. He saw the dawning light of intelligence in the eyes of his babies, so changing into cunning and suspicion that he could have rather wished them idiots. I don't understand this any better, said he, but I think it cannot be right. Nay, by the clouded heaven above me, I protest against this as my wrong. Becoming peaceable again, for his passion was usually short-lived and his nature kind, he looked about him on his Sundays and holidays, and he saw how much monotony and weariness there was, and thence how drunkenness arose with all its train of ruin. Then he appealed to the Bigwig family and said, We are a labouring people, and I have a glimmering suspicion in me that labouring people of whatever condition were made by a higher intelligence than yours, as I poorly understand it, to be in need of mental refreshment and recreation. See what we fall into when we rest without it. Come, amuse me harmlessly, show me something, give me an escape. But here the Bigwig family fell into a state of uproar absolutely deafening. When some few voices were faintly heard proposing to show him the wonders of the world, the greatness of creation, the mighty changes of time, the workings of nature, and the beauties of art, to show him these things, that is to say, at any period of his life when he could look upon them, there rose among the Bigwigs such roaring and raving, such pulpiting and petitioning, such maunderings and memorializing, such name-calling and dirt-throwing, such a shrill wind of parliamentary questioning and feeble replying, where I dare not waited on, I would, that the poor fellow stood aghast, staring wildly around. Have I provoked all this, said he, with his hands to his affrighted ears, by what was meant to be an innocent request, plainly arising out of my familiar experience and the common knowledge of all men who choose to open their eyes? I don't understand, and I am not understood. What is to come of such a state of things? He was bending over his work, often asking himself the question, when the news began to spread that a pestilence had appeared among the labourers, and was slaying them by thousands. Going forth to look about him, he soon found this to be true. The dying and the dead were mingled in the close and tainted houses among which his life was passed. New poison was distilled into the always murky, always sickening air. The robust and the weak, old age and infancy, the father and the mother, all were stricken down alike. What means of flight had he? He remained there where he was, and saw those who were dearest to him die. A kind preacher came to him, and would have said some prayers to soften his heart in his gloom, but he replied, "Oh, what avails it, missionary, to come to me, a man condemned to residence in this fetid place, where every sense bestowed upon me for my delight becomes a torment, and where every minute of my numbered days is new mire added to the heap under which I lie oppressed. But give me my first glimpse of heaven, through a little of its light and air. Give me pure water. Help me to be clean. Lighten this heavy atmosphere and heavy life in which our spirits sink, and we become the indifferent and callous creatures you too often see us. Gently and kindly take the bodies of those who die among us out of the small room where we grow to be so familiar with the awful change that even its sanctity is lost to us. And, teacher, then I will hear, none knows better than you how willingly, of him whose thoughts were so much with the poor, and who had compassion for all human sorrow. He was at work again, solitary and sad, when his master came and stood near to him, dressed in black. He also had suffered heavily. His young wife, his beautiful and good young wife, was dead. So too his only child. "Master, 'tis hard to bear, I know it, but be comforted. I would give you comfort if I could." The master thanked him from his heart, but said he, "O you labouring men, the calamity began among you. If you had but lived more healthily and decently, I should not be the widowed and bereft mourner that I am this day." "Master," returned the other, shaking his head, "I have begun to understand a little that most calamities will come from us, as this one did, and that none will stop at our poor doors until we are united with that great squabbling family yonder to do the things that are right. We cannot live healthily and decently unless they who undertook to manage us provide the means. We cannot be instructed unless they will teach us. We cannot be rationally amused unless they will amuse us. We cannot but have some false gods of our own, while they set up so many of theirs in all the public places. The evil consequences of imperfect instruction, the evil consequences of pernicious neglect, the evil consequences of unnatural restraint and the denial of humanizing enjoyments, will all come from us, and none of them will stop with us. They will spread far and wide. They always do. They always have done, just like the pestilence. I understand so much, I think, at last." But the master said again, "O you labouring men, how seldom do we ever hear of you, except in connection with some trouble." "Master," he replied, "I am nobody, and little likely to be heard of, nor yet much wanted to be heard of, perhaps, except when there is some trouble. But it never begins with me, and it never can end with me. As sure as death, it comes down to me, and it goes up from me." There was so much reason in what he said, that the bigwig family, getting wind of it, and being horribly frightened by the late desolation, resolved to unite with him to do the things that were right, at all events, so far as the said things were associated with the direct prevention, humanly speaking, of another pestilence. But as their fear wore off, which it soon began to do, they resumed their falling out among themselves, and did nothing. Consequently, the scourge appeared again, low down as before, and spread avengingly upward as before, and carried off vast numbers of the brawlers. But not a man among them ever admitted, if in the least degree he ever perceived, that he had anything to do with it. So nobody lived and died in the old, old, old way, and this, in the main, is the whole of Nobody's story. Had he no name, you ask? Perhaps it was Legion. It matters little what his name was. Let us call him Legion. If you were ever in the Belgian villages near the field of Waterloo, you will have seen, in some quiet little church, a monument erected by faithful companions in arms to the memory of Colonel A, Major B, Captains C, D, and E, Lieutenants F and G, Ensigns H, I, and J, 7 non-commissioned officers, and 130 rank and file who fell in the discharge of their duty on the memorable day. The story of Nobody is the story of the rank and file of the earth. They bear their share of the battle, they have their part in the victory, they fall, they leave no name but in the mass. The march of the proudest of us leads to the dusty way by which they go. Oh, let us think of them this year at the Christmas fire, and not forget them when it is burnt out. End of Nobody's Story. Recording by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
Tom Tiddler's Ground. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Green. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Tom Tiddler's Ground by Charles Dickens. Chapter 1. Picking up Soot and Cinders. "And why Tom Tiddler's Ground?" said the traveller. "Because he scatters halfpence to tramps and such like," returned the landlord. "And of course they pick 'em up. And this being done on his own land, which it is his own land, you observe, and were his family's before him, why it is but regarding the halfpence as gold and silver, and turning the ownership of the property a bit round your finger, and there you have the name of the children's game complete. And it's appropriate too," said the landlord, with his favourite action of stooping a little to look across the table out of the window at vacancy, under the window blind which was half drawn down. "Leastwise it has been so considered by many gentlemen which have partook of chops and tea in the present humble parlour." The traveller was partaking of chops and tea in the present humble parlour, and the landlord's shot was fired obliquely at him. "And you call him a hermit?" said the traveller. "They call him such," returned the landlord, evading personal responsibility. "He is in general so considered." "What is a hermit?" asked the traveller. "What is it?" repeated the landlord, drawing his hand across his chin. "Yes, what is it?" The landlord stooped again to get a more comprehensive view of vacancy under the window blind, and, with an asphyxiated appearance on him as one unaccustomed to definition, made no answer. "I'll tell you what I suppose it to be," said the traveller. "An abominably dirty thing." "Mr. Mopes is dirty, it cannot be denied," said the landlord. "Intolerably conceited?" "Mr. Mopes is vain of the life he leads, some do say," replied the landlord, as another concession. "A slothful, unsavoury, nasty reversal of the laws of human nature," said the traveller, "and for the sake of God's working world and its wholesomeness, both moral and physical, I would put the thing on the treadmill, if I had my way, wherever I found it. Whether on a pillar or in a hole, whether on Tom Tiddler's ground, or the Pope of Rome's ground, or a Hindu fakir's ground, or any other ground." "I don't know about putting Mr. Mopes on a treadmill," said the landlord, shaking his head very seriously. "There ain't a doubt but what he has got landed property." "How far may it be to this said Tom Tiddler's ground?" asked the traveller. "Put it at 5 mile," returned the landlord. "Well, when I've done my breakfast," said the traveller, "I'll go there. I came over here this morning to find it out and see it." "Many does," observed the landlord. The conversation passed, in the midsummer weather of no remote year of grace, down among the pleasant dales and trout streams of a green English county. No matter what county. Enough that you may hunt there, shoot there, fish there, traverse long grass-grown Roman roads there, open ancient barrows there, see many a square mile of richly cultivated land there, and hold Arcadian talk with a bold peasantry, their country's pride, who will tell you, if you want to know, how pastoral housekeeping is done on 9 shillings a week. Mr. Traveller sat at his breakfast in the little sanded parlour of the Peal of Bells village ale-house, with the dew and dust of an early walk upon his shoes, an early walk by road and meadow and coppice, that had sprinkled him bountifully with little blades of grass and scraps of new hay, and with leaves both young and old, and with other such fragrant tokens of the freshness and wealth of summer. The window through which the landlord had concentrated his gaze upon vacancy was shaded, because the morning sun was hot and bright on the village street. The village street was like most other village streets, wide for its height, silent for its size, and drowsy in the dullest degree. The quietest little dwellings, with the largest of window shutters, to shut up nothing as carefully as if it were the Mint or the Bank of England, had called in the doctor's house so suddenly that his brass door-plate and 3 stories stood among them as conspicuous and different as the doctor himself in his broadcloth among the smock-frocks of his patients. The village residences seemed to have gone to law with a similar absence of consideration, for a score of weak little lath and plaster cabins clung in confusion about the attorney's red brick house, which, with glaring doorsteps and a most terrific scraper, seemed to serve all manner of ejectments upon them. They were as various as labourers, high-shouldered, wry-necked, one-eyed, goggle-eyed, squinting, bow-legged, knock-kneed, rheumatic, crazy. Some of the small tradesmen's houses, such as the crockery shop and the harness-maker, had a cyclops window in the middle of the gable, within an inch or 2 of its apex, suggesting that some forlorn rural prentice must wriggle himself into that apartment horizontally when he retired to rest, after the manner of the worm. So bountiful in its abundance was the surrounding country, and so lean and scant the village, that one might have thought the village had sown and planted everything it once possessed to convert the same into crops. This would account for the bareness of the little shops, the bareness of the few boards and trestles designed for market purposes in a corner of the street, the bareness of the obsolete inn and inn-yard, with the ominous inscription Excise Office not yet faded out from the gateway, as indicating the very last thing that poverty could get rid of. This would also account for the determined abandonment of the village by one stray dog, fast lessening in the perspective where the white posts and the pond were, and would explain his conduct upon the hypothesis that he was going, through the act of suicide, to convert himself into manure, and become a part proprietor in turnips or mangel wurzel. Mr. Traveller, having finished his breakfast and paid his moderate score, walked out to the threshold of the Peal of Bells, and thence, directed by the pointing finger of his host, betook himself towards the ruined hermitage of Mr. Mopes, the hermit. For Mr. Mopes, by suffering everything about him to go to ruin, and by dressing himself in a blanket and skewer, and by steeping himself in soot and grease and other nastiness, had acquired great renown in all that countryside, far greater renown than he could ever have won for himself, if his career had been that of any ordinary Christian or decent Hottentot. He had even blanketed and skewered and sooted and greased himself into the London papers. And it was curious to find, as Mr. Traveller found by stopping for a new direction at this farmhouse or at that cottage as he went along, with how much accuracy the morbid Mopes had counted on the weakness of his neighbours to embellish him. A mist of home-brewed marvel and romance surrounded Mopes, in which, as in all fogs, the real proportions of the real object were extravagantly heightened. He had murdered his beautiful beloved in a fit of jealousy and was doing penance. He had made a vow under the influence of grief. He had made a vow under the influence of a fatal accident. He had made a vow under the influence of religion. He had made a vow under the influence of drink. He had made a vow under the influence of disappointment. He had never made any vow, but had got led into it by the possession of a mighty and most awful secret. He was enormously rich. He was stupendously charitable. He was profoundly learned. He saw spectres. He knew and could do all kinds of wonders. Some said he went out every night and was met by terrified wayfarers stalking along dark roads. Others said he never went out. Some knew his penance to be nearly expired. Others had positive information that his seclusion was not a penance at all, and would never expire but with himself. Even as to the easy facts of how old he was, or how long he had held verminous occupation of his blanket and skewer, no consistent information was to be got from those who must know if they would. He was represented as being all the ages between 25 and 60, and as having been a hermit 7 years, 12, 20, 30, though 20 on the whole appeared the favourite term. "Well, well," said Mr. Traveller, "at any rate let us see what a real live hermit looks like." So Mr. Traveller went on, and on, and on, until he came to Tom Tiddler's ground. It was a nook in a rustic by-road, which the genius of Mopes had laid waste as completely as if he had been born an emperor and a conqueror. Its centre object was a dwelling-house, sufficiently substantial, all the window-glass of which had been long ago abolished by the surprising genius of Mopes, and all the windows of which were barred across with rough split logs of trees nailed over them on the outside. A rickyard, hip-high in vegetable rankness and ruin, contained outbuildings from which the thatch had lightly fluttered away on all the winds of all the seasons of the years, and from which the planks and beams had heavily dropped and rotted. The frosts and damps of winter and the heats of summer had warped what wreck remained, so that not a post or a board retained the position it was meant to hold, but everything was twisted from its purpose, like its owner, and degraded and debased. In this homestead of the sluggard, behind the ruined hedge and sinking away among the ruined grass and the nettles, were the last perishing fragments of certain ricks, which had gradually mildewed and collapsed until they looked like mounds of rotten honeycomb or dirty sponge. Tom Tiddler's ground could even show its ruined water, for there was a slimy pond into which a tree or two had fallen, one soppy trunk and branches lay across it then, which, in its accumulation of stagnant weed, and in its black decomposition, and in all its foulness and filth, was almost comforting, regarded as the only water that could have reflected the shameful place without seeming polluted by that low office. Mr. Traveller looked all around him on Tom Tiddler's ground, and his glance at last encountered a dusky tinker lying among the weeds and rank grass in the shade of the dwelling-house. A rough walking-staff lay on the ground by his side, and his head rested on a small wallet. He met Mr. Traveller's eye without lifting up his head, merely depressing his chin a little, for he was lying on his back, to get a better view of him. "Good day," said Mr. Traveller. "Same to you, if you like it," returned the tinker. "Don't you like it? It is a very fine day." "I ain't particular in weather," returned the tinker, with a yawn. Mr. Traveller had walked up to where he lay, and was looking down at him. "This is a curious place," said Mr. Traveller. "Aye, I suppose so," returned the tinker. "Tom Tiddler's ground, they call this." "Are you well acquainted with it?" "Never saw it afore to-day," said the tinker, with another yawn. "And don't care if I never see it again. There was a man here just now told me what it was called. If you want to see Tom himself, you must go in at that gate." He faintly indicated with his chin a little mean ruin of a wooden gate at the side of the house. "Have you seen Tom?" "No, and I ain't particular to see him. I can see a dirty man anywhere." "He does not live in the house, then?" said Mr. Traveller, casting his eyes upon the house anew. "The man said," returned the tinker, rather irritably, "him as was here just now, 'This what you're a-laying on, mate, is Tom Tiddler's ground, and if you want to see Tom,' he says, 'you must go in at that gate.' The man come out of the gate himself, and he ought to know." "Certainly," said Mr. Traveller. "Though perhaps," exclaimed the tinker, so struck by the brightness of his own idea that it had the electric effect upon him of causing him to lift up his head an inch or so, "perhaps he was a liar. He told some rum uns, him as was here just now, did about this place of Tom's. He says, him as was here just now, when Tom shut up the house-mate to go to rack, the beds was left all made, like as if somebody was a-going to sleep in every bed. And if you was to walk through the bedrooms now, you'd see the raggedy mouldy bedclothes a-heaving and a-heaving like seas. And a-heaving and heaving with what, he says? Why, with the rats under 'em." "I wish I had seen that man," Mr. Traveller remarked. "You'd have been welcome to see him, instead of me seeing him," growled the tinker, "for he was a long-winded one." Not without a sense of injury in the remembrance, the tinker gloomily closed his eyes. Mr. Traveller, deeming the tinker a short-winded one, from whom no further breath of information was to be derived, betook himself to the gate. Swung upon its rusty hinges, it admitted him into a yard in which there was nothing to be seen but an outhouse attached to the ruined building, with a barred window in it. As there were traces of many recent footsteps under this window, and as it was a low window and unglazed, Mr. Traveller made bold to peep within the bars, and there, to be sure, he had a real live hermit before him, and could judge how the real dead hermits used to look. He was lying on a bank of soot and cinders on the floor in front of a rusty fireplace. There was nothing else in the dark little kitchen or scullery, or whatever his den had originally been used as, but a table with a litter of old bottles on it. A rat made a clatter among these bottles, jumped down and ran over the real live hermit on its way to its hole, or the man in his hole would not have been so easily discernible. Tickled in the face by the rat's tail, the owner of Tom Tiddler's ground opened his eyes, saw Mr. Traveller, started up and sprang to the window. "Oh," thought Mr. Traveller, retiring a pace or two from the bars, "a compound of Newgate, Bedlam, a debtor's prison in the worst time, a chimney sweep, a mudlark, and the noble savage. A nice old family, the hermit family. Huh!" Mr. Traveller thought this as he silently confronted the sooty object in the blanket and skewer (in sober truth it wore nothing else), with the matted hair and the staring eyes. Further, Mr. Traveller thought, as the eye surveyed him with a very obvious curiosity in ascertaining the effect they produced, "Vanity, vanity, vanity. Verily all is vanity." "What is your name, sir, and where do you come from?" asked Mr. Mopes the hermit, with an air of authority, but in the ordinary human speech of one who had been to school. Mr. Traveller answered the inquiries. "Do you come here, sir, to see me?" "I did. I heard of you, and I came to see you. I know you like to be seen." Mr. Traveller coolly threw the last words in, as a matter of course, to forestall an affectation of resentment or objection that he saw rising beneath the grease and grime of the face. They had their effect. "So," said the hermit, after a momentary silence, unclasping the bars by which he had previously held, and seating himself behind them on the ledge of the window, with his bare legs and feet crouched up, "you know I like to be seen." Mr. Traveller looked about him for something to sit on, and observing a billet of wood in a corner, brought it near the window. Deliberately seating himself upon it, he answered, "Just so." Each looked at the other, and each appeared to take some pains to get the measure of the other. "Then you have come to ask me why I lead this life," said the hermit, frowning in a stormy manner. "I never tell that to any human being. I will not be asked that." "Certainly you will not be asked that by me," said Mr. Traveller, "for I have not the slightest desire to know." "You are an uncouth man," said Mr. Mopes the hermit. "You are another," said Mr. Traveller. The hermit, who was plainly in the habit of overawing his visitors with the novelty of his filth and his blanket and skewer, glared at his present visitor in some discomfiture and surprise, as if he had taken aim at him with a sure gun, and his piece had missed fire. "Why do you come here at all?" he asked, after a pause. "Upon my life," said Mr. Traveller, "I was made to ask myself that very question only a few minutes ago, by a tinker too." As he glanced towards the gate in saying it, the hermit glanced in that direction likewise. "Yes, he is lying on his back in the sunlight outside," said Mr. Traveller, as if he had been asked concerning the man, "and he won't come in, for he says, and really very reasonably, 'What should I come in for? I can see a dirty man anywhere.'" "You are an insolent person. Go away from my premises. Go!" said the hermit, in an imperious and angry tone. "Come, come," returned Mr. Traveller, quite undisturbed. "This is a little too much. You are not going to call yourself clean. Look at your legs, and as to these being your premises, they are in far too disgraceful a condition to claim any privilege of ownership or anything else." The hermit bounced down from his window ledge, and cast himself on his bed of soot and cinders. "I am not going," said Mr. Traveller, glancing in after him. "You won't get rid of me in that way. You had better come and talk." "I won't," said the hermit, flouncing round to get his back toward the window. "Then I will," said Mr. Traveller. "Why should you take it ill that I have no curiosity to know why you live this highly absurd and highly indecent life? When I contemplate a man in a state of disease, surely there is no moral obligation on me to be anxious to know how he took it." After a short silence the hermit bounced up again and came back to the barred window. "What, you are not gone?" he said, affecting to have supposed that he was. "Nor going," Mr. Traveller replied. "I design to pass this summer day here." "How dare you come, sir, upon my premises?" the hermit was returning, when his visitor interrupted him. "Really, you know, you must not talk about your premises. I cannot allow such a place as this to be dignified with the name of premises."
"How dare you," said the hermit, shaking his bars, "come into my gate to taunt me with being in a diseased state?"
"Why, Lord bless my soul," returned the other very composedly, "you have not the face to say that you are in a wholesome state. Do allow me again to call your attention to your legs. Scrape yourself anywhere, with anything, and then tell me you are in a wholesome state. The fact is, Mr. Mopes, that you are not only a nuisance—"
"A nuisance!"
repeated the hermit fiercely. "What is a place in this obscene state of dilapidation but a nuisance? What is a man in your obscene state of dilapidation but a nuisance? Then, as you very well know, you cannot do without an audience, and your audience is a nuisance. You attract all the disreputable vagabonds and prowlers within 10 miles around by exhibiting yourself to them in that objectionable blanket, and by throwing copper money among them, and giving them drink out of those very dirty jars and bottles that I see there. Their stomachs need be strong. And in short," said Mr. Traveller, summing up in a quietly and comfortably settled manner, "you are a nuisance, and this kennel is a nuisance, and the audience that you cannot possibly dispense with is a nuisance, and the nuisance is not merely a local nuisance, because it is a general nuisance to know that there can be such a nuisance left in civilization so very long after its time."
"Will you go away? I have a gun in here," said the hermit.
"Pooh!"
"I have."
"Now I put it to you. Did I say you had not? And as to going away, didn't I say I am not going away? You have made me forget where I was. I now remember that I was remarking on your conduct being a nuisance. Moreover, it is in the last and lowest degree inconsequent foolishness and weakness."
"Weakness?"
echoed the hermit. "Weakness," said Mr. Traveller, with his former comfortably settled final air.
"I weak, you fool!" cried the hermit. "I, who have held to my purpose and my diet and my only bed there all these years?"
"The more the years, the weaker you," returned Mr. Traveller. "Though the years are not so many as folks say, and as you willingly take credit for. The crust upon your face is thick and dark, Mr. Mopes, but I can see enough of you through it to see that you are still a young man."
"Inconsequent foolishness is lunacy, I suppose," said the hermit.
"I suppose it is very like it," answered Mr. Traveller.
"Do I converse like a lunatic?"
"One of us two must have a strong presumption against him of being one, whether or no. Either the clean and decorously clad man, or the dirty and indecorously clad man. I don't say which."
"Why, you self-sufficient bear," said the hermit, "not a day passes but I am justified in my purpose by the conversations I hold here. Not a day passes but I am shown by everything I hear and see here how right and strong I am in holding my purpose."
Mr. Traveller, lounging easily on his billet of wood, took out a pocket pipe and began to fill it. "Now that a man," he said, appealing to the summer sky as he did so, "that a man, even behind bars, in a blanket and skewer, should tell me that he can see, from day to day, any orders or conditions of men, women, or children, who can by any possibility teach him that it is anything but the miserablest drivelling for a human creature to quarrel with his social nature, not to go so far as to say, to renounce his common human decency, for that is an extreme case, or who can teach him that he can in any wise separate himself from his kind and the habits of his kind, without becoming a deteriorated spectacle calculated to give the devil, and perhaps the monkeys, pleasure. It is something wonderful. I repeat," said Mr. Traveller, beginning to smoke, "the unreasoning hardihood of it is something wonderful. Even a man with the dirt upon him an inch or two thick, behind bars, in a blanket and skewer." The hermit looked at him irresolutely, and retired to his soot and cinders and lay down, and got up again and came to the bars, and again looked at him irresolutely, and finally said with sharpness, "I don't like tobacco." "I don't like dirt," rejoined Mr. Traveller. "Tobacco is an excellent disinfectant. We shall both be the better for my pipe. It is my intention to sit here through this summer day until that blessed summer sun sinks low in the west, and to show you what a poor creature you are, through the lips of every chance wayfarer who may come in at your gate."
"What do you mean?"
inquired the hermit with a furious air. "I mean that yonder is your gate, and there are you, and here am I. I mean that I know it to be a moral impossibility that any person can stray in at that gate from any point of the compass, with any sort of experience, gained at first hand or derived from another, that can confute me and justify you. You are an arrogant and boastful hero, said the hermit. You think yourself profoundly wise. Bah! returned Mr. Traveller, quietly smoking. There is little wisdom in knowing that every man must be up and doing, and that all mankind are made dependent on one another. You have companions outside, said the hermit. I am not to be imposed upon by your assumed confidence in the people who may enter. A depraved distrust, returned the visitor, compassionately raising his eyebrows. Of course, belongs to your state. I can't help that. Do you mean to tell me you have no confederates? I mean to tell you nothing but what I have told you. What I have told you is that it is a moral impossibility that any son or daughter of Adam can stand on this ground that I put my foot on, or on any ground that mortal treads, and gainsay the healthy tenure on which we hold our existence. Which is, sneered the hermit, according to you. Which is, returned the other, according to eternal providence, that we must arise and wash our faces and do our gregarious work, and act and react on one another, leaving only the idiot and the palsied to sit blinking in the corner. Come, apostrophising the gate, open sesame. Show his eyes and grieve his heart. I don't care who comes, for I know what must come of it. With that he faced round a little on his billet of wood towards the gate, and Mr. Mopes the hermit, after 2 or 3 ridiculous bounces of indecision at his bed and back again, submitted to what he could not help himself against, and coiled himself on his window ledge, holding to his bars and looking out rather anxiously. End of chapter 1. Chapters 6 and 7 of Tom Tiddler's Ground by Charles Dickens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Tom Tiddler's Ground by Charles Dickens. Chapter 6. Picking up Miss Kimmeens. The day was by this time waning, when the gate again opened, and with the brilliant golden light that streamed from the declining sun and touched the very bars of the sooty creature's den, there passed in a little child, a little girl with beautiful bright hair. She wore a plain straw hat, had a door-key in her hand, and tripped towards Mr. Traveller as if she were pleased to see him, and were going to repose some childish confidence in him, when she caught sight of the figure behind the bars, and started back in terror. "Don't be alarmed, darling," said Mr. Traveller, taking her by the hand. "Oh, but I don't like it," urged the shrinking child. "It's dreadful." "Well, I don't like it either," said Mr. Traveller. "Who has put it there?" asked the little girl. "Does it bite?" "No, only barks. But can't you make up your mind to see it, my dear?" for she was covering her eyes. "Oh, no, 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 no," returned the child. "I cannot bear to look at it." Mr. Traveller turned his head towards his friend in there, as much as to ask him how he liked that instance of his success, and then took the child out at the still open gate, and stood talking to her for some half an hour in the mellow sunlight. At length he returned, encouraging her as she held his arms with both her hands, and laying his protecting hand upon her head, and smoothing her pretty hair, he addressed his friend behind the bars as follows. Miss Pupford's establishment for 6 young ladies of tender years is an establishment of a compact nature, an establishment in miniature, quite a pocket establishment. Miss Pupford, Miss Pupford's assistant with the Parisian accent, Miss Pupford's cook, and Miss Pupford's housemaid complete what Miss Pupford calls the educational and domestic staff of her Lilliputian college. Miss Pupford is one of the most amiable of her sex. It necessarily follows that she possesses a sweet temper, and would own to the possession of a great deal of sentiment, if she considered it quite reconcilable with her duty to parents. Deeming it not in the bond, Miss Pupford keeps it as far out of sight as she can, which, God bless her, is not very far. Miss Pupford's assistant with the Parisian accent may be regarded as in some sort of an inspired lady, for she never conversed with a Parisian, and was never out of England, except once in the pleasure boat Lively, in the foreign waters that ebb and flow 2 miles off Margate at high water. Even under those geographically favourable circumstances for the acquisition of the French language in its utmost politeness and purity, Miss Pupford's assistant did not fully profit by the opportunity, for the pleasure boat Lively so strongly asserted its title to its name on that occasion, that she was reduced to the condition of lying in the bottom of the boat, pickling in brine, as if she were being salted down for the use of the navy, undergoing at the same time a great mental alarm, corporeal distress, and clear starching derangement. When Miss Pupford and her assistant first foregathered is not known to men or pupils, but it was long ago. A belief would have established itself among pupils that the two once went to school together, were it not for the difficulty and audacity of imagining Miss Pupford born without mittens, and without a front, and without a bit of gold wire among her front teeth, and without little dabs of powder on her neat little face and nose. Indeed, whenever Miss Pupford gives a little lecture on the mythology of the misguided heathens, always carefully excluding Cupid from recognition, and tells how Minerva sprang, perfectly equipped, from the brain of Jupiter, she is half supposed to hint, "So I myself came into the world, completely up in Pinnock, Magnol, tables, and the use of the globes." Howbeit, Miss Pupford and Miss Pupford's assistant are old friends, and it is thought by pupils that, after pupils are gone to bed, they even call one another by their Christian names in the quiet little parlour. For, once upon a time, on a thunderous afternoon, when Miss Pupford fainted away without notice, Miss Pupford's assistant, never heard before or since to address her otherwise than as Miss Pupford, ran to her, crying out, "My dearest Euphemia!" And Euphemia is Miss Pupford's Christian name on the sampler, date picked out, hanging up in the college hall, where the two peacocks, terrified to death by some German text that is waddling downhill after them out of a cottage, are scuttling away to hide their profiles in two immense beanstalks growing out of flower-pots. Also, there is a notion latent among pupils that Miss Pupford was once in love, and that the beloved object still moves upon this ball. Also, that he is a public character, and a personage of vast consequence. Also, that Miss Pupford's assistant knows all about it. For sometimes on an afternoon when Miss Pupford has been reading the paper through her little gold eye-glass (it is necessary to read it on the spot, as the boy calls for it, with ill-conditioned punctuality in an hour), she has become agitated, and has said to her assistant, "G." Then Miss Pupford's assistant has gone to Miss Pupford, and Miss Pupford has pointed out, with her eye-glass, G in the paper. And then Miss Pupford's assistant has read about G, and has shown sympathy. So stimulated has the pupil mind been in its time to curiosity on the subject of G, that once, under temporary circumstances favourable to the bold sally, one fearless pupil did actually obtain possession of the paper, and range all over it in search of G, who had been discovered therein by Miss Pupford not 10 minutes before. But no G could be identified, except one capital offender who had been executed in a state of great hardihood, and it was not to be supposed that Miss Pupford could have ever loved him. Besides, he couldn't be always being executed. Besides, he got into the paper again, alive, within a month. On the whole, it is suspected by the pupil mind that G is a short, chubby old gentleman, with little black sealing-wax boots up to his knees, whom a sharply observant pupil, Miss Links, when she once went to Tunbridge Wells with Miss Pupford of the holidays, reported on her return, privately and confidentially, to have seen come capering up to Miss Pupford on the promenade, and to have detected in the act of squeezing Miss Pupford's hand, and to have heard pronounce the words, "Cruel Euphemia, ever thine," or something like that. Miss Links hazarded a guess that he might be House of Commons, or Money Market, or Court Circular, or Fashionable Movements, which would account for his getting into the paper so often. But it was fatally objected by the pupil mind that none of those notabilities could possibly be spelt with a G. There are other occasions, closely watched and perfectly comprehended by the pupil mind, when Miss Pupford imparts with mystery to her assistant that there is special excitement in the morning paper. These occasions are when Miss Pupford finds an old pupil coming out under the head of births or marriages. Affectionate tears are invariably seen in Miss Pupford's meek little eyes when this is the case, and the pupil mind, perceiving that its order has distinguished itself, though the fact is never mentioned by Miss Pupford, becomes elevated, and feels that it likewise is reserved for greatness. Miss Pupford's assistant with the Parisian accent has a little more bone than Miss Pupford, but is of the same trim, orderly, diminutive cast, and from long contemplation, admiration, and imitation of Miss Pupford, has grown like her. Being entirely devoted to Miss Pupford, and having a pretty talent for pencil drawing, she once made a portrait of that lady, which was so instantly identified and hailed by the pupils that it was done on stone at 5 shillings. Surely the softest and milkiest stone that ever was quarried received that likeness of Miss Pupford. The lines of her placid little nose are so undecided in it that strangers to the work of art are observed to be exceedingly perplexed as to where the nose goes to, and involuntarily feel their own noses in a disconcerted manner. Miss Pupford being represented in a state of dejection at an open window, ruminating over a bowl of goldfish, the pupil mind has settled that the bowl was presented by G, and that he wreathed the bowl with flowers of soul, and that Miss Pupford is depicted as waiting for him on a memorable occasion when he was behind his time. The approach of the last midsummer holidays had a particular interest for the pupil mind, by reason of its knowing that Miss Pupford was bidden, on the second day of those holidays, to the nuptials of a former pupil. As it was impossible to conceal the fact, so extensive were the dressmaking preparations, Miss Pupford openly announced it. But she held it due to parents to make the announcement with an air of gentle melancholy, as if marriage were, as indeed it exceptionally has been, rather a calamity. With an air of softened resignation and pity, therefore, Miss Pupford went on with her preparations, and meanwhile no pupil ever went upstairs or came down without peeping in at the door of Miss Pupford's bedroom, when Miss Pupford wasn't there, and bringing back some surprising intelligence concerning the bonnet. The extensive preparations being completed on the day before the holidays, an unanimous entreaty was preferred to Miss Pupford by the pupil mind, finding expression through Miss Pupford's assistant that she would deign to appear in all her splendour. Miss Pupford consenting, presented a lovely spectacle, and although the oldest pupil was barely 13, every one of the 6 became in 2 minutes perfect in the shape, cut, colour, price, and quality of every article Miss Pupford wore. Thus delightfully ushered in, the holidays began. 5 of the 6 pupils kissed little Kitty Kimmeens 20 times over, round total 100 times, for she was very popular, and so went home. Miss Kitty Kimmeens remained behind, for her relations and friends were all in India, far away. A self-helpful, steady little child is Miss Kitty Kimmeens, a dimpled child too, and a loving. So the great marriage day came, and Miss Pupford, quite as much fluttered as any bride could be, G, thought Miss Kitty Kimmeens, went away, splendid to behold, in the carriage that was sent for her. But not Miss Pupford only went away, for Miss Pupford's assistant went away with her, on a dutiful visit to an aged uncle, though surely the venerable gentleman couldn't live in the gallery of the church where the marriage was to be, thought Miss Kitty Kimmeens, and yet Miss Pupford's assistant had let out that she was going there. Where the cook was going didn't appear, but she generally conveyed to Miss Kimmeens that she was bound, rather against her will, on a pilgrimage to perform some pious office that rendered new ribbons necessary to her best bonnet, and also sandals to her shoes. "So you see," said the housemaid, when they were all gone, "there's nobody left in the house but you and me, Miss Kimmeens." "Nobody else," said Miss Kitty Kimmeens, shaking her curls a little sadly. "Nobody." "And you wouldn't like your Bella to go too, would you, Miss Kimmeens?" said the housemaid, she being Bella. "No," answered little Miss Kimmeens. "Your poor Bella is forced to stay with you, whether she likes it or not, ain't she, Miss Kimmeens?" "Don't you like it?" inquired Kitty. "Why, you're such a darling, miss, that it would be unkind of your Bella to make objections, yet my brother-in-law has been took unexpected bad by this morning's post, and your poor Bella is much attached to him, letting alone a favourite sister, Miss Kimmeens." "Is he very ill?" asked little Kitty. "Your poor Bella has fears so, Miss Kimmeens," returned the housemaid, with her apron at her eyes. "It was but his inside, it is true, but it might mount, and the doctor said that if it mounted he wouldn't answer." Here the housemaid was so overcome that Kitty administered the only comfort she had ready, which was a kiss. "If it hadn't been for disappointing cook, dear Miss Kimmeens," said the housemaid, "your Bella would have asked her to stay with you, for cook is sweet company, Miss Kimmeens, much more so than your own poor Bella." "But you're very nice, Bella." "Your Bella could wish to be so, Miss Kimmeens," returned the housemaid, "but she knows full well that it do not lay in her power this day." with which despondent conviction the housemaid drew a heavy sigh, and shook her head, and dropped it on one side. "If it had been always right to disappoint cook," she pursued, in a contemplative and abstracted manner, "it might have been so easy done. I could have got to my brother-in-law's, and had the best part of the day there, and got back, long before our ladies come home at night, and neither the one nor the other of them need have known it. Not that Miss Pupford would at all object, but that it might put her out, being tender-hearted. Hows'ever, your own poor Bella, Miss Kimmeens," said the housemaid, rousing herself, "is forced to stay with you, and you're a precious love, if not a liberty." "Bella?" said little Kitty, after a short silence. "Call your own poor Bella your Bella, dear," the housemaid besought her. "My Bella, then." "Bless your considerate heart," said the housemaid. "If you would not mind leaving me, I should not mind being left. I am not afraid to stay in the house alone, and you need not be uneasy on my account, for I would be very careful to do no harm." "Oh, as to harm, you more than sweetest, if not the liberty," exclaimed the housemaid in rapture. "Your Bella could trust you anywhere, being so steady and so answerable. The oldest head in this house, me and cook says, but for its bright hair, is Miss Kimmeens. But no, I will not leave you, for you would think your Bella unkind." "But if you are my Bella, you must go," returned the child. "Must I?" said the housemaid, rising, on the whole with alacrity. "What must be, Miss Kimmeens. Your own poor Bella acts according, though unwilling. But go or stay, your own poor Bella loves you, Miss Kimmeens." It was certainly go, and not stay, for within 5 minutes Miss Kimmeens' own poor Bella, so much improved in point of spirits as to have grown almost sanguine on the subject of her brother-in-law, went her way, in apparel that seemed to have been expressly prepared for some festive occasion. Such are the changes of this fleeting world, and so short-sighted are we poor mortals. When the house door closed with a bang and a shake, it seemed to Miss Kimmeens to be a very heavy house door, shutting her up in a wilderness of a house. But Miss Kimmeens being, as before stated, of a self-reliant and methodical character, presently began to parcel out the long summer day before her. At first she thought she would go all over the house to make quite sure that nobody with a greatcoat on and carving knife in it had got under one of the beds or into one of the cupboards. Not that she had ever before been troubled by the image of anybody armed with a greatcoat and a carving knife, but that it seemed to have been shaken into existence by the shake and the bang of the great street door, reverberating through the solitary house. So little Miss Kimmeens looked under the 5 empty beds of the 5 departed pupils, and looked under her own bed, and looked under Miss Pupford's bed, and looked under Miss Pupford's assistant's bed, and when she had done this, and was making the tour of the cupboards, the disagreeable thought came into her young head, what a very alarming thing it would be to find somebody with a mask on, like Guy Fawkes, hiding bolt upright in a corner, and pretending not to be alive. However, Miss Kimmeens, having finished her inspection, without making any such uncomfortable discovery, sat down in her tidy little manner to needlework, and began stitching away at a great rate. The silence all about her soon grew very oppressive, and the more so because of the odd inconsistency that the more silent it was, the more noises there were. The noise of her own needle and thread as she stitched was infinitely louder in her ears than the stitching of all the 6 pupils, and of Miss Pupford, and of Miss Pupford's assistant, all stitching away at once on a highly emulative afternoon. Then the schoolroom clock conducted itself in a way in which it had never conducted itself before, fell lame somehow, and yet persisted in running on as hard and as loud as it could, the consequence of which behaviour was, that it staggered among the minutes in a state of the greatest confusion, and knocked them about in all directions without appearing to get on with its regular work. Perhaps this alarmed the stairs, but be that as it might, they began to creak in a most unusual manner, and then the furniture began to crack, and then poor little Miss Kimmeens, not liking the furtive aspect of things in general, began to sing as she stitched. But it was not her own voice that she heard, it was somebody else making believe to be Kitty, and singing excessively flat, without any heart. So, as that would never mend matters, she left off again. By and by the stitching became so palpable a failure that Miss Kitty Kimmeens folded her work neatly, and put it away in its box, and gave it up. Then the question arose about reading. But no, the book that was so delightful when there was somebody she loved for her eyes to fall on when they rose from the page, had not more heart in it than her own singing now. The book went to its shelf, as the needlework had gone to its box, and, since something must be done, thought the child, I'll go put my room to rights. She shared her room with her dearest little friend among the other 5 pupils, and why then should she now conceive a lurking dread of the little friend's bedstead? But she did. There was a stealthy air about its innocent white curtains, and there were even dark hints of a dead girl lying under the coverlet. The great want of human company, the great need of a human face, began now to express itself in the facility with which the furniture put on strange exaggerated resemblances to human looks. A chair with a menacing frown was horribly out of temper in a corner. A most vicious chest of drawers snarled at her from between the windows. It was no relief to escape from those monsters to the looking-glass, for the reflection said, "What? Is that you all alone there? How you stare!" And the background was all a great void stare as well. The day dragged on, dragging Kitty with it very slowly by the hair of her head, until it was time to eat. There were good provisions in the pantry, but their right flavour and relish had evaporated with the 5 pupils, and Miss Pupford, and Miss Pupford's assistant, and the cook and housemaid. Where was the use of laying the cloth symmetrically for one small guest, who had gone on ever since the morning growing smaller and smaller, while the empty house had gone on swelling larger and larger? The very grace came out wrong, for who were we who were going to receive and be thankful? So Miss Kimmeens was not thankful, and found herself taking her dinner in a very slovenly style, gobbling it up, in short, rather after the manner of the lower animals, not to particularize the pigs. But this was by no means the worst of the change wrought out in the naturally loving and cheery little creature as the solitary day wore on. She began to brood and be suspicious. She discovered that she was full of wrongs and injuries. All the people she knew got tainted by her lonely thoughts and turned bad. It was all very well for Papa, a widower in India, to send her home to be educated, and to pay a handsome round sum every year for her to Miss Pupford, and to write charming letters to his darling little daughter. But what did he care for her being left by herself, when he was, as no doubt he always was, enjoying himself in company from morning till night? Perhaps he only sent her here, after all, to get her out of the way. It looked like it to-day, that is, for she had never dreamed of such a thing before. And this old pupil who was being married. It was unsupportably conceited and selfish in the old pupil to be married. She was very vain, and very glad to show off, but it was highly probable that she wasn't pretty, and even if she were pretty, which Miss Kimmeens now totally denied, she had no business to be married, and even if marriage were conceded, she had no business to ask Miss Pupford to her wedding. As to Miss Pupford, she was too old to go to any wedding. She ought to know that. She had much better attend to her business. She had thought she looked nice in the morning, but she didn't look nice. She was a stupid old thing. G was another stupid old thing. Miss Pupford's assistant was another. They were all stupid old things together. More than that, it began to be obvious that this was a plot. They had said to one another, "Never mind Kitty, you get off, I'll get off, and we'll leave Kitty to look after herself. Who cares for her?" To be sure, they were right in that question, for who did care for her, a poor little lonely thing, against whom they had all planned and plotted? Nobody, nobody. Here Kitty sobbed. At all other times she was the pet of the whole house, and loved her 5 companions in return with a child's tenderest and most ingenious attachment. But now the 5 companions put on ugly colours and appeared for the first time under a sullen cloud. There they were, all at their homes that day, being made much of, being taken out, being spoilt and made disagreeable, and caring nothing for her. It was like their artful selfishness always to tell her when they came back, under pretence of confidence and friendship, all those details about where they had been, and what they had done and seen, and how often they had said, "Oh, if we had only darling little Kitty here!" Here indeed, I dare say. When they came back after the holidays, they were used to being received by Kitty, and to saying that coming to Kitty was like coming to another home. Very well then, why did they go away? If they meant it, why did they go away? Let them answer that. But they didn't mean it, and couldn't answer that. And they didn't tell the truth, and people who didn't tell the truth were hateful. When they came back next time, they should be received in a new manner. They should be avoided and shunned. And there, the while she sat all alone revolving how ill she was used, and how much better she was than the people who were not alone, the wedding breakfast was going on, no question of it, with a nasty great bride cake, and with those ridiculous orange flowers, and with that conceited bride, and that hideous bridegroom, and those heartless bridesmaids, and Miss Pupford stuck up at the table. They thought they were enjoying themselves, but it would come home to them one day to have thought so. They would all be dead in a few years. Let them enjoy themselves ever so much. It was a religious comfort to know that. It was such a comfort to know it, that little Miss Kimmeens suddenly sprang from the chair in which she had been musing in a corner, and cried out, "Oh, those envious thoughts are not mine! Oh, this wicked creature isn't me! Help me, somebody! I go wrong, alone by my weak self! Help me, anybody!" "Miss Kimmeens is not a professed philosopher, sir," said Mr. Traveller, presenting her at the barred window, and smoothing her shining hair, "but I apprehend there was some tincture of philosophy in her words, and in the prompt action with which she followed them. That action was to emerge from her unnatural solitude, and look abroad for wholesome sympathy, to bestow and to receive. Her footsteps strayed to this gate, bringing her here by chance, as an apposite contrast to you. The child came out, sir. If you have the wisdom to learn from a child, but I doubt it, for that requires more wisdom than one in your condition would seem to possess, you cannot do better than imitate the child, and come out too, from that very demoralizing hutch of yours." Chapter 7. Picking up the Tinker. It was now sunset. The hermit had betaken himself to his bed of cinders half an hour ago, and lying on it in his blanket and skewer with his back to the window, took not the smallest heed of the appeal addressed to him. All that had been said for the last 2 hours had been said to a tinkling accompaniment performed by the tinker, who had got to work upon some villager's pot or kettle, and was working briskly outside. This music still continuing seemed to put it into Mr. Traveller's mind to have another word or two with the tinker. So, holding Miss Kimmeens, with whom he was now on the most friendly terms, by the hand, he went out at the gate to where the tinker was seated at his work on the patch of grass on the opposite side of the road, with his wallet of tools open before him, and his little fire smoking. "I'm glad to see you employed," said Mr. Traveller. "I'm glad to be employed," returned the tinker, looking up as he put the finishing touches to his job. "But why are you glad?" "I thought you were a lazy fellow when I saw you this morning." "I was only disgusted," said the tinker. "Do you mean with the fine weather?" "With the fine weather?" repeated the tinker, staring. "You told me you were not particular as to the weather, and I thought—" "Ah! How should such as me get on if we was particular as to weather? We must take it as it comes and make the best of it. There's something good in all weathers. If it don't happen to be good for my work to-day, it's good for some other man's to-day, and will come round to me to-morrow. We must all live." "Pray shake hands," said Mr. Traveller. "Take care, sir," was the tinker's caution, as he reached up his hand in surprise. "The black comes off." "I'm glad of it," said Mr. Traveller. "I have been for several hours among other black that does not come off." "You speaking of Tom in there?" "Yes." "Well now," said the tinker, blowing the dust off his job, which was finished, "ain't it enough to disgust a pig if he could give his mind to it?" "If he could give his mind to it," returned the other, smiling, "the probability is that he wouldn't be a pig." "There you clench the nail," returned the tinker. "Then what's to be said for Tom?" "Truly, very little." "Truly nothing, you mean, sir," said the tinker, as he put away his tools. "A better answer, and I freely acknowledge my meaning. I infer that he was the cause of your disgust?" "Why, look'ee here, sir," said the tinker, rising to his feet, and wiping his face on the corner of his black apron energetically. "I leave you to judge. I ask you. Last night I has a job that needs to be done in the night, and I works all night. Well, there's nothing in that. But this morning I comes along this road here, looking for a sunny and soft spot to sleep in, and I sees this desolation and ruination. I've lived myself in desolation and ruination. I knows many a feller creature that's forced to live life long in desolation and ruination, and I sits me down and takes pity on it as I cast my eyes about. Then comes up the long-winded one as I told you of from that gate, and spins himself out like a silkworm concerning the donkey, if my donkey at home will excuse me, as has made it all. Made it of his own choice, and he tells me, if you please, of his likewise choosing to go ragged and naked and grimy, masquerading, mountebanking, in what is the real hard lot of thousands and thousands. Why, then, I say, it's an unbearable and nonsensical piece of inconsistency, and I'm disgusted. I'm ashamed and disgusted." "I wish you would come and look at him," said Mr. Traveller, clapping the Tinker on the shoulder. "Not I, sir," he rejoined. "I ain't a-going to flatter him up by looking at him. But he is asleep." "Are you sure he's asleep?" asked the Tinker, with an unwilling air, as he shouldered his wallet. "Sure." "Then I'll look at him for a quarter of a minute," said the Tinker, "since you so much wish it, but not a moment longer." They all three went back across the road, and through the barred window, by the dying glow of the sunset coming in at the gate, which the child held open for its admission, he could be pretty clearly discerned lying on his bed. "You see him?" asked Mr. Traveller. "Yes," returned the Tinker, "and he's worse than I thought him." Mr. Traveller then whispered in a few words what he had done since morning, and asked the Tinker what he thought of that. "I think," returned the Tinker, as he turned from the window, "that you've wasted a day on him." "I think so too, though not, I hope, upon myself. Do you happen to be going anywhere near the Peal of Bells?" "That's my direct way, sir," said the Tinker. "I invite you to supper there, and as I learn from this young lady that she goes some 3/4 of a mile in the same direction, we will drop her on the road, and we will spare time to keep her company at her garden gate until her own Bella comes home." So Mr. Traveller and the child and the Tinker went along very amicably in the sweet scented evening, and the moral with which the Tinker dismissed the subject was, that he said in his trade that metal that rotted for want of use had better be left to rot, and couldn't rot too soon, considering how much true metal rotted from overuse and hard service. End of Tom Tiddler's Ground, chapters 6 and 7.
Section 17. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2, by Charles Dickens. Our School, from reprinted pieces. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2, Section 17, by Charles Dickens. Our School. We went to look at it only this last midsummer, and found that the railway had cut it up root and branch. A great trunk line had swallowed the playground, sliced away the schoolroom, and pared off the corner of the house which, thus curtailed of its proportions, presented itself in a green stage of stucco profile-wise toward the road, like a forlorn flatiron without a handle, standing on end. It seems as if our schools were doomed to be the sport of change. We have faint recollections of a preparatory day school which we have sought in vain, and which must have been pulled down to make a new street, ages ago. We have dim impressions, scarcely amounting to a belief, that it was over a dyer's shop. We know that you went up steps to it, that you frequently grazed your knees in doing so, that you generally got your leg over the scraper in trying to scrape the mud off a very unsteady little shoe. The mistress of the establishment holds no place in our memory, but, rampant on one eternal doormat, in an eternal entry long and narrow, is a puffy pug dog with a personal animosity toward us, who triumphs over time. The bark of that baleful pug, a certain radiating way he had of snapping at our undefended legs, the ghastly grinning of his moist black muzzle and white teeth, and the insolence of his crisp tail curled like a pastoral crook, all live and flourish. From an otherwise unaccountable association of him with a fiddle, we conclude that he was of French extraction, and his name Fidele. He belonged to some female, chiefly inhabiting a back parlour, whose life appears to us to have been consumed in sniffing, and in wearing a brown beaver bonnet. For her he would sit up and balance cake upon his nose, and not eat it until 20 had been counted. To the best of our belief, we were once called in to witness this performance, when, unable even in his milder moments to endure our presence, he instantly made at us, cake and all. Why a something in mourning called Miss Frost should still connect itself with our preparatory school, we are unable to say. We retain no impression of the beauty of Miss Frost, if she were beautiful, or of the mental fascinations of Miss Frost, if she were accomplished. Yet her name and her black dress hold an enduring place in our remembrance. An equally impersonal boy, whose name has long since shaped itself unalterably into Mr. Maules, is not to be dislodged from our brain. Retaining no vindictive feelings toward Maules, no feeling whatever indeed, we infer that neither he nor we can have loved Miss Frost. Our first impression of death and burial is associated with this formless pair. We all three nestled awfully in a corner one wintry day, when the wind was blowing shrill with Miss Frost's pinafore over our heads, and Miss Frost told us in a whisper about somebody being screwed down. It is the only distinct recollection we preserve of those impalpable creatures, except a suspicion that the manners of Master Maules were susceptible of much improvement. Generally speaking, we may observe that whenever we see a child intently occupied with its nose, to the exclusion of all other subjects of interest, our mind reverts in a flash to Master Maules. But the school that was our school before the railroad came and overthrew it was quite another sort of place. We were old enough to be put into Virgil when we went there, and to get prizes for a variety of polishing on which the rust had long accumulated. It was a school of some celebrity in its neighborhood, nobody could have said why, and we had the honor to attain and hold the eminent position of first boy. The master was supposed among us to know nothing, and one of the ushers was supposed to know everything. We are still inclined to think the first named supposition perfectly correct. We have a general idea that its subject had been in the leather trade, and had bought us, meaning our school, of another proprietor who was immensely learned. Whether this belief had any real foundation we are not likely ever to know now. The only branches of education with which he showed the least acquaintance were ruling and corporally punishing. He was always ruling ciphering books with a bloated mahogany ruler, or smiting the palms of offenders with the same diabolical instrument, or viciously drawing a pair of pantaloons tight with one of his large hands, and caning the wearer with the other. We have no doubt whatever that this occupation was the principal solace of his existence. A profound respect for money pervaded our school, which was of course derived from its chief. We remember an idiotic, goggle-eyed boy with a big head and half-crowns without end, who suddenly appeared as a parlor boarder, and was rumored to have come by sea from some mysterious part of the earth, where his parents rolled in gold. He was usually called Mr. by the chief, and was said to feed in the parlor on steaks and gravy, likewise to drink currant wine, and he openly stated that if rolls and coffee were ever denied him at breakfast, he would write home to that unknown part of the globe from which he had come, and cause himself to be recalled to the regions of gold. He was put into no form or class, but learnt alone, as little as he liked, and he liked very little. And there was a belief among us that this was because he was too wealthy to be taken down. His special treatment, and our vague association of him with the sea, and with storms and sharks and coral reefs, occasioned the wildest legends to be circulated as his history. A tragedy in blank verse was written on the subject, if our memory does not deceive us, by the hand that now chronicles these recollections, in which his father figured as a pirate, and was shot for a voluminous catalogue of atrocities, first imparting to his wife the secret of the cave in which his wealth was stored, and from which his only son's half-crowns now issued. Dumbledon, the boy's name, was represented as yet unborn when his brave father met his fate, and the despair and grief of Mrs. Dumbledon at that calamity was movingly shadowed forth as having weakened the parlour boarder's mind. This production was received with great favour, and was twice performed with closed doors in the dining-room, but it got wind and was seized as libellous, and brought the unlucky poet into severe affliction. Some 2 years afterwards, all of a sudden one day, Dumbledon vanished. It was whispered that the chief himself had taken him down to the docks and reshipped him for the Spanish Main, but nothing certain was ever known about his disappearance. At this hour we cannot thoroughly disconnect him from California. Our school was rather famous for mysterious pupils. There was another, a heavy young man, with a large double-cased silver watch and a fat knife, the handle of which was a perfect tool-box, who unaccountably appeared one day at a special desk of his own, erected close to that of the chief, with whom he held familiar converse. He lived in the parlour and went out for his walks, and never took the least notice of us, even of us, the first boy, unless to give us a deprecatory kick, or grimly to take our hat off and throw it away when he encountered us out of doors, which unpleasant ceremony he always performed as he passed, not even condescending to stop for the purpose. Some of us believed that the classical attainments of this phenomenon were terrific, but that his penmanship and arithmetic were defective, and he had come there to mend them. Others, that he was going to set up a school, and had paid the chief £25 down for leave to see our school at work. The gloomier spirits even said that he was going to buy us, against which contingency conspiracies were set on foot for a general defection and running away. However, he never did that. After staying for a quarter, during which period, though closely observed, he was never seen to do anything but make pens out of quills, write small-hand in a secret portfolio, and punch the point of the sharpest blade in his knife into his desk all over it. He too disappeared, and his place knew him no more. There was another boy, a fair, meek boy with a delicate complexion and rich curling hair, who, we found out, or thought we found out, we have no idea now, and probably had none then, on what grounds, but it was confidently revealed from mouth to mouth, was the son of a viscount who had deserted his lovely mother. It was understood that if he had his rights he would be worth 20,000 a year, and that if his mother ever met his father she would shoot him with a silver pistol, which she carried, always loaded to the muzzle, for that purpose. He was a very suggestive topic. So was a young mulatto, who was always believed, though very amiable, to have a dagger about him somewhere. But we think they were both outshone, upon the whole, by another boy who claimed to have been born on the 29th of February, and to have only one birthday in 5 years. We suspect this to have been a fiction, but he lived upon it all the time he was at our school. The principal currency of our school was slate pencil. It had some inexplainable value that was never ascertained nor reduced to a standard. To have a great hoard of it was somehow to be rich. We used to bestow it in charity, and confer it as a precious boon upon our chosen friends. When the holidays were coming, contributions were solicited for certain boys whose relatives were in India, and who were appealed for under the generic name of holiday stoppers, appropriate marks of remembrance that should enliven and cheer them in their homeless state. Personally, we always contributed these tokens of sympathy in the form of a slate pencil, and always felt that it would be a comfort and a treasure to them. Our school was remarkable for white mice. Redpoles, linnets, and even canaries were kept in desks, drawers, hat boxes, and other strange refuges for birds, but white mice were the favorite stock. The boys trained the mice much better than the masters trained the boys. We recall one white mouse who lived in the cover of a Latin dictionary, who ran up ladders, drew Roman chariots, shouldered muskets, turned wheels, and even made a very creditable appearance on the stage as the dog of Montargis. He might have achieved greater things, but for having the misfortune to mistake his way in a triumphal procession to the Capitol, when he fell into a deep inkstand and was dyed black and drowned. The mice were the occasion of some most ingenious engineering in the construction of their houses and instruments of performance. The famous one belonged to a company of proprietors, some of whom have since made railroads, engines, and telegraphs. The chairman has erected mills and bridges in New Zealand. The usher at our school, who was considered to know everything, as opposed to the chief, who was considered to know nothing, was a bony, gentle-faced, clerical-looking young man in rusty black. It was whispered that he was sweet upon one of Maxby's sisters. Maxby lived close by and was a day pupil, and further that he favored Maxby. As we remember, he taught Italian to Maxby's sisters on half-holidays. He once went to the play with them, and wore a white waistcoat and a rose, which was considered among us equivalent to a declaration. We were of the opinion on that occasion that to the last moment he expected Maxby's father to ask him to dinner at 5 o'clock, and therefore neglected his own dinner at 1:30, and finally got none. We exaggerated in our imaginations the extent to which he punished Maxby's father's cold meat at supper, and we agreed to believe that he was elevated with wine and water when he came home. But we all liked him, for he had a good knowledge of boys, and would have made it a much better school if he had had any more power. He was writing master, mathematical master, English master, made out the bills, mended the pens, and did all sorts of things. He divided the little boys with the Latin master. They were smuggled through their rudimentary books at odd times when there was nothing else to do. And he always called at parents' houses to inquire after sick boys, because he had gentlemanly manners. He was rather musical, and on some remote quarter-day had bought an old trombone, but a bit of it was lost, and it made the most extraordinary sounds when he sometimes tried to play it of an evening. His holidays never began on account of the bills until long after ours, but in the summer vacations he used to take pedestrian excursions with a knapsack, and at Christmas time he went to see his father at Chipping Norton, who, we all said, on no authority, was a dairy-fed pork butcher. Poor fellow! He was very low all day on Maxby's sister's wedding day, and afterwards was thought to favour Maxby more than ever, though he had been expected to spite him. He has been dead these 20 years, poor fellow. Our remembrance of our school presents the Latin master as a colourless, doubled-up, near-sighted man with a crutch, who was always cold and always putting onions into his ears for deafness, and always disclosing ends of flannel under all his garments, and almost always applying a ball of pocket-handkerchief to some part of his face with a screwing action round and round. He was a very good scholar, and took great pains where he saw intelligence and a desire to learn. Otherwise, perhaps not. Our memory presents him, unless teased into a passion, with as little energy as colour, as having been worried and tormented into monotonous feebleness, as having had the best part of his life ground out of him in a mill of boys. We remember with terror how he fell asleep one sultry afternoon with the little smuggled class before him, and awoke not when the footstep of the chief fell heavy on the floor, how the chief aroused him in the midst of a dread silence, and said, "Mr. Blinkins, are you ill, sir?" How he blushingly replied, "Sir, rather so." How the chief retorted with severity, "Mr. Blinkins, this is no place to be ill in," which was very, very true, and walked back solemn as the ghost in Hamlet, until, catching a wandering eye, he called that boy for inattention, and happily expressed his feelings toward the Latin master through the medium of a substitute. There was a fat little dancing master who used to come in a gig and taught the more advanced among us hornpipes, as an accomplishment in great social demand in after life. And there was a brisk little French master who used to come in the sunniest weather with a handleless umbrella, and to whom the chief was always polite, because, as we believed, if the chief offended him, he would instantly address the chief in French, and forever confound him before the boys with his inability to understand a reply. There was, besides, a serving man whose name was Phil. Our retrospective glance presents Phil as a shipwrecked carpenter, cast away upon the desert island of a school, and carrying into practice an ingenious inkling of many trades. He mended whatever was broken, and made whatever was wanted. He was general glazier, among other things, and mended all the broken windows, at the prime cost, as was darkly rumoured among us, of 9d. For every square charged 3 and 6 to parents. We had a high opinion of his mechanical genius, and generally held that the chief knew something bad of him, and on pain of divulgence enforced Phil to be his bondsman. We particularly remember that Phil had a sovereign contempt for learning, which engenders in us a respect for his sagacity, as it implies his accurate observation of the relative positions of the chief and the ushers. He was an impenetrable man, who waited at table between whiles, and throughout the half kept the boxes in severe custody. He was morose even to the chief, and never smiled, except at breaking up, when, in acknowledgment of the toast, "Success to Phil, hooray!" he would slowly carve a grin out of his wooden face, where it would remain until we were all gone. Nevertheless, one time when we had the scarlet fever in the school, Phil nursed all the sick boys of his own accord, and was like a mother to them. There was another school not far off, and of course our school could have nothing to say to that school. It is mostly the way with schools, whether of boys or men. Well, the railway has swallowed up ours, and the locomotives now run smoothly over its ashes. So fades and languishes, grows dim and dies, all that this world is proud of. And is not proud of, too. It had little reason to be proud of our school, and has done much better since in that way, and will do far better yet. End
Our
of section
School,
17.
from reprinted pieces.
Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2, by Charles Dickens. Our School. Recording by Joyce Martin.
Speech. The Royal Academy Dinner, London, May the 2nd, 1870. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Lewis Richardson. Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Speech. The Royal Academy Dinner, London, May the 2nd, 1870. On the occasion of the second exhibition of the Royal Academy in their new galleries in Piccadilly, the President, Sir F. Grant, and the Council gave their usual inaugurative banquet, and a very distinguished company was present. The dinner took place in the large central room, and covers were laid for 200 guests. The Prince of Wales acknowledged the toast of his health and that of the Princess. The Duke of Cambridge responded to the toast of the army, Mr. Childers to the navy, Lord Elcho to the volunteers, Mr. Motley to the prosperity of the United States, Mr. Gladstone to Her Majesty's ministers, the Archbishop of York to the guests, and Mr. Dickens to literature. The last toast having been proposed in a highly eulogistic speech, Mr. Dickens responded. Mr. President, your Royal Highnesses, my Lords and Gentlemen, I beg to acknowledge the toast with which you have done me the great honour of associating my name. I beg to acknowledge it on behalf of the Brotherhood of Literature, present and absent, not forgetting an illustrious wanderer from the fold, whose tardy return to it we all hail with delight, and who now sits, or lately did sit, within a few chairs of or on your left hand. I hope I may also claim to acknowledge the toast on behalf of the Sisterhood of Literature also, although that better half of human nature to which Mr. Gladstone rendered his graceful tribute is unworthily represented here, in the present state of its rights and wrongs, by the devouring monster, man. All the arts, and many of the sciences, bear witness that women, even in their present oppressed condition, can attain to quite as great distinction, and can attain to quite as lofty names, as men. Their emancipation, as I am given to understand, drawing very near, there is no saying how soon they may push us from our stools at these tables, or how soon our better half of human nature, standing in this place of mine, may eloquently depreciate mankind, addressing another better half of human nature, sitting in the President's chair. The literary visitors of the Royal Academy tonight desire me to congratulate their hosts on a very interesting exhibition, in which risen excellence supremely asserts itself, and from which promise of a brilliant succession in time to come is not wanting. They naturally see with especial interest the writings and persons of great men, historians, philosophers, poets, and novelists, vividly illustrated around them here, and they hope that they may modestly claim to have rendered some little assistance towards the production of many of the pictures in this magnificent gallery. For, without the patient labours of some among them, unhistoric history might have long survived in this place, and, but for the researches and wandering of others among them, the most preposterous countries, the most impossible peoples, and the absurdest superstitions, manners, and customs might have usurped the place of truth upon these walls. Nay, there is no knowing, Sir Francis Grant, what unlike portraits you yourself might have painted, if you had been left with your sitters to idle pens, unchecked reckless rumours, and undenounced lying malevolence. I cannot forbear, before I resume my seat, adverting to a sad theme, the recent death of Daniel Maclise, to which His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales made allusion, and to which the President referred with the eloquence of genuine feeling. Since I first entered the public lists, a very young man indeed, it has been my constant fortune to number amongst my nearest and dearest friends members of the Royal Academy, who have been its grace and pride. They have so dropped from my side one by one that I already begin to feel like the Spanish monk of whom Wilkie tells, who had grown to believe that the only realities around him were the pictures which he loved, and that all the moving life he saw, or ever had seen, was a shadow and a dream. For many years I was one of the two most intimate friends and most constant companions of the late Mr. Maclise. Of his genius in his chosen art I will venture to say nothing here, but of his prodigious fertility of mind and wonderful wealth of intellect I may confidently assert that they would have made him, if he had been so minded, at least as great a writer as he was a painter. The gentlest and most modest of men, the freshest as to his generous appreciation of young aspirants, and the frankest and largest-hearted as to his peers, incapable of a sordid or ignoble thought, gallantly sustaining the true dignity of his vocation without one grain of self-ambition, wholesomely natural at the last as at the first, in wit a man, simplicity a child, no artist of whatsoever denomination, I make bold to say, ever went to his rest, leaving a golden memory, more pure from dross, or having devoted himself with a truer chivalry to the art goddess whom he worshipped. These were the last public words of Charles Dickens. End of speech. The Royal Academy Dinner, London, May the 2nd, 1870. Recording by David Lewis Richardson, Lancashire, England.
The Young Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection Volume 2. The Young Couple from Sketches of Young Couples by Charles Dickens. There is to be a wedding this morning at the corner house in the terrace. The pastry cook's people have been there half a dozen times already. All day yesterday there was a great stir and bustle, and they were up this morning as soon as it was light. Miss Emma Fielding is going to be married to young Mr. Harvey. Heaven alone can tell in what bright colours this marriage is painted upon the mind of the little housemaid at No. 6, who has hardly slept a wink all night with thinking of it, and now stands on the unswept doorsteps, leaning upon her broom, and looking wistfully towards the enchanted house. Nothing short of omniscience can divine what visions of the baker, or the greengrocer, or the smart and most insinuating butterman are flitting across her mind. What thoughts of how she would dress on such an occasion if she were a lady, of how she would dress if she were only a bride, of how cook would dress, being bridesmaid, conjointly with her sister in place at Fulham, and how the clergyman, deeming them so many ladies, would be quite humbled and respectful. What daydreams of hope and happiness, of life being one perpetual holiday, with no master and no mistress to grant or withhold it, of every Sunday being a Sunday out, of pure freedom as to curls and ringlets, and no obligation to hide fine heads of hair in caps. What picture of happiness, vast and immense to her, but utterly ridiculous to us, bewildered the brain of the little housemaid at No. 6, all called into existence by the wedding at the corner! We smile at such things, and so we should, though perhaps for a better reason than commonly presents itself. It should be pleasant to us to know that there are notions of happiness so moderate and limited, since upon those who entertain them, happiness and lightness of heart are very easily bestowed. But the little housemaid is awakened from her reverie, for forth from the door of the magical corner house there runs towards her, all fluttering in smart new dress and streaming ribbons, her friend Jane Addams, who comes all out of breath to redeem a solemn promise of taking her in, under cover of the confusion, to see the breakfast table spread forth in state, and, sight of sights, her young mistress ready dressed for church. And there, in good truth, when they have stolen upstairs on tiptoe, and edged themselves in the chamber door, there is Miss Emma, looking like the sweetest picture, in a white chip bonnet and orange flowers, and all other elegancies becoming a bride, with the make, shape, and quality of every article of which the girl is perfectly familiar in one moment, and never forgets to her dying day. And there is Miss Emma's mamma in tears, and Miss Emma's papa comforting her, and saying how that of course she had been long looking forward to this, and how happy she ought to be. And there too is Miss Emma's sister with her arms round her neck, and the other bridesmaid all smiles and tears, quieting the children, who would cry more but that they are so finely dressed, and yet sob for fear Sister Emma should be taken away. And it is all so affecting, that the two servant girls cry more than anybody. And Jane Addams, sitting down upon the stairs, when they have crept away, declares that her legs tremble so that she don't know what to do, and that she will say for Miss Emma that she never had a hasty word from her, and that she does hope and pray she may be happy. But Jane soon comes round again, and then surely there never was anything like the breakfast table, glittering with plate and china, and set out with flowers and sweets and long-necked bottles, in the most sumptuous and dazzling manner. In the centre, too, is the mighty charm, the cake glistening with frosted sugar, and garnished beautifully. They agree that there ought to be a little Cupid under one of the barley sugar temples, or at least 2 hearts and an arrow, but, with this exception, there is nothing to wish for, and a table could not be handsomer. As they arrive at this conclusion, who should come in but Mr. John, to whom Jane says that it's only Anne from number 6, and John says he knows, for he's often winked his eye down the area, which causes Anne to blush and look confused. She is going away, indeed, when Mr. John will have it that she must drink a glass of wine, and he says never mind its being early in the morning, it won't hurt her. So they shut the door and pour out the wine, and Anne drinking Jane's health, and adding, "And here's wishing you yours, Mr. John," drinks it in a great many sips. Mr. John all the time making jokes appropriate to the occasion. At last Mr. John, who was waxed bolder by degrees, pleads the usage at weddings, and claims the privilege of a kiss, which he obtains after a great scuffle, and footsteps being now heard on the stairs, they disperse suddenly. By this time a carriage has driven up to convey the bride to church, and Anne of number 6, prolonging the process of cleaning her door, has the satisfaction of beholding the bride and bridesmaids, and the papa and mamma, hurry into the same and drive rapidly off. Nor is this all, for soon other carriages begin to arrive with a posse of company all beautifully dressed, at whom she could stand and gaze for ever, but having something else to do, is compelled to take one last long look and shut the street door. And now the company have gone down to breakfast, and tears have given place to smiles, for all the corks are out of the long-necked bottles, and their contents are disappearing rapidly. Miss Emma's papa is at the top of the table, Miss Emma's mamma at the bottom, and beside the latter are Miss Emma herself and her husband, admitted on all hands to be the handsomest and most interesting young couple ever known. All down both sides of the table, too, are various young ladies, beautiful to see, and various young gentlemen who seem to think so, and there, in a post of honour, is an unmarried aunt of Miss Emma's, reported to possess unheard-of riches, and to have expressed vast testamentary intentions respecting her favourite niece and new nephew. This lady has been very liberal and generous already, as the jewels worn by the bride abundantly testify, but that is nothing to what she means to do, or even to what she has done, for she put herself in close communication with the dressmaker 3 months ago, and prepared a wardrobe, with some articles worked by her own hands, fit for a princess. People may call her an old maid, and so she may be, but she is neither cross nor ugly for all that. On the contrary, she is very cheerful and pleasant looking, and very kind and tender hearted, which is no matter of surprise except to those who yield to popular prejudice without thinking why, and will never grow wiser and never know better. Of all the company, though, none are more pleasant to behold or better pleased with themselves than the 2 young children, who, in honour of the day, have seats among the guests. Of these, one is a little fellow of 6 or 8 years old, brother to the bride, and the other a girl of the same age, or something younger, whom he calls his wife. The real bride and bridegroom are not more devoted than they. He all love and attention, and she all blushes and fondness, toying with the little bouquet which he gave her this morning, and placing the scattered rose leaves in her bosom with nature's own coquettishness. They have dreamt of each other in their quiet dreams, these children, and their little hearts have been nearly broken when the absent one has been dispraised in jest. When will there come in after life a passion so earnest, generous, and true as theirs? What, even in its gentlest realities, can have the grace and charm that hover round such fairy lovers? By this time the merriment and happiness of the feast have gained their height. Certain ominous looks begin to be exchanged between the bridesmaids, and somehow it gets whispered about that the carriage which is to take the young couple into the country has arrived. Such members of the party as are most disposed to prolong its enjoyments, affect to consider this a false alarm, but it turns out too true, being speedily confirmed, first by the retirement of the bride and a select file of intimates who are to prepare her for the journey, and secondly by the withdrawal of the ladies generally. To this there ensues a particularly awkward pause, in which everybody essays to be factious, and nobody succeeds. At length the bridegroom makes a mysterious disappearance, in obedience to some equally mysterious signal, and the table is deserted. Now for at least 6 weeks last past it has been solemnly devised and settled that a young couple should go away in secret. But they no sooner appear without the door, than the drawing-room windows are blocked up with ladies waving their handkerchiefs and kissing their hands, and the dining-room panes with gentlemen's faces beaming farewell in every queer variety of its expression. The hall and steps are crowded with servants in white favours, mixed up with particular friends and relations who have darted out to say good-bye, and foremost in the group are the tiny lovers arm in arm, thinking, with fluttering hearts, what happiness it would be to dash away together in that gallant coach and never part again. The bride has barely time for one hurried glance at her old home, when the steps rattle, the door slams, the horses clatter on the pavement, and they have left it far away. A knot of women servants still remain clustered in the hall, whispering among themselves, and there of course is Anne from number 6, who has made another escape in some plea or other, and been an admiring witness of the departure. There are 2 points on which Anne expatiates over and over again, without the smallest appearance of fatigue or intending to leave off. One is, that she never see in all her life such a angel of a gentleman as Mr. Harvey, and the other, that she can't tell how it is, but it don't seem a bit like a work-a-day, or a Sunday neither. It's all so unsettled and unregular. End of The Young Couple, from Sketches of Young Couples. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 18th of January, 2012.
Crime and Education, from Miscellaneous Papers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. Charles Dickens 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2. Crime and Education, from Miscellaneous Papers, by Charles Dickens. I offer no apology for entreating the attention of the readers of the Daily News to an effort which has been making for some 3 years and a half, and which is making now, to introduce among the most miserable and neglected outcasts in London some knowledge of the commonest principles of morality and religion, to commence their recognition as immortal human creatures before the gaol chaplain becomes their only schoolmaster, to suggest to society that its duty to this wretched throng, foredoomed to crime and punishment, rightfully begins at some distance from the police office, and that the careless maintenance from year to year in this, the capital city of the world, of a vast hopeless nursery of ignorance, misery, and vice, a breeding place for the hulks and gaols, is horrible to contemplate. This attempt is being made in certain of the most obscure and squalid parts of the metropolis, where rooms are opened at night for the gratuitous instruction of all comers, children or adults, under the title of Ragged Schools. The name implies the purpose. They who are too ragged, wretched, filthy, and forlorn to enter any other place, who could gain admission into no charity school, and who would be driven away from any church door, are invited to come in here, and find some people not depraved, willing to teach them something, and show them some sympathy, and stretch a hand out, which is not the iron hand of law, for their correction. Before I describe a visit of my own to a ragged school, and urge the readers of this letter, for God's sake, to visit one themselves, and think of it, which is my main object, let me say that I know the prisons of London well, that I have visited the largest of them more times than I could count, and that the children in them are enough to break the heart and hope of any man. I have never taken a foreigner, or a stranger of any kind, to one of these establishments, but I have seen him so moved at sight of the child offenders, and so affected by the contemplation of their utter renouncement and desolation outside the prison walls, that he has been as little able to disguise his emotion as if some great grief had suddenly burst upon him. Mr. Chesterton and Lieutenant Tracy, than whom more intelligent and humane governors of prisons it would be hard, if not impossible, to find, know perfectly well that these children pass and repass through the prisons all their lives, that they are never taught, that the first distinctions between right and wrong are, from their cradles, perfectly confounded and perverted in their minds, that they come from untaught parents, and will give birth to another untaught generation, that in exact proportion to their natural abilities is the extent and scope of their depravity, and that there is no escape or chance for them in any ordinary revolution of human affairs. Happily there are schools in these prisons now. If any readers doubt how ignorant the children are, let them visit those schools and see them at their tasks, and hear how much they knew when they were sent there. If they would know the produce of this seed, let them see a class of men and boys together at their books, as I have seen them in the House of Correction for this county of Middlesex, and mark how painfully the full-grown felons toil at the very shape and form of letters, their ignorance being so confirmed and solid. The contrast of this labour in the men with the less blunted quickness of the boys, the latent shame and sense of degradation struggling through their dull attempts at infant lessons, and the universal eagerness to learn, impress me, in this passing retrospect, more painfully than I can tell. For the instruction, and as a first step in the reformation, of such unhappy beings, the ragged schools were founded. I was first attracted to the subject, and indeed was first made conscious of their existence, about 2 years ago or more, by seeing an advertisement in the papers, dated from West Street, Saffron Hill, stating that a room had been opened and supported in that wretched neighbourhood for upwards of 12 months, where religious instruction had been imparted to the poor, and explaining in a few words what was meant by ragged schools as a generic term, including then 4 or 5 similar places of instruction. I wrote to the masters of this particular school to make some further inquiries, and went myself soon afterwards. It was a hot summer night, and the air of Field Lane and Saffron Hill was not improved by such weather, nor were the people in those streets very sober and honest company. Being unacquainted with the exact locality of the school, I was fain to make some inquiries about it. These were very jocosely received in general, but everybody knew where it was, and gave the right direction to it. The prevailing idea among the loungers, the greater part of them the very sweepings of the streets and station houses, seemed to be that the teachers were quixotic, and the school, upon the whole, a lark. But there was certainly a kind of rough respect for the intention, and, as I have said, nobody denied the school or its whereabouts, or refused assistance in directing to it. It consisted at that time of either 2 or 3, I forget which, miserable rooms, upstairs in a miserable house. In the best of these, the pupils in the female school were being taught to read and write, and though there were among the number many wretched creatures steeped in degradation to the lips, they were tolerably quiet, and listened with apparent earnestness and patience to their instructors. The appearance of this room was sad and melancholy, of course. How could it be otherwise? But on the whole encouraging. The close, low chamber at the back, in which the boys were crowded, was so foul and stifling as to be at first almost insupportable. But its moral aspect was so far worse than its physical that this was soon forgotten. Huddled together on a bench about the room, and shown out by some flaring candles stuck against the walls, were a crowd of boys, varying from mere infants to young men, sellers of fruit, herbs, lucifer matches, flints, sleepers under the dry arches of bridges, young thieves and beggars, with nothing natural to youth about them, with nothing frank, ingenuous, or pleasant in their faces, low-browed, vicious, cunning, wicked, abandoned of all help but this, speeding downward to destruction, and unutterably ignorant. This, reader, was one room as full as it could hold, but these were only grains in sample of a multitude that are perpetually sifting through these schools, in sample of a multitude who had within them once, and perhaps have now, the elements of men as good as you or I, and maybe infinitely better, in sample of a multitude among whose doomed and sinful ranks, oh, think of this, and think of them, the child of any man upon this earth, however lofty his degree, must, as by destiny and fate, be found, if at its birth it were consigned to such an infancy and nurture as these fallen creatures had. This was the class I saw at the Ragged School. They could not be trusted with books. They could only be instructed orally. They were difficult of reduction to anything like attention, obedience, or decent behaviour. Their benighted ignorance in reference to the Deity, or to any social duty, how could they guess at any social duty, being so discarded by all social teachers but the gaoler and the hangman, was terrible to see. Yet even here, and among these, something had been done already. The Ragged School was of recent date and very poor, but he had inculcated some association with the name of the Almighty, which was not an oath, and had taught them to look forward, in a hymn, they sang it, to another life, which would correct the miseries and woes of this. The new exposition I found in this Ragged School of the frightful neglect by the State of those whom it punishes so constantly, and whom it might as easily and less expensively instruct and save, together with the sight I had seen there in the heart of London, haunted me, and finally impelled me to an endeavour to bring these institutions under the notice of the Government, with some faint hope that the vastness of the question would supersede the theology of the schools, and that the bench of bishops might adjust the latter question after some small grant had been conceded, I made the attempt, and have heard no more of the subject from that hour. The perusal of an advertisement in yesterday's paper, announcing a lecture on the Ragged Schools last night, has led me into these remarks. I might easily have given them another form, but I address this letter to you in the hope that some few readers in whom I have awakened an interest as a writer of fiction may be by that means attracted to the subject, who might otherwise unintentionally pass it over. I have no desire to praise the system pursued in the Ragged Schools, which is necessarily very imperfect, if indeed there be one. So far as I have any means of judging of what is taught there, I should individually object to it, as not being sufficiently secular, and as presenting too many religious mysteries and difficulties to minds not sufficiently prepared for their reception. But I should very imperfectly discharge in myself the duty I wish to urge and impress on others, if I allowed any such doubt of mine to interfere with my appreciation of the efforts of these teachers, or my true wish to promote them by any slight means in my power. Irritating topics of all kinds are equally far removed from my purpose and intention, but I adjure those excellent persons who aid munificently in the building of new churches to think of these Ragged Schools, to reflect whether some portion of their rich endowments might not be spared for such a purpose, to contemplate calmly the necessity of beginning at the beginning, to consider for themselves where the Christian religion most needs and most suggests immediate help and illustration, and not to decide on any theory or hearsay, but to go themselves into the prisons and the Ragged Schools and form their own conclusions. They will be shocked, pained, and repelled by much that they learn there. But nothing they can learn will be 1,000th part so shocking, painful, and repulsive as the continuance for 1 year more of these things, as they have been for too many years already. Anticipating that some of the more prominent facts connected with the history of the Ragged Schools may become known to the readers of the Daily News through your account of the lecture in question, I abstain, though in possession of some such information, from pursuing the question further at this time. But if I should see occasion, I will take leave to return to it. End of Crime and Education, from Miscellaneous Papers. End of Charles Dickens' 200th Anniversary Collection, Volume 2.